Chapter 855. Blood, blood, blood. Blood clouds were in the sky, blood sea was on the ground, blood light was everywhere. This was the signature battlefield killer move created by Song Zixing, Blood Tu Su. It was unique in Central Continent. Song Zixing was extremely vengeful. Back then, during an exploration, he was robbed by two Sioux cities Gu immortals. After creating this battlefield killer move, he went to take revenge. The entire city was turned into nothingness, the two Gu immortals in the city were killed. After succeeding in his revenge, Song Zixing felt extremely happy. He carved words in blood above the ruins of Tu Su City. Revenge is too late even after a year. Today, I have come to Blood Tu Su. The killer left his name, Song Zixing. From then on, his battlefield killer move was named Blood Tu Su. Thus, seeing this scene, Blazing Demonic Immortal immediately recognized Song Zixing. As expected, at the next moment, a figure slowly descended from the sky. Song Zixing wore a large blood robe, but it could not conceal his tall and straight body. His face was pale, his nose bridge was high, his brows were dark and sharp like an eagle. As he descended, the blood sea surged with countless waves, blood clouds moved like dragons and pythons. The surrounding blood light shot into the sky, it was dazzling. Song Zixing was like the ruler of heaven and earth, a demonic god of the sun and moon. Song Zixing, why are you here? Demon Hunter Immortal Dan Xiao looked at Song Zixing with a pale expression. He was shocked and furious, but also fearful. Why can't I be here? Song Zixing turned his head slightly, looking at Dan Xiao with a smile on his face. His gaze was filled with killing intent. Dan Xiao, back then, I lost to Feng Jioga. You tried to attack me while I was down, using an immortal killer move on my back. You caused me a scar. I purposely left it on my back. I kept this grudge in my heart. You hid in Truyang mountain range. So be it if I could not find you. But you actually dared to accept Vicious Lightning Fiend's challenge. So I came today. I want to settle the old score with you. A wise man did not fight when the odds were against him. Dan Xiao breathed heavily. He decided to admit defeat. Lord Song Zixing, I am willing to apologize to you. He was a Grand Rank 7 Gu immortal. He actually lowered his head without fighting. Song Zixing's demonic might was vast and mighty. He was as famous as Shirley, and his battle achievements were illustrious. As early as when he was at 10,000 Dragon Dock, he had already become famous in Zhongzhou State. Later on, he defected, and the myriad Dragon Dock hunted him down. They sent out 8 Gu immortals, but he killed 4, crippled 3, and forced 1 to retreat. This battle shocked the Zhongzhou State. Song Zixing swaggered off, getting away scot-free. The 10,000 Dragon Dock was dispirited for a time. Its prestige was greatly reduced, and it couldn't even compare to the Crane Gate. Among the 10 great ancient sects, they were at the bottom. Until now. Only after Vicious Lightning Fiend came out of closed-door cultivation did he show signs of regaining his might. Of course, Song Zixing had been defeated before. His most famous defeat was when he fought with Feng Jioga. Feng Jioga only made 3 moves. Song Zixing was utterly defeated and fled in defeat. However, this defeat did not tarnish Song Zixing's reputation. Because his opponent was Feng Jioga. However, he was able to escape with his life, which made him even more so not to be underestimated. In fact, almost all demonic path Gu immortals were skilled in escaping. Song Zixing was even more outstanding in this aspect. Ha ha ha. Apologize? Hearing fierce demonic immortal's words, a mocking smile appeared on Song Zixing's face. If you had been so sensible earlier, I would not have chased you into Truyang mountain range. Lord, please speak. As long as I can obtain Lord's forgiveness, I am willing to pay any price. Dan Xiao said in a muffled voice. If you want my forgiveness, it is actually very simple, just hand your life over to me. Song Zixing said lightly. Dan Xiao raised his head, his expression was miserable as he said in a sorrowful tone, Song Zixing, Are you really not going to let me go? Let you go. Hee hee, hee hee hee. This demonic path overlord laughed loudly. Song Zixing, am a vengeful person, slaughtering Sioux City's Gu immortals and stealing my things. I exterminated their entire clan and the entire city. Back then, you plotted against me, I killed you directly and did not torture you, that was already a great favor to you. Are you still not satisfied? You will definitely die today. Saying so, he turned to look at Vicious Lightning Fiend. Oh, right, there is also you. Didn't you say you wanted to challenge me? I am here right now. His tone was mocking, like a cat catching a mouse. Vicious Lightning Fiend was healing himself, the explosion earlier had injured him quite badly, he was using methods now. He raised his head. Song Zixing, you are a Gu immortal of my myriad dragon dock, according to seniority, you are my senior. Challenging you is a path I have to take. But today, since you are here for revenge, I will not interfere in this matter. Let me go, otherwise, I will self-detonate Lightning Deity and fight my way out. Ha ha ha, your immortal killer move Lightning Deity is indeed mystical, its self-detonation has great power, it can break my blood too Sue. But so what? Can you escape? Think about it, can your method of retreat be faster than my blood rainbow flash? Song Zixing smiled proudly. He seemed like he was speaking nonsense, but his words were aimed at their hearts, he was trying to affect their morale. But at the next moment, Song Zixing's expression changed, his gaze towards Vicious Lightning Fiend turned grim as he shouted, no. With your personality and standpoint, why would you retreat now? Vicious Lightning Fiend's acting skills were inferior to demonic path Gu immortal Dan Xiao. In Song Zixing's eyes, he immediately found a flaw. At once, Song Zixing's heart was pounding, his blood was surging, it was like a tidal wave crashing against his blood vessels and the walls of his heart. This was his immortal killer move, Sudden Inspiration. Even though it was a blood path method, it could mimic wisdom path and help Song Zixing deduce his fortune. An intense sense of danger assaulted Song Zixing's mind. This is a trap. Song Zixing growled, wanting to leave. Lightning Lock. Lava Chain. Right at this time, Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Xiao, who were fighting to the death earlier, actually joined hands and attacked Song Zixing. Song Zixing snorted coldly, the blood sea below his feet surged into the sky, creating red waves that looked like raging waves. The huge blood wave stopped the lightning and lava. Meanwhile, Song Zixing turned into a blood rainbow, vanishing on the spot. This was the immortal movement killer move Blood Rainbow Flash. It was extremely fast, he immediately flew out of the battlefield killer move, Blood 2 Su. Song Zixing was very decisive, he did not even want the blood path immortal Gu used to construct the battlefield killer move, he directly flew out, trying to escape. In a few breaths of time, the blood rainbow flew thousands of li. The blood rainbow suddenly dissipated, Song Zixing's figure appeared in the sky. He looked at the unchanging mountain below him, his expression was extremely ugly. No, this is just an illusion. His thoughts moved rapidly, the sense of danger was getting stronger, this was definitely an ambush from the enemy. He quickly turned around and tried to use the battlefield killer move, Blood 2 Su. But at this time, a total of 16 Gu immortals appeared, their grand aura burst out. They attacked together, 16 immortal killer moves flew towards Song Zixing. Bam bam bam, the dazzling light shone on the emotionless and cold faces of the Gu immortals. As the light faded, Song Zixing appeared in a sorry state. His face was dark, his blood-red cloak was tattered. His body was covered in a layer of blood armor, he looked around with shock and anger. This is Heavenly Lotus Sect's illusion garden. Such a huge move, they even brought out an immortal Gu house to deal with me. And all of you, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects have joined hands? Song Zixing was shocked and angry, but he was also very confused. After becoming a demonic path Gu immortal, he hid here and there, he was not overly arrogant. Recently, he had not committed any major crimes either. Why did so many people come to deal with him? But soon, Song Zixing understood, to be able to make Central Continent's 10 great sects attack together, It must be an order from the celestial court. That's right, Song Zixing, you are an understanding person. Junior brother Vicious Lightning traveled the world and challenged people everywhere. It was actually a trap set up by a wisdom path Gu immortal to lure you. Junior brother Vicious Lightning's lightning deity was born from blood deity. You had been coveting this immortal Gu recipe. Moreover, fierce demonic immortal is your enemy. You were finally lured out. But you are really careful. You had been following behind Vicious Lightning Fiend and watched his challenges for more than a dozen times, but did not make a move. Only when Vicious Lightning Fiend self-detonated a lightning deity did he succeed. You are really not easy to catch. In order to lure you out, 3 Wisdom Path Gu immortals from my Ancient Souls sect, Heaven's Envy Manor, and Spirit Butterfly Valley joined hands to disrupt your immortal killer move, Sudden Impulse. That was why you did not sense the danger in advance. The leading 3 rank 7 Gu immortals spoke slowly, one after another. The other 13 Gu immortals were all rank 6. At this moment, someone could not hold back anymore. He charged forward. Song Zixing, you killed my big brother and humiliated my sister-in-law. I will tear your tendons apart today. Ah. Song Zixing, you will definitely die today. I will take revenge for the 730 members of Sun Tribe. Song Zixing had done many evil deeds. He had countless victims. But there were very few people who had the strength to take revenge on him. Many Gu immortals had offended Song Zixing. They lived in fear all day, afraid that one day, Song Zixing would come and take revenge. Blood Dragon Song Zixing's desire for revenge was very strong. Everyone knew about it. Fierce Demonic Immortal was one of them. He was chased by Song Zixing and had no choice but to hide in Truyang mountain range. It was also because Song Zixing had pressured him too much that this demonic path Gu immortal was willing to put on the most realistic show with Vicious Lightning Fiend. 8 rank 6 Gu immortals attacked Song Zixing. The Gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects stayed in the sky, forming a huge and loose encirclement. The Gu immortals who were fighting with Song Zixing were mostly lone cultivators. These people had been contacted by the 10 great ancient sects. They all had deep hatred towards Song Zixing. Song Zixing had been committing crimes all these years. He had targeted small sects. He did not want to make things difficult for the 10 great ancient sections. But he had recently become a person who had escaped from fate. Killing him would be a great help in repairing fate immortal Gu. Once the celestial court gave the order, even though the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent restricted each other, they had to stop fighting and send Gu immortals to kill Song Zixing. Song Zixing blocked left and right. He was firmly suppressed. He could not retaliate, he could only choose to escape. Chapter 856. Song Zixing, to think you would have such a day. Aren't you called the Blood Dragon? Don't run if you have the guts. Blood Rainbow Flash was extremely fast and agile. The pursuing Gu immortals used killer moves to obstruct it, but it had little effect. Instead, the distance between them was increasing. But the immortal Gu House illusion circle was already set up. He was not afraid of Song Zixing escaping. The scene became a little strange. A group of people chased after Song Zixing with endless hatred and burning killing intent, yet they couldn't reach him. It's really as slippery as a loach. The Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects did not give chase. They watched from the side and used some immortal killer moves from time to time. Song Zixing was still extremely dangerous. His battle record of betraying 10,000 Dragon Dock and killing the pursuers was so terrifying that it made one's hair stand on end. Thus, the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 sects invited many lone cultivators to join them. In their battle plan, these lone cultivator Gu immortals were cannon fodder to test Song Zixing's methods and expend as much of his immortal essence as possible. Without immortal essence, even if Song Zixing was a blood path Gu immortal, his battle strength would fall. We can't go on like this. Song Zixing is running away. We cannot force him to use his trump card. After watching for a while, a Central Continent Gu immortal said. Many of the others also frowned. Don't you think it's strange? Song Zixing was called Blood Dragon, his violent blood dragon that had rank 7 battle strength, but he had never released it. Up until now, he hasn't even made a move. He's just running. He, what are you afraid of? Song Zixing had already fallen into the immortal goo house illusion garden. The biggest drawback of our ambush strategy is that it takes time to activate the illusion garden. Right now, Song Zixing is like a turtle in a jar. Failure and death is only a matter of time. Don't be careless. Blood Path Goo immortals could not be judged with common sense. Maybe he's looking around to see if there are any loopholes. Could it be that he has some powerful backup? That's why you're delaying. While they were guessing, the voices of the other two Heavenly Lotus Sect Rank 7 Goo immortals resounded in everyone's ears. Everyone, make your move. Activating the immortal goo house consumes a lot of energy, we cannot delay this. So this trip, including Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Xiao, there were a total of 20 Goo immortals surrounding Song Zixing. Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Xiao were the bait. The two rank 7 Goo immortals of Heavenly Lotus Sect did not show themselves, they were secretly controlling the immortal goo house. The remaining 16 Goo immortals appeared and fought against Song Zixing. Activating an immortal goo house expended a huge amount of immortal essence. Especially for a complete immortal goo house like Illusion Garden, the expenditure was much higher than an incomplete immortal goo house like Profound Ice House. Even a rank 7 Goo immortal could not last long. The Goo immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects were urged. Most of the Goo immortals joined the battle. Only 3 rank 7s were left watching from afar. Song Zixing continued to flee and did not retaliate. I've long since heard of how fast this blood rainbow flash is. Now that I've seen it today, I'm truly amazed. It's actually a bit faster than my Cloud Jing fan. It's almost as fast as the purple firmament lightning wings. This is one of the top 10 movement killer moves in Central Continent. Not only speed, but agility as well. Such a twist and turn, suddenly straight and suddenly crooked, all aspects were well taken care of. What a pity. The 3 rank 7 Goo immortals evaluated. They felt some regret. An outstanding movement immortal killer move like Blood Rainbow Flash. It could only be encountered and not sought, it was extremely precious. If they could obtain it, they would be able to advance and retreat freely, it could even save their lives when escaping. But this was a Blood Path killer move. Even if Righteous Path Goo immortals obtained it, they could not use it, unless they betrayed the Righteous Path. Entering the Demonic Path. Back then, Song Zixing betrayed the sect and entered the demonic path, other than some conflict with the sect. It was mainly because he could not resist the temptation of Blood Path. With the Goo immortals of Central Continent's 10 sects joining in, Song Zixing's situation became even worse. The encirclement continued to shrink. With everyone working together, no matter how fast Blood Rainbow Flash was, it had its limits. In the end, he was slowly surrounded. Demons should be killed by everyone, die. Kill Song Zixing. Finally, Song Zixing was trapped in the center. Many lone cultivator Goo immortals attacked Song Zixing. They did not get close, they attacked from afar. Song Zixing did not attack, they were wary of him. These lone cultivator Goo immortals were not idiots, they knew why Central Continent's 10 great sects invited them to ambush Song Zixing. But even if they were cannon fodder, they would accept it. The reason was that they had deep hatred toward Song Zixing, it was either he or they die. Goo immortals were also humans, they were afraid of death. If not for Song Zixing forcing them too much, causing them to live in fear all day long, they would not be like this. From this, one could see the advantage of Vicious Lightning Fiend's lightning deities. Goo immortals who did not fear death could be formed in batches. This was very terrifying. Thankfully, each lightning deity required a huge price to form. And normally, they needed a lot of wealth to maintain them. The Goo immortals prepared for battle, their attacks landed on Song Zixing. Song Zixing tried to dodge, but the space was limited, he was hit. In an instant, he exploded, blood splattered. No! This is not Song Zixing's true body. Seeing this, the immortals were dumbfounded, they soon realized the truth. Be careful of Song Zixing's sneak attack. How did he conceal himself? My investigative killer move could not find him. Calm down, this is the immortal goo house illusion garden, he cannot escape. Search carefully. The goo immortals were all experienced people, they quickly calmed down. If Song Zixing wanted to sneak attack, he could not find a chance. The immortals used their methods to search quickly, but they could not find anything. When their gazes gradually focused on Blood 2 Su, someone realized, oh no. Song Zixing did not come out, his true body is still inside his battlefield killer move. Vicious Lightning Fiend and Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Xiao are in danger. From start to finish, Song Zixing's battlefield killer move, Blood 2 Su, was like a bright red egg floating in the air. The immortals did not destroy this battlefield killer move on purpose. Firstly, their attention was attracted by Song Zixing. Secondly, they did not want to help Vicious Lightning Fiend. He had been challenging people everywhere recently, his fame was unparalleled, he was quite arrogant, Central Continent's 10 sects were competing with each other, even Myriad Dragon Doc wanted to suppress his limelight. Thirdly, destroying Blood 2 Su from the outside also required immortal essence. Thus, Blood 2 Su was accidentally forgotten by the immortals. Ultimately, it was because he was too strong. This was a disaster caused by underestimating the enemy. The immortals realized that they had been fooled by Song Zixing, they were furious and embarrassed. They attacked Blood 2 Su together. Blood 2 Su was not an immortal goo house, it was only a battlefield killer move, it shook intensely from the intense attacks. 3 breaths of time later, Song Zixing retracted it. Blood 2 Su collapsed, Song Zixing laughed loudly as he turned into a blood rainbow and flew away. Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Xiao was already dead, his corpse was held by Song Zixing. Meanwhile, Vicious Lightning Fiend was on the verge of death, he was unconscious. Only one lightning deity was left. It was also very weak, it was surrounding and protecting Vicious Lightning Fiend. If he had been any slower, Vicious Lightning Fiend would have fallen into Song Zixing's hands. But Song Zixing was also heavily injured, his left arm was severed at the shoulder. The battlefield killer move, Blood 2 Su, isolated heaven and earth, forming a world of its own. Moreover, Song Zixing had a special method to prevent Vicious Lightning Fiend and Dan Xiao from asking for help. Song Zixing actually killed Blazing Demonic Immortal Dan Xiao while being surrounded by everyone, and even heavily injured Vicious Lightning Fiend until he fainted. This was a huge humiliation. The goo immortals were furious, their anger was rising. This matter was going to spread. How were they going to survive in the future? Kill Song Zixing. Blood Dragon deserves death, he cannot remain in this world. Get rid of evil for the people, uphold justice. At once. The goo immortals attacked, all sorts of immortal killer moves and battlefield killer moves flew toward Song Zixing. Song Zixing laughed maniacally without fear, a blood rainbow flashed. He dodged most of the immortal killer moves. Next, he raised Blazing Demonic Immortal's corpse. Thank you for the gift, I will return it to you now. Explode! Blood light shot to the sky. There was a huge explosion. The immortals retreated, Song Zixing was at the center of the explosion. The blood path Dao marks on his body shined brightly, he was not injured at all. Illusion Garden shook intensely, a crack was actually created by his explosion. Blood rainbow flash. In the blink of an eye, Song Zixing vanished on the spot, he escaped from the immortal goo house's cage, escaping from the goo immortal's vision. Chase, he was hit by my immortal killer move, I can sense it. How can a great immortal goo house get a crack from the explosion? The immortals shouted as they chased. The 2 rank 7 goo immortals of Heavenly Lotus sect stored the immortal goo house and joined them. Their expressions were ugly. It's that violent blood dragon bat. Song Zixing actually arranged for it to stay outside, it crashed into Illusion Garden and self-detonated, working together with Song Zixing to create a crack. Violent Blood Dragon Bat was an ancient desolate beast, its battle strength was equivalent to a rank 7 goo immortal. The self-detonation of such an existence had extraordinary power indeed. Illusion Garden was only controlled by 2 Gu immortals, they could not defend against the explosion. Song Zixing managed to struggle out of the desperate situation. The immortals naturally stopped attacking, they gritted their teeth and chased after him. A battle of pursuit was happening in Truyang mountain range. The pursuers were huge, there were 17 Gu immortals, there was 1 myriad dragon Doc Gu immortal who stayed behind to look after vicious lightning fiend. But at this point, the battle had already gone out of the control of the righteous path Gu immortals, they had fallen into Song Zixing's specialty. As a demonic cultivator, Song Zixing was most proficient in escaping. I cannot go out directly, this Truyang mountain range is the best place to hide. I lost the violent blood dragon bat, after I escape, I will definitely settle this score with you. Song Zixing's expression was distorted, his heart was bleeding due to the huge losses. He swore in his heart, the blood rainbow suddenly turned and landed on the mountain range. There were countless fierce beasts living in Truyang mountain range. In the battle of pursuit, large numbers of desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts were startled, they caused a huge disturbance to the pursuers behind Song Zixing. Song Zixing was very clear, the more chaotic the situation was, the more chances he would have to sneak away and escape. 3 days later, late at night. The crescent moon hung in the night sky, a dim blood light flew out of Truyang mountain range while sticking close to the ground. Clang! Suddenly, there was the sound of metal colliding, a golden bell phantom descended and covered the blood light. A Gu immortal appeared, he was injured, he shouted, Song Zixing, where are you going? The moment he said that, Song Zixing disappeared from the golden bell, a palm and a small forearm appeared. Oh no! This is also fake. My true body is over there. The Gu immortal's expression changed, he quickly turned around and flew far away. A long while later, a figure quietly approached from afar. It was Fong Yuan, he was wearing a mask and his body was covered in smoke, he carefully walked towards the golden bell phantom. Chapter 857. Immortal Killer Move Blood Demon Body Separation. Fong Yuan looked at the broken arm in the golden bell phantom as he muttered. According to the legends of Song Zixing, after Song Zixing betrayed Myriad Dragon Doc, he killed his pursuers and hid his tracks, developing rapidly. He had foresight and knew his situation, thus he created this killer move. During the current Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, the 10 great sects worked together to ambush and kill Song Zixing, but he escaped in the end. In this battle, Blood Demon Body Separation shocked Central Continent for the first time. Song Zixing was able to escape mostly because of this move. This immortal killer move could create a flesh clone for a short period of time. The flesh clone was extremely fast, comparable to Blood Rainbow Flash. Moreover, it was extremely lifelike and lifelike. Even an investigative immortal killer move would not be able to find any flaws. However, the price of using this move was extremely high. A portion of one's body was needed to create a flesh clone. A large amount of immortal essence was also expended to maintain the existence of the flesh clone. The more immortal essence was expended, the longer the clone could last. There were many ways for Gu immortals to regrow their limbs, Blood Demon Body Separation was only a manifestation. The truth was, it expended the blood path Dao marks in the body. It was because of these blood path Dao marks that Blood Demon Body Separation had such a mystical effect. If not for the blood path Dao marks as the price, the flesh clone created by Blood Demon Body Separation would not be able to pass off as the real thing. When ordinary Gu immortals were injured, for example, Fong Yuan would lose most of his body if he was attacked. The strength path Dao marks on his body would be retrieved by his immortal aperture. When his body recovers, the strength path Dao marks would return to his body. Once the Gu immortal died, the Dao marks on his body would also be retrieved into his immortal aperture. For example, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Song Zixing successfully used Blood Demon Body Separation. Even if the severed limb could regrow, the new body would be empty, the original blood path Dao marks would be expended along with the flesh clone. Undoubtedly, the expenditure of Dao marks was a huge loss to Gu immortals. Because Dao marks were very rare, They could only be accumulated after experiencing heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. In every heavenly tribulation or earthly calamity, goo immortals often had to risk their lives, even damaging their immortal apertures and destroying the resources that they had painstakingly managed. Thus, the cost of obtaining Dao marks was extremely high. This showed the value of each strength immortal goo. But Fang Yuan was sure. Song Zixing should not have an immortal goo like eat strength. If he lost the blood path Dao marks, he would have to undergo calamities and tribulations and slowly accumulate them again. The Dao marks on a goo immortal could effectively increase the power of immortal goo and immortal killer moves. This amplification was terrifying. It could increase a rank 8 by hundreds or thousands of times. Thus, rank 7 goo immortals could rarely defeat rank 8 existences. According to the legend of Song Zixing managed to escape with his life. In the end, only his head and half of his chest were left. The rest of his body had been decisively abandoned by him. He had activated the blood demon body disintegration. In this battle, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent lost a great deal of face. They didn't achieve their goal and were played by Song Zixing instead. They suffered heavy losses. Song Zixing also suffered heavy losses. He lost an ancient desolate beast, the violent blood dragon bat, and more than half of his blood path Dao marks were destroyed in this battle. As a result, he did not appear in public for the next 200 years. There was even no news of him at all. People suspected that he was already dead. But when he reappeared, not only did he recover his battle strength, he even nurtured 3 violent blood dragon bats. Ambushing Song Zixing was a huge matter. Fang Yuan naturally knew about it. He looked at the severed arm with a burning gaze. This severed arm came from Song Zixing. It was his flesh and blood. As long as Fang Yuan obtained it and used the goo refinement method, he could refine Song Zixing's head. And Song Zixing's head was the only condition for Star Form Blessed Land's land spirit to recognize him as its owner. Land spirits were stubborn existences. As long as Fang Yuan gave Song Zixing's head to the land spirit, he could become the owner of Star Form Blessed Land. Star Form Land spirit did not care if Song Zixing was alive or not. It was only a pure obsession formed by the heavenly power of the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan could become its owner with this. Even if one day, Song Zixing appeared in front of the land spirit alive and kicking, the land spirit would not betray Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan had already fulfilled the condition for recognizing him as its owner. But at this moment, Fang Yuan still had some trouble subduing this arm. It was not difficult to break the golden bell, but once the golden bell phantom was broken, the arm would explode and turn into a blood fog that covered the sky. Fang Yuan had to use other methods to suppress the severed arm, otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. In fact, Fang Yuan also had a deep impression of this arm. His current location was at the edge of Truyang Mountain Range, near Yuanyang City. Song Zixing's severed arm was wrapped by an immortal killer move. The goo immortal who used the immortal killer move was busy chasing after Song Zixing. He had already forgotten about this severed arm. As time passed, the golden bell would dissipate after a night, and the severed arm would explode into a blood fog. At that time, the blood fog would cover hundreds of li, life would be lost, and the poison would spread far and wide. For the next few hundred years, Yuanyang City would continue to issue missions, recruiting talents to enter the blood fog and kill the blood beasts that were born in the blood fog, to prevent the blood beasts from forming a beast tide and attacking Yuanyang City. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan came to Central Continent, he had lived in Yuanyang City for a period of time. In order to survive, he had accepted missions to exterminate blood beasts. From this perspective, Fang Yuan had done a good thing by subduing Song Zixing's severed arm in advance. Fang Yuan observed for a while, carefully using several mortal killer moves to probe. The golden bell phantom did not move, as expected of an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan then circled around the golden bell phantom, observing it from all angles, trying to find a suitable method. The golden bell phantom was not completely still, it was rotating slowly, the severed arm inside was floating in the air, The arm and palm were flickering with bright red light from time to time. Fong Yuan circled around it for more than 10 times, he already had a plan. He was about to make a move when his ears twitched, he heard many voices. Explosion, you heard it too? Yes. I saw a strange light, treasure, maybe. The voices were intermittent, getting closer and closer. Fong Yuan immediately understood, the nearby Gu masters were attracted. This was the edge of Truyang mountain range. Desolate beasts rarely came here, and it was near Yuanyang city. Many Gu masters were active here. Earlier, that Gu immortal had used an immortal killer move, the golden light soared into the sky. The commotion was not small, thus many Gu masters came to investigate. A bunch of ants. Fong Yuan snorted coldly, a ruthless light flashing in his eyes. He willed, strength path phantoms rushed out of his immortal aperture one after another. Soon, these strength path phantoms numbered in the hundreds, densely packed as they surrounded Fong Yuan. Every time Fong Yuan moved, he would store large numbers of strength path phantoms in his immortal aperture. Because he used myriad self. A certain amount of time was needed to form a strength path phantom army. Kill. Fong Yuan gave the order, close to 1,000 strength path phantoms immediately moved, quickly disappearing into the night sky. What is that? Ah! Formation. Quickly form the formation. Run, screams and shouts could be heard, a life and death battle started instantly. After a few breaths of time, the Gu masters were completely defeated. The strength path phantoms chased mercilessly, countless Gu masters died, the smell of blood quickly spread to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan had his hands behind his back. Looking at the golden bell phantom in front of him, his expression was calm under the mask. Even though he had thought of a method, he had not made a move yet. Haste makes waste. Even though the strength path phantoms were strong and fierce, they could not be investigated. They also did not have methods to increase their speed. Some Gu masters might not give up and use earth escape or concealment to sneak in again. However, these people would all die without a burial ground. Because Fong Yuan was here, he had already activated dozens of investigative killer moves. Without stopping, he covered this area layer by layer. There was no movement. They could escape his investigation. The advantage of having unlimited primeval essence was that he could use mortal Gu at will, mortal killer moves would never stop. And because of Fong Yuan's accumulation in his previous life, the mortal killer moves he knew were even more outstanding, even surpassing this era. Fong Yuan waited for a while, and sure enough, 3 or 4 Gu masters sneaked in. Fong Yuan controlled the strength path phantoms and killed these Gu masters one by one according to his instructions. Impossible, how did you find me? Spare my life. Ah! The Gu masters had nowhere to hide, they were all killed. After a while, the surroundings became quiet again. The smell of blood was getting thicker, there was not even the sound of birds chirping in the sparse forest nearby, it was completely silent. Fong Yuan started to act. Myriad self first style, giant hand. A giant strength path hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbing the golden bell phantom. The golden bell phantom targeted the inside, it suppressed the inside, but its external defense was not strong. After adding pulling mountain and pulling water, Fong Yuan's current strength path giant hand could be said to be much stronger. He only needed to squeeze it tightly, and the golden bell would explode. But the key was, how to prevent Song Zixing's arm from exploding into a bloody mist after it was crushed. Thankfully, Fong Yuan was not only a strength path grandmaster, he was also a blood path grandmaster. He knew as many blood path methods as Song Zixing. And this time, he had planned for a long time, he had made ample preparations. Immediately, he set up with full concentration. He set up close to 100 blood path killer moves in a row, they were tight and orderly, coordinating with each other. There were also large numbers of Gu formations set up in the surroundings, layer upon layer. After setting them up, he inspected carefully to see if there were any mistakes in his arrangements. He found 1 or 2 mistakes. after modifying them, Fong Yuan checked again a third time, a fourth time, and a fifth time. This was a huge matter. Fong Yuan was very patient. Finally, when he made his move, everything was under his control. The golden bell phantom shattered, the arm was about to explode when it was suppressed, layers of seals were added on top of it. When Song Zixing severed this arm and used blood demon body separation, he was already at the end of his rope. He had used less than 10 beads of immortal essence for it. Chapter 858. After obtaining the severed arm, Fong Yuan carefully stored it in his immortal aperture. Next, he carefully cleaned the place, trying to get rid of his traces. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he did not rest. He started immediately, spending 4 days and 3 nights to refine the severed arm, turning it into Song Zixing's head. Next, he used fixed immortal travel immortal goo to go to Earth Abyss. Star form land spirit, I have brought Song Zixing's head. In the dark underground world, he shouted. A speck of starlight appeared in front of him, it shone brightly and gushed out like spring water. After a breath of time, the dazzling starlight turned into a square door. The translucent starlight door floated in the air. There was a plaque on the door, on it were the words, Star Form Blessed Land. Fong Yuan squinted, looking at it quietly. Ordinary blessed lands and grotto heavens had doors. Because with doors, they could interact. With interactions, they could absorb heaven and earth chi and strengthen themselves. Thus, infallible blessed land was very special, because it did not have a door. This was a very strange exception. Under Fong Yuan's observation, the starlight door opened slightly. It's you. You really brought Song Zixing's head? A voice came from the door. Star form land spirit did not appear, he was on guard. Fong Yuan chuckled, throwing the head over. Facts speak louder than words. The door opened slightly again, an attractive force appeared out of nowhere, sucking the head in. It really is Song Zixing's head. The land spirit's joyful voice came from behind the door. Bam! The door opened completely, a path made of starlight spread out in front of Fong Yuan. Star form land spirit was at the door. It said to Fong Yuan with utmost sincerity, Star form land spirit welcomes master. Fong Yuan nodded, his expression calm. He took large steps, stepping onto the starlight path. Stepping into star form blessed land. The moment he stepped in, starlight filled Fong Yuan's vision. But in the blink of an eye, the starlight faded, revealing the unique terrain of star form blessed land. The whole of star form blessed land was a huge basin. It was like a giant bowl, and the edge of the giant bowl was a series of continuous mountain ranges, forming a circle, like a towering wall. Inside the giant bowl was a vast slope that continuously tilted towards the center. The curtain of night shrouded the world. Fong Yuan raised his head and looked up. The sky was pitch black, but there were tiny stars that shone weakly. It was just like how Hu Immortal Blessed Land only had day and no night. Star form Blessed Land only had night, there was no day. Generally speaking, blessed lands did not have any astronomical changes. Only when one became a grotto heaven or approached the level of a grotto heaven would there be a change in the weather. This was not the first time Fong Yuan had come here. In fact, he was the one who had planted this blessed land. The last time he was here, the night sky was filled with stars, and the stars were still very bright. It shone on the surface of the blessed land, giving it a high visibility. But now the starlight was indeed dim, it could be seen that stellar form land spirit's life wasn't good. This was normal. There were no goo immortals. The blessed land could no longer produce immortal essence on its own. The land spirit and the blessed land were one. In order to protect his own existence, he had to manage his blessed land. But how could a land spirit have the strength and intelligence of a goo immortal? So basically, land spirits would ask their masters to help them. Survival was the most basic instinct of any living being. It was just that the conditions for each land spirit to recognize a master were different. Fong Yuan's gaze swept through the surroundings, before landing on stellar form land spirit. bring me around the blessed land," Fang Yuan ordered. Stellar form land spirit had the appearance of a boy, floating in the air. He was wearing a pinkish-blue dudu, his small arms and legs were white and tender like a lotus root. He was very cute. Ever since he recognized Fang Yuan as his master, stellar form land spirit had been looking up at him, his clear eyes filled with admiration and love. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, stellar form land spirit quickly nodded, "Master, please follow me." His attitude before and after recognizing him as his master was like heaven and earth. A lump of starlight automatically gathered on Fang Yuan's body, bringing him along as he flew rapidly. This speed was extremely shocking, even Song Zixing's blood rainbow flash could not compare to it. Fang Yuan only felt that starlight was lingering in front of him, the surrounding scenery was rapidly retreating, even with his vision, he could only capture a blurry image. The starlight suddenly stopped, the scenery in front of him had changed greatly. "Master, you have reached the southeast corner of the blessed land. This is the Arrow Bamboo Forest, the largest livestock farm in the blessed land," stellar form land spirit introduced. Fang Yuan looked over, seeing that this Arrow Bamboo Forest was huge, extending to the end of Fang Yuan's vision. The arrow bamboo was straight, somewhat similar to the green spear bamboo, but it was not jade green like the green spear bamboo. Instead, it had a pitch-black body. There were no leaves on the bamboo, there were only branches. On the edge of each arrow bamboo's markings, there were 2 or 3 bamboo branches. These bamboo branches were as straight as an arrow. At the foot of the arrow bamboo forest, there were large numbers of star cave stones, countless dark shiitake mushrooms, and densely packed white shadow grass. Fang Yuan nodded inwardly, this kind of ecological construction could not be any better. "If I am not wrong, this is the place that produces star dart goo?" Fang Yuan asked. "Master is wise," stellar form land spirit immediately replied. Star dart goo was only a rank 1 mortal goo, formed from the evolution of all kinds of ordinary insects. This was different from starlight firefly goo. Starlight firefly goo was formed from a portion of starlight firefly groups, evolving and mutating. As for star dart goo, this was any kind of insect. It would drill into the star cave stones that were filled with holes and fall into a deep sleep. After 49 days, a portion of the insects would wake up from their slumber and transform into star dart goo. Star dart goo's food was the arrow bamboo forest's bamboo juice. The air in the arrow bamboo forest had always been hot and humid. This kind of bamboo would slowly ooze bamboo juice. In the past, when this bamboo juice oozed out, it would form a thick blue fog. It was the best environment to raise star dart goo. Unfortunately, it has not been properly watered recently. It has become like this. Stellar form land spirit said with a reminiscing tone. "It seems that I will need to purchase large amounts of moon well water in the future." Fang Yuan muttered, he was knowledgeable, he knew what kind of irrigation was needed for the arrow bamboo forest. "Master is wise," stellar form land spirit immediately said. His expression became slightly more spirited. Although Star Lord Wan Xiang left behind a lot of immortal essence, there were very few immortal yuan stones. Thus, stellar form land spirit's finances were rather tight. He could not buy whatever he wanted in jewel yellow skies. Compared to irrigating the arrow bamboo forest, other areas required more financial resources to maintain. Soon after, under the land spirit's lead, Fang Yuan went to the north of the blessed land, inspecting the meteorite pit. This was the place to raise star fire goo and even produce meteorite goo. He went to the center of the blessed land. There was a huge lake with sparkling waves. It was called Broken Star Lake. It was also a place to raise goo worms. It produced star river goo. Finally, he went to a few grasslands. They were all filled with star fragment grass. It seemed endless. Planted on the black soil, the grass leaves were plump and tender. The color was like oil. It was much better than the sky grasslands in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, be it in terms of size or appearance. Arrow bamboo forest, meteorite pit, broken star lake, star fragment grass field. Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking at the lake below him with a satisfied expression. These four were the four pillars of Star Lord Wanxiang's economy. Star Lord Wanxiang followed the rules. He mainly sold Star Dart Goo, Star Fire Goo, Meteorite Goo, Star River Goo and Starlight Firefly Goo. When Fong Yuan was searching for these four pillars, he already had them. Fong Yuan currently only had Guts Goo and Regretful Spiders, the remaining Eerie Fire Dragon Python and Dragonfish had not entered the market yet. Star Lord Wanxiang had rank 6 first stage cultivation. He had passed one heavenly tribulation. He was also a lone cultivator, but his cultivation was higher than Hu Immortals. Originally, with his identity and foundation, it was impossible for him to develop the Blessed Land so well. But he had a fortuitous encounter. His fortuitous encounter was Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner, 7-star child. In order to prolong his lifespan, he turned into an immortal zombie. He explored star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm and fell into it. He was trapped in a deep sleep. Star Lord Wanxiang unexpectedly found that Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was connected to the outside world of Central Continent. Every fixed time of the year, this gap would appear. Thus, Star Lord Wanxiang would go in every year and plunder the resources inside to strengthen himself. Although the time he could go in was limited, he could not stop going in. Because of this, Star Lord Wanxiang developed very well, his immortal aperture became more prosperous with each passing day, far surpassing other lone cultivator Goo Immortals. Even Shirley had praised him inwardly when he saw him. This Star Lord Wanxiang's strength was already on par with ordinary rank 6 Goo Immortals in the 10 Great Ancient sections. But unfortunately, Star Lord Wanxiang was injured by Song Zixing and was about to undergo tribulation. He had no choice but to take the risk and ask a tiger for its skin. He invited Immortal Monkey King Shirley to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven together. In the end, in the 8-star hall, he fell into star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. His soul was destroyed and only his physical body was left. Fong Yuan seized his physical body and planted his blessed land in Earth Abyss. This led to the subsequent developments of Star Form Land Spirit recognizing him as its master. With these 4 pillars of support, my financial resources have doubled from before. I am making a lot of money every day. I am really making a lot of money every day. Fong Yuan was overjoyed. Star Lord Wanxiang had managed his blessed land for so many years. He had already opened up the market and occupied a portion of Jewel Yellow Skies' market. Fong Yuan inherited his blessed land and avoided the difficult development period of entering the market. He directly inherited Star Lord Wanxiang's channels and saved him a lot of trouble. Common resources like Star Dart Goo and Starfire Goo were usually sold in large quantities and faced intense competition. It was not easy to seize the market and get a share of the profits. They would face ostracization, price wars, and even the threat and assassination of Goo Immortals. In short, cutting off one's path to wealth was like killing one's parents. The Goo Immortal world was bare. If you wanted to do business, you had to display your strength first. Without strength, no matter how good your business was, it would still be plundered and robbed. Thus, Fong Yuan was very careful with his dragonfish and Eerie Fire Dragon Pythons. He wanted to use Shao Clan's transaction token to enter Western Desert's market. This way, he could cause less trouble and earn more money. Of course, things like the monopoly of Guts Goo, he could sell them as he pleased. Others wanted to compete, but they could not, they could only watch helplessly. After inspecting the blessed land, Fong Yuan was very satisfied, but he had even greater expectations. Chapter 859. The whole of Star Form Blessed Land was like a huge bowl. The center was also the lowest point. Here, there was a vast sea of lake, named Broken Star Lake. And Star Lord Wanxiang's usual cultivation location was at the bottom of Broken Star Lake. Deep into the lake, Fong Yuan found a crystal palace. It was not big, there was only one main hall and 2 sub-halls. Star Lord Wanxiang's immortal Goo were kept in the main hall. Under Star Form Land Spirit's lead, Fong Yuan smoothly entered the main hall. Once he entered, he saw an immortal Goo flying in the air. This immortal Goo looked like a centipede. It was long like an arm and dark like tungsten. It was moving around in the empty space of the main hull. The short stripes on its body were shining with blue light. This is rank 6 Immortal Goo star mark. It can temporarily add 600 star path Dao marks to Master's body. Star form land spirit introduced at an appropriate time. 600. Fang Yuan was shocked. He only had a little over 200 strength path Dao marks. And this was after using Eat Strength Immortal Goo recently. He gained over 40. This star mark Immortal Goo could actually add over 600 star path marks at once. The effect could be said to be outstanding. Over 200 Dao marks can amplify my strength by 20%. 600 is a 60% amplification. Unfortunately, they are star path Dao marks. I am not a star path Goo immortal. Undeniably, this star mark Immortal Goo was an excellent supplementary Immortal Goo. Even though Fang Yuan was a strength path Goo immortal and had strength path Dao marks, once he activated star mark Immortal Goo, his body would be covered in a layer of star path Dao marks, allowing him to act like a star path Goo immortal. Other than star mark, there were two other Immortal Goo in the hull. One was like a rhombus crystal. It was the size of a fist, quietly lying on the table. It was unmoving. The other one was like a tender bean sprout, full of vitality. After star form land spirit's introduction, Fang Yuan learned that the first colorless crystal Immortal Goo was Starlight Immortal Goo. The second bean sprout Immortal Goo was called Star Shoot. Fang Yuan heard this and was overjoyed. My luck has come. These two Immortal Goo were much more useful to Fang Yuan than Star Mark Immortal Goo. Because Starlight Goo was a necessary Goo material for refining Wisdom Path Star Thought Goo. Now that he had Starlight Immortal Goo, he could imitate how Strength Chi Immortal Goo refined Air Sac Goo, refining Star Thought Goo on a larger scale and faster. With Starlight Immortal Goo, this would save him the trouble of purchasing the Starlight Goo. At the same time, using Immortal Goo as the base to refine Mortal Goo Star Thought Goo was done from top to bottom. The failure rate was much lower than the previous Goo refinement method. The danger would be greatly reduced. This way, the losses of the hairy men would be greatly reduced. Of course, there were two problems. The first problem was that to use Starlight Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan would need to modify the Star Thought Goo's recipe. The second question. Using Starlight Immortal Goo would expend Immortal Essence. But with Wisdom Goo and the complete Star Thought Goo recipe, it was not hard for Fang Yuan to modify the Goo recipe. It was only a matter of time. As for the second problem, if it was the previous Fang Yuan, he would indeed be an obstacle. But now, Fang Yuan had become the owner of Star Form Blessed Land. There were 6 economic pillars, and in the future, there would even be 8 profitable businesses. The earnings of Immortal Yuan Stone would be 4 times the current amount. Large amounts of Immortal Yuan Stone also gave Fang Yuan great confidence. He could expend Immortal Essence to activate Starlight Immortal Goo. Starlight Immortal Goo was a huge help to the large-scale accumulation of Star Thought Goo. And Star Shoot Immortal Goo was also very useful. Fang Yuan had once bought a mortal killer move from Star Lord Wan Xiang. It was called Spring Star Rain. This move could irrigate plants and ensure that they would grow lushly. Ever since he obtained this move, Fang Yuan had been using it continuously. The reason why Hu Immortal Blessed Land's grassland in the sky was able to maintain its current scale was because of this mortal killer move. Using Spring Star Rain frequently would expend large amounts of Star Shoot Mortal Goo. Star Shoot Mortal Goo were only sold by Star Lord Wan Xiang. Fang Yuan had once wanted to break free from Star Lord Wan Xiang's control and researched the refinement recipe of Star Shoot Mortal Goo. But even with Wisdom Goo's help, Fang Yuan's star path attainment level was only ordinary. He could not achieve his goal. Now that Fang Yuan had Star Shoot Immortal Goo, he could use Spring Star Rain as he wished. He could also raise Spring Star Rain to Immortal level, using Star Shoot Immortal Goo as the core. It would have a greater effect on nurturing Star Fragment Grass. But soon, Fang Yuan learned from Star Form Land Spirit. Star Lord Wan Xiang had the immortal killer move Spring Star Rain. In fact, the mortal killer move Spring Star Rain that Star-Lord Wanxiang sold was a modified version of the original Spring Star Rain. The Star Shoot Goo that Star-Lord Wanxiang sold was refined from Star Shoot Immortal Goo. It was no wonder Fang Yuan could not reverse-engineer the goo recipe from the mortal Star Shoot Goo. Because Star-Lord Wanxiang's goo refinement method was from top to bottom. Star Mark, Starlight, Star Shoot, these three immortal goo were all the immortal goo left in the Blessed Land. Star-Lord Wanxiang had a total of 4 immortal goo. Unfortunately, the 4th immortal goo was destroyed in the battle with Song Zixing. Fang Yuan only obtained 3. Just these 3 were enough to satisfy Fang Yuan. Normally speaking, only a small portion of rank 6 goo immortals in the 5 regions had immortal goo. Most of them used mortal goo and mortal killer moves. Only the elites among rank 6 goo immortals had rank 6 immortal goo. For example, the rank 6 goo immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, or lone cultivators like Star-Lord Wanxiang who had fortuitous encounters. Northern Plains' situation was special. Because of the collapse of 88-point Xinyang Tower, Northern Plains immortal goo were much more common than the other 4 regions. Speaking of which, Central Continent was the last among the 5 regions in terms of immortal goo usage. There was no helping it, Central Continent had the most goo immortals. Of course, Fang Yuan was even more special. Not counting the 3 immortal goo that he had just obtained, Fang Yuan already had 14 immortal goo. No one would believe him if he told others about this number. Not to mention, there was also the rank 9 immortal goo wisdom here. Normally speaking, even if one killed an enemy goo immortal, it was hard to obtain spoils of war like immortal goo. Like how Fang Yuan had such a huge advantage against Dongfang Naganori, even Dongfang Naganori's soul was captured alive. But Dongfang Naganori only had a thought. All the immortal goo self-detonated, Fang Yuan did not get anything. Star-Lord Wanxiang was a special case. Because he entered Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm by mistake. Without any reaction, he died in a daze. Thus, the immortal goo were preserved. In the end, it benefited Fang Yuan. These 3 immortal goo still had Star-Lord Wanxiang's will. But with Star Form Land Spirit's help, subduing them was not a problem. Master, this is the immortal inheritance stored in the Blessed Land, please take a look. Land Spirit presented another inheritance for Fang Yuan to take a look. It turned out that this was Star-Lord Wanxiang's first fortuitous encounter. A goo immortal inheritance related to Star Path. It was this inheritance that guided lone cultivator Star-Lord Wanxiang to cultivate and become a rank 6 goo immortal. Star-Lord Wanxiang's second fortuitous encounter. He found the entrance to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and entered it many times to plunder resources. Speaking of which, his luck was quite good. Star-Lord Wanxiang cultivated Star Path, and Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was also a grotto heaven that focused on Star Path. They were very compatible in terms of resources. Unlike Fang Yuan was a Strength Path Goo Immortal, who Immortal Blessed Land was an Enslavement Path Goo, and Dang Hun Mountain's Guts Goo was a Soul Path Goo. These aspects were not closely related. Unfortunately, Star-Lord Wanxiang died in the end. Everything was in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan stayed in Star Form Blessed Land for an entire day, inspecting a small group of rock men in the Blessed Land, as well as those 3 desolate beasts Spinefin Star Dragonfish. Star-Lord Wanxiang had used all sorts of methods to relocate this small group of rock men. He did not have Guts Goo. Star Form Blessed Land was not a hotbed for rock men, many of them died there. It was not easy for him to keep this batch. The 3 desolate beasts Spinefin Star Dragonfish were caught from Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. That place had no lack of desolate beasts. The reason why he spent so much effort and resources. It was because Star Mark Immortal Goo's food was the fresh flesh of the Spinefin Star Dragonfish. As for feeding Starlight Immortal Goo, it needed the bodies of rock men. As for Star Shoot Immortal Goo, its food was a large amount of dark star kelp. This kind of kelp grew in large amounts at the bottom of Broken Star Lake. This was the state of Orthodox Goo Immortals. What path they cultivated? Immortal goo belonged to a certain path, and the immortal aperture mainly had the Tao marks of that path. This way, the feeding of the immortal goo could be borne by themselves, they could nurture their own food. Unlike Feng Yuan, whose strength path immortal aperture was dead, who immortal blessed land was an enslavement path immortal aperture, it had strength path, wisdom path, soul path, and luck path immortal goo. To feed these immortal goo, they had to seek help from the outside world, each time, they had to work hard and were unstable. Feng Yuan's cleansed soul immortal goo had not been fully fed yet. Be it who immortal blessed land or strength path immortal aperture, they both lacked soul path Tao marks. Even if Feng Yuan wanted to raise white lotus giant silkworm goo, it was impossible. After star form blessed land recognized him as its owner, Feng Yuan's strength had doubled. 3-star path immortal goo, for trades, and a complete star path inheritance, Feng Yuan still needed a lot of time to slowly digest them. He still had star form land spirit spread the ownership requests in jewel yellow skies, creating the illusion that star form blessed land had not recognized a master yet. For the time being, he did not intend to tell the truth to He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. He would hide it for as long as he could. Who immortal blessed land was already exposed, star form blessed land was in a semi-exposed state, He Lulan knew its location. In the future, if he wanted to flee for his life, this foundation would be very important. As for Hu immortal blessed land's resources, as well as Dang Hun Mountain, Feng Yuan did not intend to move it for the time being. The arrangements had just been made, a large amount of funds had already been invested. Once it was moved to star form blessed land, with how astute He Lulan was, how could she not know about it? In the following days, Feng Yuan continued to participate in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Due to the convention, Central Continent was in a frenzy of goo refinement. The news of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects joining hands to ambush Song Zixing was not spread, only the goo immortal higher-ups knew about it. The 10 great ancient sects lost face, there was no news of Song Zixing. Many other sects and lone cultivator goo immortals saw this as a joke. Many goo immortals moved, trying to find traces left behind by Song Zixing in Truyang mountain range. But how could they find him? In Feng Yuan's previous life, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent searched for hundreds of years to protect their sect's reputation. Song Zixing's concealment skill was at the peak, even Feng Yuan could not match him. Thus, from the start, Feng Yuan did not have the intention to kill Song Zixing. Finally, the agreed date arrived. It was the day of the duel between Feng Yuan and Feng Kim Hong. Even though it was not a competition, it attracted many goo masters. Feng Kim Hong, if you want to duel, let me see the wager first. If the wager is too low, there is no need to start this duel. Feng Yuan said in front of everyone. If he could avoid the duel, Feng Yuan only wanted the top 6 of the infallible inheritance. Furthermore, even if he lost the duel, he would not be eliminated and his ranking would not be affected. Chapter 860. A way to regain a new life? Feng Yuan narrowed his eyes and his expression changed. Yenif Spirit Affinity House was indeed one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Its foundation was deep beyond imagination. Spirit Affinity House actually had the method that Feng Yuan was searching for to get rid of his immortal zombie status and regain his new life. At this moment, Feng Kim Huang's proposal to use this as a gambling stake was a direct hit to Feng Yuan's weakness. He had no choice but to reject it. He. Feng Yuan laughed and calmed himself down. He looked at Feng Kim Hong and asked, "The method you mentioned, could it be the Crane Gates possession technique?" "Of course not." Feng Kim Hong smiled. Feng Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "Your bet is indeed tempting. But this gambling capital is still lacking compared to my Hu immortal blessed land." Feng Kim Hong said, "The value of everything will change." Feng Yuan, if you had to choose between Hu immortal blessed land and being reborn, which would you choose? Of course it's to be reborn. Feng Yuan did not hesitate in his heart, nor did he hesitate in his mouth. Of course it's Hu immortal blessed land. This is my greatest foundation. Even if I become an immortal zombie, I can still rely on this to survive. The corner of Feng Kim Huang's mouth twitched. He took a deep breath and shook his head. Feng Yuan, you're not such a short-sighted person. However, I know that you will not use Hu Immortal Blessed Land as a wager, and I cannot force you to do so. Let's talk about something practical. If I lose, I'll tell you the method to regain your life. Don't worry, there are already successful precedents for this method. If you lose, we'll make a deal. Feng Yuan looked at the faint smile on Feng Kim Huang's face. He narrowed his eyes. Oh? What kind of deal? Thereupon Feng Kim Huang said, if you lose, I won't be able to defeat you. He made a deal with my Spirit Affinity House to supply Gutsgu to us in the long term. The price is negotiable. It was fine as long as it wasn't too outrageous. But you must deliver the goods regularly and in sufficient quantities. If you lack a soul, my Spirit Affinity House can sell it to you at a price 30% lower than the market price. However, this transaction must be the highest priority, even more so than the Crane Gate. No matter how many goods you have, you must first supply them to my Spirit Affinity House before selling them to other parties. When Feng Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but size up Feng Kim Huang again. He had a whole new level of respect for this young lady. Who would have thought that after such a short period of time, the other party would have grown to such a degree? As expected of a genius. No, it should be said that there was a capable person behind him. Good education. Feng Jin Huang's request was too lenient to Feng Yuan, it could even be said to be generous. And Gutsgu was something that Feng Kim Huang urgently needed. Why? Because Feng Kim Huang used Dreamwing's Immortal Goo to explore the dream realm. Even with the help of Immortal Goo, the soul would get tired and get injured. And Gutsgu was the one and only soul-strengthening product in the world. Even the rank 9 demon Venerable Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had praised it. Feng Kim Huang had challenged Feng Yuan. It was just a young man acting in a fit of pique. But right now, when discussing the bet with Feng Yuan, it was for the present, it was realistic. Practical benefits. This was a mature move. If Feng Kim Huang requested Feng Yuan to use Hu Immortal Blessed Land or Dang Han Mountain as the bet, Feng Yuan would definitely not agree. And although Feng Yuan had the reputation of Crane Gate, but his relationship with Crane Gate was known to the 10 great ancient sections. Feng Yuan would not care about Crane Gate's reputation. He had no choice but to agree to Feng Kim Huang's duel. Thus, Feng Kim Huang made this request. For Feng Yuan, selling Gutsgu to Spirit Affinity House had its benefits. Naturally, there were benefits. The first benefit was to increase the scale of sales and earn more Immortal Yuan Stone. Who would complain about having more Immortal Yuan Stone? The second benefit was to establish a relationship between Feng Yuan and Spirit Affinity House. If he were to fall out with Crane Gate one day, Feng Yuan would have a way out. In fact, Feng Yuan had agreed to Feng Kim Huang's duel request earlier because he wanted to cooperate with Spirit Affinity House. Feng Kim Huang had explored dream realms many times, he had sensed the value of Gutsgu, thus he wanted to take advantage of Crane Gate. And Feng Yuan was happy to do so. If he really made a deal with Spirit Affinity House, it would be extremely beneficial to his relationship with Crane Gate. Regardless of whether I win or lose, this duel is beneficial to me. After all, the result of the duel has nothing to do with the Goo refinement competition. Something is wrong. Feng Kim Huang made this request to lower my fighting spirit. Feng Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration, he understood another layer of Feng Kim Huang's intention. Then let's begin, the final victor of this duel will be me. Feng Yuan's eyes shined brightly as he laughed heartily. Feng Kim Huang's gaze flickered, that might not necessarily be the case. After confirming the wager, both sides started to discuss the duel's contents. Feng Kim Huang suggested refining River Wave Trace Goo as the topic. River Wave Trace Goo was a rank 5 Water Path Goo worm, it was part of the same series as rank 3 Water Trace Goo, rank 4 Wave Trace Goo, and rank 6 Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo. Feng Yuan immediately rejected it. Spirit Affinity House specialized in raising and using water path goo worms. This could be seen from the Water Pavilion Immortal Goo House. If he refined River Wave Trace Goo, Feng Kim Huang's advantage would be too huge. Fong Yuan suggested refining Blood Walk Goo. This was a rank 3 blood path goo used for movement. Feng Kim Huang also rejected it. What a joke! Who did not know that Fong Yuan specialized in blood path goo refinement techniques? Feng Kim Huang had no confidence in refining blood path goo worms. Both sides discussed for a while before deciding to use the method of a martial duel to refine the rank 5 fire path goo worm, 5 orifices fire pagoda goo. The entire duel was not a private duel, but an open duel like the competition. Soon, the same materials appeared in front of both sides. To ensure fairness, both sides had to refine the goo according to the goo recipe. Whichever side could successfully refine 5 orifices fire pagoda goo first would be the winner. Different from the literary duel, because it was a martial duel, at a specific stage, both sides could attack each other once. Under everyone's gaze, Fong Yuan and Feng Kim Huang sat cross-legged facing each other, each occupying a corner of the stage, with a distance of 260 steps between the two. The duel began. Fong Yuan immediately checked the goo refinement materials in his hands. He had to have a thorough understanding of every material. If there were any damaged materials, it would greatly affect the goo refinement. Fong Yuan's inspection was very detailed, sometimes regarding the conference. Sometimes, they would purposely provide some flawed materials, or even tamper with them to conceal the flaws of the materials, making it hard for the goo master to detect them. If they were really deceived, it would be terrible when the goo refinement started. This arrangement had practical significance. Goo masters could not always gather perfect goo refinement materials when refining goo. Sometimes, because the materials were stored for too long, or damaged during transportation, or snatched in battle, there would always be some damage. Or bought shoddy goo refinement materials in the market, goo masters needed to distinguish them. Thus, checking goo refinement materials was the foundation of refinement path attainment. This time, for the refinement of 5 orifices fire pagoda goo, more than 1,000 kinds of materials were provided. Not a single goo worm, they were all flowers, grass, rocks and bones. Fong Yuan spent an hour checking all the materials. Next, he checked the goo recipes provided by the competition. A total of 5 goo recipes, corresponding to rank 1 single orifice charcoal goo, rank 2 twin orifice furnace goo, rank 3 3 orifice firehouse goo, rank 4 4 orifice fire tower goo, as well as the rank 5 5 orifices fire pagoda goo. These 5 goo worms were of the same series, inherited from the same origin. To refine 5 orifices fire pagoda goo, one had to first refine a large number of rank 1 single orifice charcoal goo. Then use single orifice charcoal goo as the main material. Refine twin orifice furnace goo. From rank 1 to rank 2, from rank 2 to rank 3, from rank 3 to rank 4. Rank 4 to rank 5, progressing like this. Finally, 5 orifices fire pagoda goo was refined. Because there were many steps, the process was long. Thus, there were more than 1,000 kinds of goo refinement materials provided to both sides. Of course, with Fong Yuan's wisdom path methods, he could modify the goo recipe and save on the steps of the entire goo refinement process. He could even directly use these materials to refine 5 orifices fire pagoda goo in one step. But Fong Yuan thought for a while and gave up on the idea of modifying the goo recipe, deciding to take it step by step. There were many reasons. Firstly, he could not rely on wisdom goo in public. Secondly, deducing and modifying the goo recipe consumed a lot of time, it was not worth it. Moreover, this was a battle, both sides could attack 5 times and disturb each other's goo refinement. If the goo recipe was completed in one step, once it was disturbed, all the previous efforts would be wasted. It was better to take it step by step. While Fong Yuan was inspecting the goo refinement materials, Feng Kim Huang was inspecting the goo recipe. While Fong Yuan was inspecting the goo recipe, Feng Kim Huang was carefully inspecting the goo refinement materials. Although the order of the two was different, when they started, they started refining the goo at almost the same time. It has finally begun. Both sides spent over an hour inspecting the materials and goo recipe. They are really patient. This competition concerns the reputation of Crane Gate and Spirit Affinity House. It is a battle of reputation for the two ancient sects. The spectators started to mutter. Some supported Feng Kim Hong, while others favored Fang Yuan. There were also two sects below. The numerous Spirit Affinity House disciples and Immortal Crane sect disciples were staring at each other and competing with each other. The leading elders of Immortal Crane's sect had ugly expressions. Fang Yuan had used Guts Goo as the gambling stake and did not report it to Crane Gate's higher-ups, acting arbitrarily. This made them unhappy. At first, Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Huang's goo refinement techniques were the same. During this process, Fang Yuan relied on his proficient goo refinement techniques to gradually surpass Feng Kim Hong, progressing faster and pulling apart the gap. After all, Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience in his previous life. Even if Feng Kim Hong relied on immortal goo to explore dream realms and raise his refinement path attainment level, he was still far from being able to use it. He lacked practice. To catch up to Fang Yuan, Feng Kim Hong started to use her refinement path killer move. Advancing side by side. Her hands shook as the lump of fire she was holding suddenly split into two, forming two lumps of fire. Refinement path killer move, small wishful hand. Two small hands flew out of Feng Kim Huang's mind. They were made of will and were tightly condensed, emitting a jade-like luster. Feng Kim Huang's hands were holding the two lumps of fire, continuously adjusting the intensity and temperature of the fire. And the two small wishful hands were grabbing materials and throwing them into the fire. Amazing! He used two killer moves in a row. Feng Kim Hong came prepared. Her speed is far faster than Fang Yuan. Chapter 861. She used two immortal killer moves in a row. Under the mask, Fang Yuan's gaze was sharp as a blade. But soon, his gaze returned to the fire in his hand. Huff, that was close. Below the stage, a female disciple of Spirit Affinity House let out a breath of turbid air. Senior Sister Qin Wan, how is it dangerous? I clearly saw Senior Sister Jin Huang use two refinement path killer moves in a row and catch up. Another female disciple of Spirit Affinity House sitting beside Qin Wan, Sun Yao, who had some baby fat, asked curiously. Junior Sister Sun Yao, you have to know, this duel is different from the previous ones. It is a martial duel. In a martial duel, goo masters can attack each other and disturb their goo refinement. Qin Wan explained patiently. Ah, it can be like this. It is already very difficult for me to refine goo normally. But now, I have to be disturbed while refining goo. Oh heavens! Sun Yao covered her mouth, showing an expression of disbelief. This martial duel is clearly a form of torture. Who thought of this rule? It is too crafty. No. Qin Wan, however, showed an expression of agreement. Resisting interference is also one of the most important aspects of refinement path. In our future cultivation, we might encounter the situation of being sneak attacked by enemies while refining goo. In fact, many times when we leave the sect and go out to complete sect missions, because of all kinds of reasons, our goo worms will be exhausted, and we will have to refine new goo in the wild to deal with the situation. By the same logic, when we face a strong enemy and discover that the enemy is refining goo, we will also choose to launch a sneak attack, taking advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness to make the first move and create a favorable situation for ourselves. This is the practical meaning of martial duels. Junior Sister Sun Yao, you also know. During the process of refining goo, goo masters need to be fully focused. Because of a careless mistake, they will fail and suffer backlash. But refining goo in the wild, you need to pay attention to your own environment. First, Senior Sister Jin Huang used two refinement path killer moves in a row. This is very risky. Because the moment the killer move is activated, your mind naturally needs to be focused on the goo worm that is constructing the killer move. If it were any other goo master, they might get distracted and use the killer move, causing the fire to go out of balance and the goo refinement to fail. If at this time, That devil Fang Yuan suddenly attacked eldest senior sister Jin Huang. I'm afraid it'll be quite troublesome for her. After listening to senior sister Qin Wan's explanation, Sun Yao finally understood. So that's how it is. It was indeed quite dangerous. Fortunately, that devil Fang Yuan didn't make a move. Because Fang Yuan had repeatedly used the blood path gu refinement technique at crucial moments, Spirit Affinity House's disciples who did not like him called him a demon in private. However, there were actually many devils in the 10 great ancient sects of the central continent. For example, the third elder in Crane Gate, Lord Tiger Demon, was a demonic path gu immortal long ago. They were recruited by Immortal Crane sect. The one who reached the pinnacle in this aspect was Spirit Affinity House. The former Sword Immortal Bo Qing was a member of the Fiendish Dao. He had a murderous nature. In the end, Spirit Affinity House's Fairy Imo Yao used her emotions to influence Bo Qing into Spirit Affinity House. Currently, the story of Fairy Bai Qing and Feng Jioga. It was also widely spread. Feng Jioga was also a genuine demonic path cultivator. Central Continent was huge, it was a land of outstanding people. Every once in a while, there would always be some talented demonic cultivators and lone cultivators appearing out of nowhere. In order to maintain the overall situation, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. In order to protect their own benefits, recruiting these people was the best method to maintain the situation. He didn't attack. What a pity. Feng Kim Hong sighed inwardly. One of the two flames burning in front of him suddenly extinguished. What happened? The crowd could not help but feel a slight commotion. Did Demon Fang Yuan already make a move? Eldest senior sister was disrupted by him and the gu refinement failed halfway? The demon is too crafty, we actually did not see what attack it was. Sun Yao anxiously shouted, her tone was filled with disgust towards Fang Yuan. No, that's not right. The elder hosting this duel did not announce anything. This proves that Demon Fang Yuan did not make a move earlier. So that's it. Qin Wan's eyes brightened, she suddenly understood, so first senior sister was pretending to use two killer moves, it was actually a trap to lure Fang Yuan to attack her. Once Fang Yuan attacks, his mind will be focused on his own attacking method. This way, he will expose a flaw. First senior sister's counterattack will be very likely to succeed. Oh my, it was actually like this? Sun Yao's pouting lips slightly opened, exclaiming at the battle of wits and strategies behind this duel. Qin Wan's expression turned solemn, I was also kept in the dark earlier. This way, the truth is that first senior sister set up a trap, but that demon Fang Yuan saw through it and did not fall for it. Junior sister Sun Yao, watch carefully, this duel is going to be extremely exciting. The two sides are definitely the most outstanding geniuses of this generation. Yes. Sun Yao nodded, her large eyes staring at the duel without blinking. The competition among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had always been intense, not only in terms of gu immortals, but also in terms of disciples. In this generation, the most outstanding person among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent was no doubt Feng Kim Hong. But in the contest for who immortal blessed land, Fang Yuan suddenly appeared and trampled Feng Kim Hong down the mountain. Disciples like Sun Yao and Qin Wan could not come into contact with all the details, even Crane Gate's own disciples and most of the elders thought that Fang Yuan was a genius disciple that Crane Gate had secretly nurtured. In the previous duel, Feng Kim Hong was defeated by Fang Yuan. This duel was Feng Kim Hong trying to get back at him. It involved the most outstanding disciples of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. This was an invisible collision between Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate. Thus, most of the spectators were thinking about one question: who was the most outstanding young gu master of this generation? What they did not know was, Fang Yuan had already become a gu immortal. Even though he was only an immortal zombie, he was no longer someone they could estimate. Feng Kim Hong had Dream Wings Immortal Gu, he had already started using it and tasted great benefits. Outsiders could only see the surface, while both sides did not care much about the fight for reputation. Feng Kim Hong had already matured a lot, he understood the word benefits. There was no need to even mention Feng Yuan. The duel continued. Even though Feng Yuan saw through Feng Kim Hong's trap, he did not fall for it. But Feng Kim Hong used 2 killer moves. Little wishful hand was real. It wasn't like they were advancing at the same time. That was just a facade created. With the help of these 2 will hands, Feng Kim Hong's Gu refinement speed was still slightly faster than Feng Yuan's. And as time passed, the gap between the 2 was getting bigger. But this gap was not obvious. Feng Yuan maintained his own rhythm and did not use any killer moves, he only used Gu refinement techniques, handling the materials and controlling the flames almost perfectly. Gu refinement techniques were not refinement path killer moves. Techniques were just a type of technique, a summary of experience. It could be said to be the foundation of Gu refinement. So strong. Even enemies have to admit this demon Feng Yuan's Gu refinement foundation is too solid. Even some of our sect's elders can't reach his level. Qin Wan stared fixedly for a long time before she suddenly sighed. He has grasped so many Gu refinement techniques, up until now, he has at least 30 of them. But I feel our first senior sister is still the best. She was a little behind at the start, but she caught up later. Now, no matter how the demon Feng Yuan chases, he cannot catch up. This little wishful hand killer move is so convenient. Sun Yao said in admiration. No. Qin Wan shook her head, first senior sister's lead might not be a good thing. Maintaining a killer move expends primeval essence and also mental energy. In contrast, the demon Feng Yuan is only using basic Gu refinement techniques, his mental energy consumption is low. In the long run, his mental energy will be more abundant than first senior sister's, it will be more helpful for the Gu refinement later. Ah, it's like this. Then isn't first senior sister in danger? Senior sister Qin Wan, from what you said, first senior sister is using a refinement path killer move and is in the lead, but is in a disadvantage now? Although what you said makes sense, how can this be? Sun Yao felt dizzy. Hee, junior sister Sun Yao, this is the brilliance of the refinement path convention. You have just started cultivating, there are many things you have yet to come into contact with, you will slowly understand in the future. Qin Wan smiled, but her heart was heavy. The demon Feng Yuan is really too strong. Just by using Gu refinement techniques, he is able to keep up with first senior sister. Even if first senior sister uses a refinement path killer move, she cannot close the gap. This can't go on. Feng Kim Hong felt fatigued. Logically speaking, the competition had just started, both sides should be refining the rank 1 single orifice charcoal Gu. According to Feng Kim Hong's ability, she should still be full of mental energy, she should not be feeling fatigued. But the previous estimation was one thing, and the actual competition was another. Feng Kim Hong could ignore the gazes outside the stage, she had outstanding talent and had Gu immortal parents, she had been showered in everyone's gazes since she was young. One could say that Feng Kim Hong was already used to it. Feng Kim Hong's pressure mainly came from Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan displayed an incomparably solid foundation, just by using Gu refinement techniques, he was able to keep up with Feng Kim Hong, even when she used a refinement path killer move, she could not shake off Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's outstanding performance and strong battle results, the outside world's overestimation of his attainment level made Feng Kim Hong feel pressure even before the competition. After the competition started, Feng Yuan chased after her unhurriedly, causing Feng Kim Hong to feel pressure. This pressure greatly increased the expenditure on Feng Kim Hong's mental energy. It made Feng Kim Hong feel traces of fatigue and unease from the depths of her heart. It seems that even if I have refinement path quasi-grandmaster attainment level, I cannot match Feng Yuan's refinement path attainment. What should I do? Feng Kim Hong refined Gu as she tried to think of a countermeasure. Now that I have used a refinement path killer move, my mental energy is being expended rapidly. The competition has just started, as time passes, Feng Yuan's advantage in this aspect will become even more obvious. But if I give up on using refinement path killer moves, I will not be able to match Fang Yuan in terms of goo refinement techniques alone. And my greatest advantage is the large number of refinement path killer moves that I have meticulously prepared. That's right, it is a pity that he used one of the 5 chances. But this is also the most classic battle tactic. After all, victory or defeat depends on the goo refinement results. Qin Wan looked at the stage and pondered. As time passed, Fang Yuan fell further behind Feng Kim Hong. But the strange thing was, he was not anxious at all. He did not seem to have any intention of overtaking Feng Kim Hong. Fang Yuan was still using his goo refinement method, refining single orifice charcoal goo one by one. Meanwhile, Feng Kim Hong had already started refining ranked 2 twin orifice furnace goo. Soon, the stage was filled with exclamations of admiration. As it turned out, Feng Kim Hong used the 3rd refinement path killer move to increase her speed again. An hour later, Feng Kim Hong took the initiative to attack Fang Yuan, and while Fang Yuan was defending, she activated the 4th refinement path killer move. 4 killer moves were activated at the same time. Feng Kim Hong already had 6 fireballs floating in front of her. Each fireball was equipped with a small wishful hand, constantly grabbing materials and throwing them into the fire. Through the control of the small wishful hand, the amount of goo refinement materials thrown into the fire was very precise. With the help of the 4 killer moves, Feng Kim Hong's goo refinement speed had already surpassed Fang Yuan's, and not long after, she started refining 3 orifice firehouse goo. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had just started refining twin orifice furnace goo. Looking at Feng Kim Hong's triumphant progress, leaving Fang Yuan further behind, many people were puzzled. What the hell is Fang Yuan doing? Sun Yao giggled, first senior sister will win for sure. Qin Wan was also a refinement path genius. She was already the focus of Spirit Affinity House, but she had not matured yet. She agreed with Sun Yao's words. At this rate, first senior sister has a high chance of winning. With my ability, my limit is to maintain 5 refinement path killer moves at the same time. But this is a martial duel. I need to conserve my strength to deal with Fang Yuan's attacks. Out of the 5 chances to attack, I have already used 2, while Fang Yuan is only defending. He has not attacked yet. Don't tell me, my conditions are too tempting, making him admit defeat? Feng Kim Hong could not understand Fang Yuan's performance. She could not help but feel suspicious. Another 30 minutes passed. Feng Kim Hong's refinement of 3 orifice firehouse goo was already halfway through. Right now, Feng Kim Hong's advantage was extremely clear. She was far ahead of Fang Yuan. It is time to make a move. Fang Yuan's gaze was sharp. He sensed that the time was ripe. He took out a goo worm from his immortal aperture. I am going to attack. He suddenly said softly. Ah! Feng Kim Hong's attention was immediately attracted. Her bright eyes stared at Fang Yuan. At the same time, she continued to refine the goo. You are finally starting to attack. But why did you take the initiative to tell me? What is the meaning of this? Feng Kim Hong was naturally extremely vigilant. Fang Yuan chuckled, continuing, Feng Kim Hong, you need to be careful. This goo worm of mine is a rank 1 ghost fire goo. Feng Kim Hong squinted her eyes, vigilance flashing in her eyes. She quickly thought, it is definitely a rank 1 goo worm. According to the rules, this is Fang Yuan's first attack. He can only use rank 1 methods. But ghost fire goo might not be the same. He showed me the appearance of the goo worm. Is he trying to mislead me? After all, goo worms can also be disguised. I need to be extremely careful. Just as she was thinking, Fang Yuan activated the goo worm in his hand. Once this goo was activated, it immediately turned into a small lump of eerie ghost fire, slowly floating towards Feng Kim Hong. It really is ghost fire goo. Feng Kim Hong was slightly stunned. Right at this time, ghost fire goo suddenly accelerated, shooting towards Feng Kim Hong. It's coming. It is merely a rank 1 ghost fire goo. Feng Kim Hong's eyes shone with a sharp light. She was extremely confident. She was already prepared. Defending against the rank 1 ghost fire goo was a piece of cake. When the ghost fire goo rushed over, she even had the time to consider the possibility of Fang Yuan's continuous attacks. However, the moment the ghost fire goo got close to Feng Kim Hong, it suddenly stopped. Then, the ghost fire leisurely revolved around Feng Kim Hong, swaying left and right. What? Feng Kim Hong was secretly shocked. What is Fang Yuan trying to do? The next moment, her expression darkened as she understood. In this duel, the Goo Master's defense was limited to a radius of 3 feet. If the ghost fire goo did not get within 3 feet of Feng Kim Hong would not be able to defend against it. The process of the ghost fire floating could only be considered as the process of Fang Yuan's attack. He is trying to use rank 1 ghost fire to pressure me and restrain my mind. Feng Kim Hong was extremely intelligent, she quickly understood Fang Yuan's intention. So sinister. Many people outside the stage also saw through this. Sun Yao was filled with indignation. Demon Fang Yuan is using a loophole in the rules. Who can refine goo peacefully with a ghost fire floating in front of them? Is no one doing anything about this? This is too shameless. Qin Wan shook her head, saying solemnly, this rule was set by both sides. This kind of suspense attack is a classic battle tactic, it is not shameless. Damn it! Feng Kim Hong's forehead started to break out in cold sweat. The ghost fire attacks the soul. I have expended a lot of my mind. If I get hit, I will definitely make a mistake. But if I only defend now, I will have to divert my mind to pay attention to the ghost fire's movement, and the goo refinement speed will fall. There was another method in front of Feng Kim Hong, that was to take the initiative to attack and destroy this ghost fire. But this would not be worth it. Because her third move would be a rank 3 method. Using a rank 3 method to destroy Fang Yuan's rank 1 ghost fire goo, she would be at a disadvantage no matter how she thought about it. Maybe this is Fang Yuan's intention, he wants to lure me into using this precious opportunity to attack. Feng Kim Hong looked at Fang Yuan, gritting her teeth. Manipulating the ghost fire also expended mental energy. But Fang Yuan had not used any refinement path killer moves, he only used goo refinement techniques. He could be said to be full of mental energy, it was more than enough to manipulate the ghost fire. Oh? You don't want to destroy my ghost fire? You are really patient. He he he. Fang Yuan laughed, then, how about I add another ghost fire? Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan took out the second ghost fire goo. Feng Kim Hong, look carefully. This is a rank 2 ghost fire goo. Fang Yuan said plainly, different from Feng Kim Hong's sneak attack, he directly revealed his methods. His attacking style was the complete opposite of Feng Kim Hong's style. Feng Kim Hong's 2 attacks were fast, accurate and ruthless, attacking the enemy's weak points, causing Fang Yuan to be busy dealing with them, while he used the chance to use refinement path killer moves to increase his speed. But Fang Yuan could only be described with one word, slow. The second ghost fire slowly floated in front of Feng Kim Hong, 3 feet away from her. This ghost fire was sent out by the rank 2 ghost fire goo, it was twice the size of the first one. Chapter 863. The 2 ghost fires moved one after the other, sometimes to the left and sometimes to the right, sometimes far away and sometimes near, without any pattern. Feng Kim Hong had to guard against these 2 fires while also splitting her attention to refine goo. Soon, Feng Kim Hong could not hold on any longer. Bam! With a small explosion, one of the goo refinement flames that she controlled was instantly destroyed. The goo worm inside had already formed its embryonic form, but unfortunately, it was all for naught. First senior sister made a mistake. What a pity, that goo worm only lacks the final 3 steps. Sun Yao stomped her feet in anger. Qin Wan's expression also sank. This is the first mistake since the start of the duel. Even though first senior sister has a deep foundation, it is still too much for her to split her attention to so many things. Then what do we do? Sun Yao looked over with a pleading expression. Qin Wan pondered, if it were me, I would take the initiative to cancel a refinement path killer move. Because we have a huge advantage, as long as we maintain this advantage and do not make any more mistakes, the other party should be anxious. But canceling the killer move is the same as activating it. Because of the change, we will have to pay more attention to it, which will create an instant flaw. At this moment, Feng Kim Hong was also having the same thought: cancel a refinement path killer move? Is that what Feng Yuan is trying to do? No, I still have a way. I will attack for the third time and use a sound wave attack to get rid of these two ghost fires. Geniuses like Feng Kim Hong always had pride in their bones, they were not willing to admit defeat. Feng Kim Hong's eyes shone when she thought of this, but when she looked at Feng Yuan, her heart turned cold. Feng Yuan was wearing a sinister mask, his gaze was cold as ice in the holes of the mask, there seemed to be a mocking smile hidden within. Wait, something's not right. As their gazes met, Feng Kim Hong's heart shook. This is Feng Yuan's trap. He has been waiting for this. Once I attack for the third time, Feng Yuan will grab this opportunity and attack. By then, my mental state will have already exceeded its limit. It will be hard for him to take care of the situation. He might not even be able to defend himself and will be hit by him. Damn it! Feng Kim Hong gritted his teeth. A drop of cold sweat slid from his forehead to the corner of his eyebrows and down his cheeks. This can't go on. I have to think of a way. What should I do? Think carefully, think quickly. Bang! While Feng Kim Hong was thinking, another fireball exploded. This explosion. It was much more serious than the first time. The surrounding fireballs were affected. Feng Kim Hong quickly discarded the messy thoughts in his mind and tried his best to stabilize the other fireballs. Ah! Eldest senior sister had made a mistake again. How could this be? Not good. Eldest senior sister is injured. Sun Yao cried out in alarm. Demon Feng Yuan gave her too much pressure. First senior sister was trying to think of a countermeasure, and in a moment of carelessness, she paid less attention to the goo refinement and made a mistake. Failing the goo refinement would naturally result in backlash. Fortunately, her injuries are not serious. Qin Wan's tone also revealed her nervousness. She exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said, however, this is also a good thing. Sun Yao didn't understand and angrily mumbled, Senior sister Qin Wan, what are you saying? Senior apprentice sister made a mistake in the goo refinement. Why is it a good thing that you're injured? Because the fire in her hand extinguished two of them. Part of his mind was freed. Now, she had the strength to spare. We can calmly deal with the current situation, Qin Wan analyzed. Sun Yao slapped her forehead in realization. Oh, right. He. Feng Yuan started laughing again. When Feng Kim Hong heard Feng Yuan's laughter, his heart sank. She raised her head and indeed saw Feng Yuan take out the third goo worm. Feng Yuan continued, look closely, this is a rank 3 ghost fire goo. In the next moment, 3 balls of will-o'-the-wisp hovered around Feng Kim Hong. Damn it! Sun Yao stomped her feet in anger. This demon is too shameless. Eldest senior sister had just recovered from her shock when he sent out another ball of ghost fire. He still wants to force eldest senior sister to make a mistake. That is indeed the case. Qin Wan's expression was solemn. This way, the pressure will increase greatly. I'm afraid eldest senior sister will have to focus all her attention on defense. Sun Yao gritted her teeth in anger and subconsciously waved her fists. This demon is not refining goo properly and is spending all his attention on the will-o'-the-wisp. This is a classic example of not focusing on proper work. This person is too evil, I really want to beat him up. Damn it, how can this be? Feng Kim Hong fell into a huge predicament. She was clearly in the lead, but when Feng Yuan made his move, she was in a passive position. Feng Kim Hong knew the situation was bad, because the duel's tempo was completely under Feng Yuan's control. Feng Kim Hong wanted to counterattack, but she did not have enough strength. Those 3 will-o'-the-wisp floated around her, sometimes even breaking through the 3 feet distance before suddenly retreating. It was clear that he was teasing Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong was a young girl after all. She was filled with anger from Fang Yuan's teasing, but she could not vent it out. She wanted to get rid of these 3 annoying will-o'-the-wisp, so she had to take the risk. But reason told Feng Kim Hong that she did not need to take the risk. Because even if she made 2 mistakes, she was still ahead of Fang Yuan by a huge margin. As long as she maintained her lead, victory was hers. However, when Feng Kim Hong started refining 4 orifices fire tower goo, not long after, Fang Yuan also started refining 4 orifices fire tower goo. This discovery immediately made Feng Kim Hong shocked. When did Fang Yuan close the gap between us? This is impossible, he has not even used a refinement path killer move. But the truth was like this, Fang Yuan was just using refinement path techniques and pure basic skills to shrink the gap bit by bit, unknowingly catching up to Feng Kim Hong. The Gu masters below the stage also realized this. Unbelievable, this demon Fang Yuan actually caught up. Spirit Affinity House's female disciples cried out in shock. He is actually using Gu refinement techniques to win against refinement path killer moves. Fang Yuan's strength truly far surpasses Feng Kim Hong. These were people who overestimated Fang Yuan, and they were still overestimating him. How can this be? Fang Yuan must have cheated. Everyone knows the power of refinement path killer moves. He did not use any killer moves to catch up. This is impossible. Sun Yao was very dissatisfied. What kind of eyesight does the hosting elder have? He is not even stopping the competition. Is he investigating this demon Fang Yuan? Senior sister Qin Wan, who was beside her, sighed deeply. Be quiet, junior sister. Gu refinement techniques naturally cannot compare to refinement path killer moves. But in this duel, they can win against killer moves. Ah! Senior sister, what do you mean? Because the key to victory is not the methods, but the Gu masters themselves. The Gu refinement has already reached the middle and late stages. Fang Yuan's mind is still full, while first senior sister's mind is fully focused. Once she relaxes, Fang Yuan will use ghost fire to intimidate her, making her feel tired. First senior sister is already very tired, without the control of her mind. No matter how powerful a refinement path killer move is, it is only a support. The Gu refinement speed will naturally slow down. Saying so, Qin Wan sighed. This is all Fang Yuan's plan. First senior sister suggested refining 5 orifices fire pagoda Gu, and he agreed without hesitation. But the Gu recipe and refinement materials were all provided by him. From the start of this battle of attrition, he purposely lagged behind to preserve his mind. At the middle stage, he attacked, although he was lagging behind. But he held the initiative in the competition. Because first senior sister had the advantage, she did not want to take risks, so she dragged it on. But she did not know that this was Fang Yuan's scheme. Now that it is the late stage, first senior sister is too tired. Her speed is getting slower, and she will soon be overtaken by Fang Yuan. What? Sun Yao looked over worriedly. Soon, her worry became reality. Fang Yuan's progress was slowly on par with Feng Kim Hong. Then, he slowly overtook her. Don't tell me, is first senior sister going to lose? Sun Yao's eyes were red. She could not help but tear up. She has already worked so hard. It is already the end, and first senior sister is even injured. Was he going to let this despicable and shameless demon win just like that? I am not resigned to this. I am also not resigned. Qin Wan heaved a deep sigh, but first senior sister still has a chance. There is still a chance. Sun Yao turned her head, looking at senior sister Qin Wan in pleasant surprise. Qin Wan nodded. That's right, don't forget, first senior sister still has 3 chances to attack. Rank 3 attack once, rank 4 attack once, rank 5 attack once. Each attack will be stronger. This is the method to turn the tables. This competition is not over yet, there is still hope. That's right, we still have hope. First senior sister, do your best. Sun Yao's eyes brightened. she suddenly shouted. Her shout soon attracted the support of others. The strong sense of pride and belonging to the sect made the hundreds of Spirit Affinity House disciples cheer loudly, cheering for Feng Kim Hong. Even though their voices could not be transmitted, Feng Kim Hong could feel it. These guys. I cannot lose, I want to win. It is time to use my trump card. Refinement Path Killer Move, Ink Transformation. Feng Kim Hong shouted in his heart. He raised his hand and launched 3 consecutive attacks at Feng Yuan. Feng Kim Hong staked it all in one throw. He did not make a move, but once he made a move, he used all his remaining chances to attack. Child's play. Feng Yuan blocked all these attacks. At the same time, he sent out 3 ghost fires to interfere. The interference effect was not too outstanding. Feng Kim Hong extinguished these 3 ghost fires. His refinement path killer move was almost completed. Humph, expose goo, go. Feng Yuan sneered in his heart. He flicked his finger and a rank 4 goo worm flew out. At the same time, he launched a rank 5 attack, attacking later but arriving first. Feng Kim Hong was prepared. She blocked the rank 5 attack, but expose goo detonated when it got close to her. The explosion was not intense, but the light was very dazzling. How can this be? How did he know the flaw of Ink Transformation Killer Move? Under Feng Kim Hong's incredulous expression, Ink Transformation Killer Move was completely interrupted. The killer move's activation failed. The intense backlash immediately caused Feng Kim Hong's internal organs to twitch. A large amount of blood was flowing out of her body. The intense pain caused her body and mind to shake. She was no longer able to control the fire lump. The entire goo refinement failed. Another huge backlash erupted on her body. Feng Kim Hong raised her head and vomited a mouthful of blood. She fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. The audience was in chaos. Spirit Affinity House's disciples wanted to go up, but were blocked by the goo formation. Do not disturb the order, violators will be punished. The hosting elder shouted. After stabilizing the situation, he looked at Feng Yuan. At once, almost everyone in the audience looked at Feng Yuan. Feng Kim Hong had already fainted. Even if she woke up and tried to refine goo again, the materials she had were far from enough. Right now, Feng Yuan was in an invincible position. As long as he refined 5 orifices fire pagoda goo, he would obtain victory. But just as Feng Yuan was about to succeed, the incomplete goo worm in his hand suddenly self-detonated. Feng Yuan was stunned. This. Chapter 864. Feng Yuan and Feng Kim Hong's duel, which attracted countless people's attention, ended with an outcome that surpassed everyone's expectations. The duel was very exciting. It could be said to be full of twists and turns. Eventually, Feng Yuan already had the absolute advantage, but he coincidentally encountered a rank 5 goo's failure rate, causing his efforts to be in vain. He did not have enough goo refinement materials for a second attempt. While Feng Kim Hong had fainted, he also lacked materials. Thus, this duel ended in a draw. Meanwhile, after the duel ended, Feng Kim Hong was healed and recovered rapidly. After learning of the final outcome, Feng Kim Hong looked at Feng Yuan with deep meaning. Since it was a draw, then according to the duel's rules, both sides had 2 choices. One was to take back their winnings, the second was to exchange their winnings. Just as Feng Yuan expected, Feng Kim Hong chose the second option. Feng Yuan thought about it for a while before agreeing. Feng Kim Hong first handed an information path goo worm to Feng Yuan. The goo worm recorded the method for immortal zombies to regain life. Next, both sides signed a contract. As a subordinate force of Crane Gate, the owner of Who Immortal Blessed Land, Feng Yuan, would establish a guts goo trade with Spirit Affinity House. From now on, Feng Yuan would prioritize the supply of guts goo to Spirit Affinity House. Even Crane Gate would have to wait. Lord Feng Yuan, my clan's Lord He Fengyang would like to have a chat with you. After the duel ended, a Crane Gate elder came to Feng Yuan of his own accord, showing a humble attitude. Oh? Feng Yuan was surprised, then led the way. On a desolate mountain peak, he met He Fengyang again. He Fengyang still had the appearance of a young man, wearing a white robe. He had a black belt and his sleeves were fluttering in the wind. His green eyebrows that extended to his waist were also fluttering in the wind. This is a bet. It must not have been easy, right? He Fengyang looked at Feng Yuan with a deep gaze. Feng Yuan smiled. There's nothing I can do. I've encountered a failure rate, so I can only stare. His words were naturally flawless. He Fengyang examined Feng Yuan from top to bottom, then suddenly said solemnly, "It is a pity that you have such talent in refinement path, but you have degenerated into a zombie. Actually, if you want to find a way to regain your life, you don't have to go far. My crane gate has a mystical method that can guarantee that you can get rid of your immortal zombie body." Feng Yuan listened. He could not help but feel strange. Why did he feel that He Fengyang was trying to recruit him? But thinking about it, even if Feng Yuan was opposing Crane Gate and had some other background, just based on Feng Yuan's Gu refinement attainment, it was enough to move Crane Gate. Feng Yuan naturally knew what the mystical method He Fengyang was talking about was. What else could it be? It was obvious that it was a technique of possession. He Fengyang would never have expected that Feng Yuan had already made preparations in this aspect. If I lose my freedom, I would rather keep my immortal zombie body, Feng Yuan said. He Fengyang shook his head. I invited you here not to debate about freedom with you. Let's get down to business. You captured that brother of yours, you must hand him over. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Oh? Is this a threat? Feng Yuan's tone sank. Fengjing was his backup for rebirth. Even if he did not use it to get rid of his immortal zombie body, Fengjing was still the best candidate to refine blood deity. How could Feng Yuan let him go? He Fengyang nodded. You can think of it as a threat. But I prefer to think of it as a warning. To tell you the truth, we want to get rid of Fengjing. This is an order from the Celestial Court. You might not understand the weight of the two words Celestial Court, but you need to understand. In Central Continent, no force or person can go against the Celestial Court. How could Feng Yuan not understand the power of the Celestial Court? He had his previous life's memories. He knew more about the power and terror of the Celestial Court than He Fengyang. Of course I know about the Celestial Court. But the Celestial Court actually wants to get rid of Fengjing? It actually wants to get rid of a mortal so seriously? Isn't your excuse a little too fake? He Fengyang, how can you convince me? Feng Yuan shrugged. He Fengyang sighed. I don't need to convince you. But if you leave Fengjing alive, the final outcome would be Hu immortal blessed land being attacked and absorbed by the Celestial Court. To me, to Crane Gate, I do not wish for this to happen. Think about it, but there is not much time left. If you can think it through, 3 days later, hand over Fengjing to me. Feng Yuan frowned deeply. This unexpected news caught him off guard. He did not know about the existence of Fate Immortal Gu, and could not link the Celestial Court and Fengjing together. He looked at He Fengyang's face, trying to find a flaw in his expression. Do you think I am stupid? Handing over Fengjing to you is equivalent to handing you the key to attacking Hu immortal blessed land. He. He Fengyang raised his head and laughed. Feng Yuan, it has been hard on you, an immortal zombie. You have so many tricks up your sleeves. You don't need to test me. The truth is, you are already starting to believe my words. I am actually more curious than you. But regarding the Celestial Court, it is better to stop being curious. 3 days later, I will execute Fengjing in front of you. But in exchange, you have to bring Master Tenchuru's soul back intact. You should know that he is my subordinate. He is quite capable. Feng Yuan became silent. He Fengyang did not stop. He disappeared on the spot with a flash of light. Since He Fengyang left, Feng Yuan did not stay for long. He used fixed immortal travel to return to Hu immortal blessed land. He threw the matter regarding Fengjing to the back of his mind. The first thing Feng Yuan did was to research the method that Feng Kim Hong gave him. Fairy Lian Xiang. What Fong Yuan did not expect was that this method of getting rid of the zombie body was related to a previous generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Fairy Lian Xiang was a previous generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, just like how Mo Yao was a previous generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. According to Feng Kim Huang's information, when Fairy Lian Xiang was rank 5, she was plotted against by an enemy and refined into a zombie. But she had one of the 10 extreme physiques, the Guyue Desolate In physique. Due to a fortuitous encounter, she succeeded in her immortal ascension. Her zombie body was baptized by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, she was reborn. In the end, many Gu immortals of Spirit Affinity House deduced, getting rid of the zombie body. The method to obtain rebirth was the immortal ascension of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Immortal ascension of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Fong Yuan was a little disappointed. This method. To him, it was not feasible. Even though he had Blood Skull Gu. It could raise a Gu master's aptitude. Guyue's generation was Fong Yuan's role model. But Blood Skull Gu was only a mortal Gu, even if Fong Yuan had many descendants and killed them, it could not raise Fong Yuan's aptitude as an immortal zombie. However, if I can raise Blood Skull Gu to immortal Gu, it will be useful to me. I can use Blood Skull Immortal Gu to raise my first aperture to Guyue Desolate In physique, and undergo immortal ascension, I will have a high chance of reviving. But to raise Blood Skull Gu to immortal Gu, I need to deduce the immortal Gu recipe of Blood Skull Gu. This will take a huge amount of time and effort. Also, even if I raise my aptitude to the level of one of the 10 extreme physiques, my future tribulations will be very dangerous. According to Feng Kim Huang's information, Fairy Lian Xiang's immortal ascension tribulation was extremely terrifying. It was almost equivalent to the grand tribulation of a rank 7 Gu immortal. It was very likely that the immortal ascension of a zombie was too heaven-defying and attracted the wrath of heaven. If not for the help of several Gu immortals of Spirit Affinity House, Fairy Lian Xiang might have been turned to ashes by the grand tribulation. The tribulation of one of the 10 extreme physiques when they undergo immortal ascension. It was very terrifying. Fong Yuan had personally witnessed He Lolan's tribulation, the latter had even lost her immortal Gu. When one of the 10 extreme physiques turned into a zombie and attempted to ascend to an immortal, the tribulation would be even more terrifying. Its might would increase by dozens of times. Fong Yuan concluded. This method not only needed a lot of preparation, it would waste a lot of time and effort, the risk was also very high. There was no help from others. With Fong Yuan's current strength, even if he worked with Tai Bai Yunsheng, He Lulan, and Fairy Li Shan, it would be impossible. It was also impossible. After weighing the pros and cons, Fong Yuan could only put this method aside. He entered Dang Hun Palace's prison. He saw Fong Zheng, who was imprisoned inside. Fong Yuan, what are you trying to do? Seeing his brother, Fong Zheng shouted angrily, his gaze was filled with hatred. Fong Yuan said, "What, you still haven't thought it through?" Fong Zheng shouted, "Even if there is a reason, Crane Gate and Master are responsible, you are still the main culprit, you are the true culprit who killed uncle and aunt. I will never forgive you, I will never let you off. Kill me, otherwise, I will forever be your enemy." Oh? My good little brother, you are really stubborn. In that case. Fong Yuan's gaze flashed, he suddenly stretched out his hand and aimed at Fong Zheng. Soul Search. Fong Zheng's body shook, he could not move, he wanted to scream but could not, his throat seemed to be blocked, his expression was filled with pain. Fong Yuan searched Fong Zheng's soul 7 or 8 times, but did not find anything valuable. Fong Zheng is such an ordinary Gu master, why was Celestial Court ordered to exterminate him? Fong Yuan fell into deep thought. Although there was no evidence, he was inclined to believe that Feng Yang was speaking the truth. Fong Yuan did not know that Celestial Court had Fate Immortal Gu. Although he had his previous life's memories, they were limited, he could not know everything. Especially when it involved the secrets of the strongest organization in the 5 regions, Celestial Court. Did someone do something to Fong Zheng's soul? Fong Yuan shook his head. This was not possible, but it could not be ruled out. Then should I hand over Fangjing or not? This was the problem. Fang Yuan was not afraid of He Fengyang, but he was wary of Crane Gate, and more worried about Celestial Court. Celestial Court had rank 8 Gu immortals. As long as one of them made a move, killing him would be as easy as killing an ant. Of course, this was the result of the battle. Fang Yuan naturally would not be so foolish. He could still escape, he could escape. Fixed immortal travel was a great method. 3 days later, Fang Yuan handed over Fangjing, as well as the spirit incubating flea. Master Tenchuru's soul was inside. Fangjing had clearly been tortured. He had gone through many terrifying tortures. Not only were his flesh torn, there were many wounds on his body that were so deep that bones could be seen. Even one of his arms had been cut off and replaced with a dog's front limb. And Fangjing could still feel the dog limb. He could control it and perform a series of actions. Such torture could cause a person to break down. But He Fengyang only glanced at him. He did not say anything. He said to Fang Yuan, "You have made a clear choice. Now, fulfill your promise." Fang Yuan's gaze shone brightly. "Then watch carefully." He Fengyang slowly made his move. Under Fang Yuan's full investigation, he killed Fangjing on the spot. Not even a trace of him was left behind by the flames. "Lord He Fengyang, why? You promised me." Master Tenchuru's voice came from the spirit incubating flea. "This is the Celestial Court's order. Crane Gate needs Fangjing's sacrifice. Sky Crane, this is your fate. You wanted to possess Fangjing, but in the end, your heart softened. You were willing to accompany him and guide his cultivation. Now, he is completely dead, not even a trace of his soul is left. As compensation for going back on my words, I will find a good candidate for you to be reborn." He Fengyang said slowly. "Lord!" Master Tenchuru cried. Chapter 865. Now, I can confirm that He Fengyang is expressing goodwill towards me. Fang Yuan had a realization. He Fengyang invited Fang Yuan to Feihe Mountain to take a look. What kind of place was Feihe Mountain? It was where Crane Gate's mountain was located. Even though the symbolic meaning was greater than the actual meaning, the meaning behind these words was already very clear. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan pondered over He Fengyang's subtle attitude and suddenly laughed silently. After the duel with Feng Kim Hong, Fang Yuan had established a business relationship with Spirit Affinity House. This Guts-Gu transaction had a higher priority than Crane Gate. But because it was the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, and with so many witnesses, even Immortal Crane's sect could not find any excuse to stop this transaction that had extraordinary meaning. Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Spirit Affinity House were in cahoots. This made Crane Gate feel a sense of danger. In history, Spirit Affinity House had the most cases of roping in demonic path Gu immortals. For example, Bo Qing, Feng Jioga, and others, they were examples that were deeply rooted in people's hearts. Not long ago, after failing to reclaim Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan displayed extremely high refinement path attainment. Crane Gate finally decided to appease and rope in Fang Yuan. Thus, He Fengyang's attitude towards Fang Yuan had changed. Fangjing's matter should be true. He Fengyang's actions were no doubt a kind of goodwill towards Fang Yuan. He even used the possession method to lure Fang Yuan. To him, if Fang Yuan detained Fangjing, Celestial Court would definitely attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. If Fang Yuan did not destroy Danghun Mountain in advance, Celestial Court would definitely obtain it. Hu Immortal Blessed Land could not be moved away, and Celestial Court might not be interested in it. He would leave it to one of the 10 great ancient sections. As for which ancient sect it was, it would depend on the results of the internal competition within the Celestial Court. Obviously, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals at Crane Gate had low influence. The possibility of taking back Hu Immortal Blessed Land in the competition was not high. Even if they took it back, without Danghun Mountain, Hu Immortal Blessed Land's value would be greatly reduced. No matter how he looked at it, this was against the interests of He Fengyang and the Crane Gate. Therefore, He Fengyang told Fang Yuan about this to protect his own interests. Right now, I am a vassal of Crane Gate in name, but I am benefiting from both Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate. All of a sudden, my external pressure has been reduced by more than half. Fang Yuan sighed. In fact, Fang Yuan had been planning for such a situation for a long time. Previously, he had ignored Feng Kim Huang's challenge. Later on, he took the initiative to communicate with him. What was the point of accepting the challenge? He wanted to borrow Spirit Affinity House's influence to resist Crane Gate's strength. Fang Yuan achieved his goal, but the crucial factor was not him. It was the temptation of Gutsgu itself. Fang Yuan snatched to Immortal Blessed Land, which caused Feng Kim Hong to be stimulated and discover the true use of Dream Wings Immortal Goo. And it was because Feng Kim Hong used Dream Wings and tasted its benefits that he placed even more importance on Gutsgu. If not for that, how could Spirit Affinity House let Fang Yuan borrow its influence so easily? The other party was not an idiot. That's right, Fang Yuan purposely made it a draw. It was to show a gentle attitude to Spirit Affinity House's people. For Fang Yuan, because of this duel, his situation in Central Continent had undergone an unprecedented change. It greatly reduced his pressure and allowed him to have more energy to make other plans. Of course, once the secret of Fang Yuan destroying 88-point Xinyang Tower was exposed, Central Continent's situation would definitely collapse. Fang Yuan would be chased by everyone and forced to flee for his life. For Feng Kim Hong, although she was injured and defeated in the duel, she was the biggest winner. From now on, with the help of Gutsgu and Dream Wings Immortal Goo, she would advance by leaps and bounds, surpassing almost all Goo Immortals and growing rapidly. In my previous life, I killed Feng Kim Hong, but in this life, it seems that I am the one who made her a success. Regarding this, Fang Yuan sighed deeply. It was not worth mentioning. Fang Yuan, the matter has been settled. If there is nothing else, I will leave now. Tai Bai Yunsheng came to bid farewell. These days, he had been walking around Northern Plains, looking for a suitable place to set up his blessed land. He had already found a good place and was about to set up his blessed land, but at the crucial moment, he was called back by Fang Yuan. I have to thank you this time. You chose a good location. Don't worry and adjust the heaven and earth chi. When the tribulation comes, I will definitely lend you a hand. Fang Yuan said to Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded and said goodbye to Fang Yuan, using a stargate to go to Northern Plains. After Fang Yuan obtained Star Form Blessed Land, his Starlight Firefly Goo reserves were extremely huge. The construction and opening of stargates were no longer as urgent as before. Fang Yuan came to the secret room and saw Guyue Fangjing again. Wasn't Guyue Fangjing killed by He Fengyang? How could he still be alive? As it turned out, this was a trick arranged by Fang Yuan. He purposely cut off one of Guyue Fangjing's arms and installed a dog limb, making it look like he was tortured and humiliated. In fact, he left this severed arm here. After He Fengyang killed Fangjing, Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was called back by Fang Yuan, used man as before Immortal Goo and expended a considerable amount of immortal essence to revive Fangjing. He Fengyang did not suspect him. He also had his limitations. He did not know that an Immortal Goo like man as before existed in this world. In his opinion, Fangjing's body and soul were completely destroyed in front of his eyes. Fangjing was truly dead. If it were any other Goo immortal, they would also think so. This was common sense. But this world was huge. There were all sorts of strange Immortal Goo, immortal killer moves and so on. Just like man as before, they did not know that humans had limitations. Even immortals were no exception. Omniscience and omnipotence, even rank 9 Goo immortals or Renzu could not achieve this. Perhaps there was only one great existence that could achieve this, and that was this world. Fang Yuan threw an information path Goo worm to Fangjing, showing a mocking expression. Take a good look. This is the Crane Gate that you are so grateful to, and that kind master of yours. If not for me, you would be dead already. Impossible. I will not believe your lies. Fangjing screamed, but he still took this information path Goo worm. This goo worm naturally recorded the scene of He Fengyang killing Fangjing, as well as the conversation with Master Tenchuru's soul. After Fangjing saw it, he immediately crushed the information path goo worm to pieces, falling into an incomparably furious state. He raised his head and screamed. His expression was distorted as he pointed at Fang Yuan, shouting, "Impossible! This is all fake, you faked it. I will never believe it, I will never believe it. You lied to me, you lied to me. Unless I see it with my own eyes, hear it with my own ears, and get my master's reply. You will see it with your own eyes. But, now is not the time." Fang Yuan turned around and left the secret room. He closed the door, the secret room fell into darkness again. Fangjing screamed in the darkness, moving around in a frenzy in the limited space, punching and kicking the walls in a hysterical manner. After dealing with Fangjing's matter, Fang Yuan returned triumphantly in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. He eliminated the true goo refinement experts in advance. It made the later stages of the convention easier than the middle stages. Eventually, Feng Kim Hong obtained 6th place. And Fang Yuan entered the finals. He faced the strongest opponent in this convention, Yumu Chun. In this match, Fang Yuan lost cleanly. Even though the competition's topic was the same as in his previous life, Fang Yuan had the huge advantage of knowing beforehand. But his opponent, Yumu Chun, was a genuine refinement path quasi-great grandmaster. This attainment level was terrifying. Even if Feng Kim Hong had Dream Wings Immortal Goo, he could not easily reach this attainment level. The higher the attainment level of a path, the more difficult it was to advance. In the whole of history, only 3 people surpassed him. They were the 3 refinement path elders. In the whole of Northern Plains, only 4 were publicly recognized to be comparable to him. They were the 4 refinement path elders. Fang Yuan knew that even if he had the advantage of knowing the topic, he could not win against Yumu Chun. This was the difference in strength. Speaking of which, this Yumu Chun was dressed like Fang Yuan. He wore a black robe that covered his entire body. He also had a large mask on his face. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, he was the one who obtained 1st place. Unsurprisingly, his strength was truly unfathomable. Fang Yuan admitted defeat. Many people criticized him. After all, refinement path attainment level was hard to describe. Yumu Chun was indeed very strong, but Fang Yuan was also very strong in the eyes of the world. Such an action of admitting defeat without fighting made the spectators who were looking forward to the finals very unhappy. Rumors started to spread that Fang Yuan admitted defeat without fighting. This was a shady plot. No matter what, Fang Yuan, who obtained 2nd place, achieved his original goal. He had a success Tao mark engraved on his body. After that, Crane Gate and the other 9 great ancient sects sent people to contact Fang Yuan, trying to buy his Tao marks. This success Tao mark could not be seized or transferred. Even Celestial Court tried many times, but none of them succeeded. The 10 great ancient sects naturally did not want to seize it. They only talked about transactions. In any case, Fang Yuan had such amazing goo refinement methods. They still greatly overestimated Fang Yuan. He could refine goo. If he refined a rank 6 immortal goo, this success Tao mark would be used up, in exchange for 0 failure rate. No matter how high the 10 sects of Central Continent offered, Fang Yuan rejected them all. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he made the final preparations to refine change form immortal goo. Ever since Fang Yuan had the plan to refine change form immortal goo, he had been gathering goo refinement materials. Because he had the success Tao mark, Fang Yuan only needed to gather 1 set of goo refinement materials. This greatly reduced his expenditure. Even so, by the time Fang Yuan gathered the materials, the immortal materials he obtained from the Northern Plains auction had already been sold or exchanged. If not for some of the materials he obtained from the Refinement Path Convention, there would still be a gap. The difficulty of refining immortal goo could be seen at a glance. Fang Yuan only gathered 1 set of materials. His accumulated resources were almost all used up. If not for the Guts Goo trade, if not for the success Tao mark, Fang Yuan would not take such a risk and make such a risky move. Floating astronomy. Chapter 866. Central Continent, Truyong Mountain Range. The setting sun was like blood, shining on the rolling hills. On one of the steep peaks, a hairy man was climbing with all his might. "Master, master! Wait for me!" The hairy man climbed as he shouted. Different from other hairy men, this hairy man's gaze was filled with intelligence. He spoke like an ordinary human. He chased after Yumu Chun's figure in the mountains. Ever since the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, this hairy man had been paying attention to Yumu Chun. When the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention ended, Yumu Chun got first place. The hairy man chased after him. This hairy man was at the prime of his life, but he could not catch up to Yumu Chun. After the convention ended, Yumu Chun entered Truyong Mountain Range. The hairy man followed behind him, shouting as he chased. Along the way, he suffered a lot. He was covered in dust and injuries. "Master, wait for me." The hairy man climbed the mountain, but his eyes were wide open. How can this be? Master was still on the peak earlier. How did he reach the foot of the mountain in such a short time? What goo worm is he using? The distance that he had closed with much difficulty grew even further. The hairy man became anxious and hurried down the mountain. In the end, he stepped on empty air and lost his footing, falling down the mountain stream. Thankfully, there were many branches that helped him resist the force of his fall. Even so, when he cried out as he tumbled down the mountain, his head was bleeding and his body was broken in many places. The pain in his body could not compare to the pain in his heart. "If I miss this chance, it will be hard to find Master again." The hairy man's face was covered in tears. He struggled to get up, but he could not. He raised his head and moaned in despair, "Master! Please have pity on me, please wait." Sob, sob, sob. His voice was extremely weak. After the moaning, he started to cry. But when he cried, his body shook. He found that unknowingly, a pair of feet had appeared in front of him. He followed the feet and looked up. He was surprised to find that Yumu Chun had returned at some point. He was standing in front of him, looking down at him. The hairy man quickly knelt on the ground. "Master, master, you are finally willing to see me." Yumu Chun sighed. His voice was deep and magnetic. "Handui. A few years ago, I just casually gave you some pointers. We are not fated to be master and disciple." Hearing this, the hairy man Ben Duo started to cry. He did not know where the strength came from, but he suddenly jumped and hugged Yumu Chun's leg. "Master, master. Even if you don't want to admit that you're my master, I was able to escape from ignorance thanks to your guidance." After breaking through the shackles, his goo refinement had reached an unprecedented level. Although you only said a few words, the grace of teaching is as heavy as a mountain. Deeper than the sea. My fate has changed because of this, so in my heart, you will forever be my teacher. Yumu Chun stretched out his hand and rubbed the hairy man Ben Duoyi's head. "He. I taught you back then because I saw that you were more quick-witted than normal hairy men." His mind was clear. "However, I don't want to acknowledge you as my disciple. It's for your own good. I am the one who escapes my fate. If you get involved with me, there's no benefit to it. From now on, you must not tell anyone about what I've taught you. Otherwise, you'll definitely die a tragic death. Remember this, remember this. Disciple will remember." The hairy man Ben Duo nodded rapidly. Yumu Chun snorted lightly. Ben Duo quickly corrected himself. I will remember, I will remember. "Master Yumu Chun, please take me in. I am not qualified to be your disciple. Please let me be your follower, your servant. I am very hardworking and smart, you even praised me earlier. I will be loyal and devoted to you, and do my best to serve you." Yumu Chun shook his head and smiled bitterly. Oh you. Forget it. Considering that you chased after me and went through over 30 mountains, suffering countless hardships. This sincerity and perseverance towards the Tao is very rare and precious. Ben Duo, remember, this quick-wittedness is your greatest strength. Man is the spirit of all living beings. You are a hairy man, but your intelligence is no longer human. But you cannot rely on this. You need to know that a good swimmer will drown. Today, you need to remember your sincerity and perseverance. Get up. Yumu Chun said. Master, if you don't agree, I won't get up. Ben Duo-e shouted. Oh no. Suddenly, his arms were empty. His arms were originally wrapped around Yumu Chun, but now an invisible force was repelling him. He could only look up as Yumu Chun ascended into the sky step by step. Ben Duo-e, our fate has come to an end. Today will be the last time we meet. Now, I will teach you one last lesson as a parting gift. Watch carefully. In the sky, Yumu Chun's voice came. Ben Duo-e hurriedly raised his head and looked at the sky expectantly. Central continent, Earth abyss, star form blessed land. The night was warm, the wind was gentle. Fong Yuan looked up. The blessed land was filled with stars, giving off dim starlight. It was completely silent. Fong Yuan slowly lowered his head. He retracted his gaze from the sky and looked at the giant tortoise shell in front of him. This tortoise shell had an extraordinary origin. It was the shell of a desolate beast tortoise. Right now, the tortoise shell was upside down like a giant bowl. The tortoise shell was filled with poisonous blood. This poisonous blood was collected by Fong Yuan when he was undergoing tribulation in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Now, to refine change form immortal goo, these poisonous blood were put to use. Change form immortal goo refinement can finally begin. Fong Yuan let out a breath of air. Fong Yuan kept the matter of refining change form immortal goo a secret. He did not tell anyone. People like Tai Bai Yunsheng, He Lulan, and Fairy Li Shan were kept in the dark. They did not know anything. Star form Blessed Land had already closed its doors long ago. The Blessed Land itself was deep in Earth Abyss. At this time, this layer of Earth Abyss was not known to anyone yet. It was very safe. Safety was very important. Refining immortal goo was not easy to begin with. It was filled with difficulties. There were too many external factors that could affect a goo immortal's goo refinement. If there was a mistake, the valuable immortal materials would be wasted, their efforts would be wasted. Thus, the refinement of immortal goo required a calm and stable environment. Even though Fong Yuan had a success Dao mark and could reduce the refinement failure rate to 0 when refining rank 6 immortal goo, it was not enough. But what if during the refinement, Fong Yuan made a mistake? Thus, star form Blessed Land was a quiet and reliable environment for goo refinement. He needed it. Otherwise, if Fong Yuan failed the goo refinement, he would not even know where to cry. Even though he was about to start, before Fong Yuan started, he meditated for a long time. Only when he felt that his soul was at its peak condition and could not be any more perfect, did he make a move. His eyes shined, countless ghostly fires burned at the bottom of the tortoise shell. At once, the surrounding several li was engulfed in dark flames. The temperature fell rapidly. The poisonous blood in the tortoise shell, however, was calm. Central continent, Truyang mountain range. Ben Duo-e had just raised his head when he was stunned. At once, his eyes opened wide. He had thought that Yumu Chun would give him a final lesson. He would at most teach him some unique goo refinement methods or powerful refinement path killer moves. But to think that Yumu Chun stood in the air, waving his hand as a vast light shone down. This light was extremely pure and dazzling. Yumu Chun's tears flowed down. Just as he was feeling dizzy, he heard Yumu Chun say slowly, Ben Duo-e, open your eyes for the final lesson. How much you can absorb will depend on your luck. Alright, watch me refine an immortal goo now. Immortal goo. Ben Duo-e's heart shook, his mouth was wide open, his jaw almost dislocated. Refine an immortal goo. He stammered, he could not understand, he was shocked and uncertain. Why did Master Yumu Chun go so far? Even if Ben Duo-e was not skilled in goo refinement, he knew that refining immortal goo was not easy. Before refining, one needed to adjust their condition to the peak, they had to calm their mind, they had to research and deduce the immortal goo recipe countless times. But Yumu Chun did not do that. After the refinement path convention ended, he entered Truyang mountain range and traveled in the mountains. He did not rest at all. And he was refining goo here. Truyang mountain range was a very dangerous place. The environment was very important to goo refinement, even a 3-year-old child knew this. Right now, Ben Duo-e was very worried. What if the goo refinement attracted desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts? This was not the most troublesome thing. Compared to desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, goo immortals were more threatening. Because of Song Zixing, many goo immortals in Truyang mountain range were searching here, trying to find Song Zixing. On one hand, they could beat him up when he was down, on the other hand, they could complete the mission that the 10 great sects of Central Continent had secretly issued. Yumu Chun did not care about Ben Duo-ye's worries and nervousness. He had a relaxed expression as he waved his hand. At once, this mountain peak shined with 1,000 rays of light, auspicious clouds and auspicious chi appeared. Winds blew, the grass on the mountain swayed with the wind, the mountain flowers bloomed, emitting the purest fragrance of nature. Central Continent, star-form blessed land. An hour had already passed. In the huge tortoise shell, the poisonous blood was boiling, emitting loud noises. Above the poisonous blood, a large amount of poisonous qi was coiling, forming a dense pitch-black poisonous fog. As Fong Yuan continued to heat it up, the poisonous fog started to spread, corroding the surrounding grass and flowers, causing them to wither. Fong Yuan did not care about this. He had prepared meticulously, he had already set up layers of goo formations around him. These poisonous qi would not spread out, they would only stay in the surrounding space. 1,000-year bitter shell. Fong Yuan stared at the boiling poisonous blood. He suddenly stretched out an immortal zombie monstrous arm and spread out its huge claw. Here, master. At the next moment, star-form land spirit handed the 1,000-year bitter shell to Fong Yuan. To refine change-form immortal goo, star-form land spirit had become Fong Yuan's free labor. Chapter 867. Bitter shells were hidden in deep water. By eating the sand and rocks in the water, they could melt the sand and turn it into bitter water. Someone pried open its shell and obtained this bitter water to make wine. The bitter shell wine that was brewed was bitter and fragrant, it was very unique. In the past, Fong Yuan had obtained a bitter shell, he pried it open and used the bitter water to refine wine, using the bitter wine to refine the liquor worm. Bitter shells were rare, 1,000-year bitter shells were even rarer, they were excellent materials for refining immortal goo. The bitter shell in Fong Yuan's hand was the 1,000-year bitter shell. The shell was pitch black, there were white patterns on it like tree rings. The black and white color was very eye-catching. Fong Yuan's gaze was fixed on the fire under the tortoise shell. As for the 1,000-year bitter shell in his hand, he did not even look at it and threw it in. Refining immortal goo was very important, all immortal materials had to be checked. But Fong Yuan had already checked many times, he could ensure the materials were flawless. Thus, Fong Yuan was refining goo now, he did not need to check the immortal materials while refining goo, he could focus on the intensity of the fire. After the 1,000-year bitter shell was thrown in, the poisonous blood stopped boiling, but the poisonous smoke and gas surged like a black python inside. A strong stench was immediately emitted. Fong Yuan did not move, he carefully sniffed in the stench. Although he was an immortal zombie, he could not smell anything. But with the help of investigative killer moves, he could replace his sense of smell. This stench was indescribable, it was extremely terrible, Fong Yuan felt dizzy and wanted to vomit. But Fong Yuan had to persevere, because this stench was a sign of whether the goo refinement was successful or not, whether the 1,000-year bitter shell had completely melted. Soon, the 1,000-year bitter shell that Fong Yuan threw in completely melted. The black poisonous fog stopped moving. The poisonous blood started boiling again. Fong Yuan threw in a second 1,000-year bitter shell. The third 1,000-year bitter shell, after a total of 12 bitter shells melted, the poisonous fog became extremely thick, the intense stench started to emit a faint fragrance. Fong Yuan's expression became more solemn. Twin ice hearts, the hairy man Ben Duo-e shouted. Although he was only a rank 5 Gu master, his refinement path attainment level was extraordinary, far beyond ordinary. Thus, he was very knowledgeable. The moment Yu Mu Chun took out the immortal material, he knew the name of the immortal material. Honda's face was filled with shock. An ice heart the size of a thumb was already an immortal material, but the ice heart that Yu Mu Chun took out was the size of a wash basin. It was not just big. Most importantly, this ice heart had a special appearance. It was made up of 2 heart-shaped pieces of ice connected together. This was the twin ice heart. It was 100 times more precious than an ordinary ice heart. Ordinary ice heart was only a rank 6 immortal material, it could be used to refine rank 6 immortal Gu. Twin ice heart was an immortal material for refining rank 7 immortal Gu. He's the first to take out such a precious immortal material. Clearly, the twin ice hearts were not the main material of the Gu refinement, but a supplementary material. Master was really amazing. I wonder what Gu he wants to refine. Ben Duo's eyes shone with admiration. At the same time, he was slightly relieved. He even used such a precious material, it showed that Master Yu Mu Chun had made preparations, he did not do it on a whim. But Ben Duo-e thought, Yu Mu Chun was here. In the wilderness, refining a precious immortal Gu in front of everyone. Should he say that Yu Mu Chun had a screw loose in his head? Or that he was too daring? Ben Duo-e could not comment on this. Cool winds blew in his face. The winds got stronger and stronger, soon, strong winds blew. Tornadoes were formed. The tornadoes were separated from each other, they did not interfere with each other. They formed a forest of tornadoes. Yu Mu Chun was in the air, in the middle of the forest of tornadoes. The strong winds blew his bronze mask away, revealing an old face with thick hair. Yu Mu Chun laughed heartily, his body shook as the black robe covering his body broke apart, the pieces were blown away by the wind, revealing Yu Mu Chun's muscular body, which was covered in brown hair. His true identity was the same as Ben Duo-e, a hairy man. No wonder he had given pointers to Ben Duo-e. Hairy men were variant humans, they were different from humans. Or more accurately speaking, they were 2 different races. Even Fong Yuan did not know about Yu Mu Chun's identity. Like he understood Ben Duo-e's worries, Yu Mu Chun paid attention to his work as he said, "You idiot. Why do we hairy men have the talent for Gu refinement? It is because hairy men have refinement path Dao marks since birth. In fact, refinement path originated from hairy men. In terms of Gu refinement history, we hairy men have a long history, our foundation is dozens of times that of humans. But humans are too powerful, they exterminated many hairy men and lost countless precious refinement path insights. Now, the Gu refinement ideology of humans is influencing hairy men, there are many mistakes in this." Yu Mu Chun continued, for example, when humans refine Gu, they emphasize on silence, they seek an isolated environment. This is safer and increases the success rate of the Gu refinement. But they only focus on the present, not the long term. Gu masters nurture, use, and refine. Nurturing Gu is to familiarize themselves with the connection between the materials and the Gu worm. Why does this Gu worm need to be fed with such food? Between the Gu worm and the food, there are countless Gu recipes. As for using Gu, it is to experience the Dao marks on the Gu worm. Gu refinement is even more crucial, it is the handling of the Dao marks. When refining Gu, one should be in nature. Because this world was the place with the most Dao marks. It is like a mother to a baby, heaven and earth is the best place to refine Gu. If we can use the Dao marks of heaven and earth, in a sense, we can use the power of heaven and earth to help us refine Gu. Using the power of heaven and earth to help us refine Gu. Ben Duo-e stared with wide eyes, he was tongue-tied. Yu Mu Chun's words were shocking, this was the first time Ben Duo-e had heard of this theory, it was extremely enlightening. Yu Mu Chun laughed heartily, his eyes shined with bright light. Ben Duo-e, you are learning human Gu refinement techniques, even though they are powerful, you have already gone down the wrong path. You can use other methods to improve yourself, but the things of humans are not yours. If you want to advance to Refinement Path Great Grandmaster Attainment level, you will need to return to your roots, return to our Harry Mangu Refinement Path. I am willing. I am willing. Master Yumu Chun, please be merciful and teach me Harry Mangu refinement techniques. Ben Duo Yi shouted excitedly, kowtowing non-stop. Yumu Chun laughed heartily. Don't be in a hurry to make a decision, there is a huge risk in this, it might not help you but harm you instead. I started feeding goo worms when I was 3, when I was 10, only had to touch goo worms and without any guidance, I could learn what food foreign goo worms needed and how to feed them. When I was 16, I used human methods to refine rank 5 goo, with 10% success. But this was a detour. When I was 22, I realized this and decided to start again. I started refining goo in nature. When I was 138, I had initial success in my natural goo refinement technique. Now that I am 246, my natural goo refinement technique has reached great success. I can comprehend nature, I can understand the astronomical phenomena above and the geography below, I can choose the most suitable place and use the hidden Tao marks of heaven and earth to help me refine goo. Right now, I have a 40% success rate in refining rank 6 immortal goo. Rank 7, 1 out of 20. As for rank 8 immortal goo, due to my cultivation level, I have not tried it yet. Hearing this, Ben Duo Yi's heart shook intensely. Yumu Chun's goo refinement success rate was simply too high. Normally speaking, the success rate of rank 6 immortal goo was less than 1%. The success rate of rank 7 immortal goo was 1 in 1,000. The success rate of rank 8 was 1 in 10,000. And when Yumu Chun refined rank 6 immortal goo, he had a 40% success rate. This was 40% success rate. And when refining rank 7 immortal goo, he had 1 success rate in 20 attempts. Such a success rate would shock the whole world. This was the power of the natural goo refinement technique. But Ben Duo Yi could tell. To refine such a powerful technique, one had to have talent. Yumu Chun's talent was outstanding. When he was 3, he fed goo worms, at 10, he touched foreign goo worms and learned what they ate. This showed that he had already understood the connection between the Tao mark fragments of goo worms and all living beings in the world. When Yumu Chun was 16, he used human methods to refine rank 5 goo. When he was 22, he realized this was not his path, he gave up on his abilities and started cultivating again. From this, it could be seen that Yumu Chun not only had talent, he also had ambition and aspirations. Secondly, to refine the natural goo refinement technique, he needed a lot of time and resources. Yumu Chun only had minor success when he was 138 years old. At 246 years old, he had major success. This required a huge amount of practice and resources, it was unimaginably terrifying. Putting aside talent, just the consumption of resources was unrealistic for someone like Ben Duo Yi, who was by himself. Goo immortals needed resources. Refinement was even more important for refinement. Without a lot of practice and resources, even goo immortals could not do it well. Most goo immortals were flying masters, but only a few were refinement path masters. Feng Yuan did not have high attainment in refinement path, he only became a refinement path quasi-grandmaster. Other than his limited talent and lack of focus on this path, it was also because of the lack of resources. Yumu Chun saw that the tornado forest was stabilizing, he started to refine goo. He stood in the air, his hair fluttering in the wind as he grabbed or pulled out immortal materials from his immortal aperture. He selectively tossed these immortal materials into the tornadoes one by one. The tornadoes were sharp wind blades, they quickly turned the immortal materials into powder. Ben Duo Yi was dumbfounded. Normally speaking, when refining goo worms, every material had to be measured precisely, the time to throw them in, and the heat used to handle the immortal materials. But Yumu Chun was very casual, not mentioning the huge tornado forest, his method of handling the immortal materials was extremely crude, he did not care about the quantity of each immortal material at all. He was like a sloppy chef cooking a dish, he would casually add oil here and salt there. If anyone else used this method, Ben Duo Yi would scoff at it. but Yumu Chun used it with an indescribable smoothness and naturalness. Every single one of his actions was extremely ordinary, yet they revealed an indescribable sense of beauty, and they conformed to nature and contained a profound aura. At once, Ben Duo Yi was petrified, his eyes were wide open. He was dumbfounded. Chapter 868. Star Form Blessed Land. Demonic fog shrouded the area, poisonous blood was boiling, the 3 layers of the Gu formation had already been corroded and destroyed, the surrounding ground had turned into a thin layer of poisonous swamp. Fong Yuan had a solemn expression. Next is the most difficult immortal material, earthly limit astral chi. He took out an immortal material and held it in his hand. This Gu refinement material was very special, it was made of mud and chi. The mud chi gathered into a lump on its own. Above it was light green astral chi, below was black mud. Astral chi was the heaven chi of the 9 heavens. Outside the immemorial 9 heavens, there was a thick astral chi wall. If Gu immortals wanted to explore the 9 heavens, they would need to break through the astral chi wall. As for the black mud, it was the essence condensed from the earth chi of the 10 earths. Heaven and earth chi could not coexist, but at this moment, in this earthly limit astral chi, the two were in harmony. Not only did they coexist peacefully, they were also transforming into each other. The black mud turned into astral chi, while the astral chi turned into black mud. Fong Yuan waved his hand, this lump of earthly limit astral chi quickly turned turbid, the black mud and astral chi mixed together, forming a lump of grey fog. But if he did not shake it, after a dozen breaths of time, the black mud would settle down, while the astral chi remained. Black and white would appear again, they would circulate slightly. Dealing with this immortal material is the most troublesome. Ordinary refinement path killer moves cannot deal with it perfectly. Only by using the publicly recognized strongest 4 immortal killer moves to deal with immortal materials, slumbering lightning python, reflecting snow, muffled thunder stone drum, and wind grind can I deal with it. Unfortunately, I do not have any of these 4 killer moves. To deal with earthly limit astral chi, I can only put in a lot of effort. Fong Yuan had a thought as he stomped on the ground. His body flew into the air, with a light leap, he entered the turtle shell and the poisonous blood. Whoosh! Fong Yuan's sharp nails flashed as he cut wounds on the 6 monstrous arms. Then on his chest. Wounds appeared on his back and other areas. Blood refinement killer move, blood trace travel. Traces of blood flowed out of these wounds. The blood traces quickly fused into the dark purple poisonous blood. Soon, the poisonous blood in the turtle shell pot seemed to be attracted, it started to enter Fong Yuan's wounds. Intense pain spread. Fong Yuan grunted. Immortal zombies did not feel pain, Fong Yuan could feel pain because he was using Gu worm methods. He needed to sense the pain to understand to what extent the immortal materials were processed. Fong Yuan's blood and the poisonous blood in the turtle shell continued to mix. It formed a cycle, entering and exiting Fong Yuan's body continuously. After the process stabilized, Fong Yuan swallowed the earthly limit astral energy that he had taken out earlier. With a gulp, he swallowed the earthly limit astral energy into his stomach. This was a unique creation of his previous life, a blood path Gu refinement method. He named it the flesh and blood refinement art. The earthly limit's astral energy entered his body and was constantly washed by his blood, slowly dissolving in it. This blood. Then, it flowed out of Fong Yuan's body through his wounds and into the turtle shell walk. It sank to the bottom of the pot. At the same time, the other poisonous blood in the cauldron flowed into Fong Yuan's body through his wounds and washed away the earthly limit's astral energy. As the cycle continued, the earthly limit's astral energy grew at an extremely slow speed. It continued to melt and shrink. On a mountain peak in Truyang mountain range, there was a huge gust of wind. Whistling sounds could be heard. The hairy man Gu immortal Yumu Chun suddenly pointed. In the direction of his finger, there were 5 to 6 tornadoes. They started to move closer. When they got close to a certain extent, they suddenly merged into one, forming a huge tornado that howled and rotated. Yumu Chun flipped his palm and took out a stone bead-like immortal material. With a flick of his finger, this stone bead was shot into the huge tornado. This stone bead was small and inconspicuous. But after it entered the tornado, it emitted an ear-piercing sound. The whistling sound of the tornado was much weaker, and it spun much slower. It was like a strong man who had eaten too much. But as time passed, the tornado spun faster and faster. It was rapidly digesting the bead. 15 minutes later, the tornado completely digested the bead. The entire wind pillar was dyed black and white, alternating between white and black. Earthly limit astral energy bead? Ben Duo saw this and had a flash of inspiration. He blurted out. Yumu Chun was a little surprised. He praised, you are quite knowledgeable. To process the earthly limit astral energy bead, the small tornado earlier is not enough. Only a large tornado can do that. Ben Duo suppressed the shock in his heart. Earthly limit astral energy was already an immortal material that was hard to process. Ben Duo knew that even if he used all his strength, he would need to spend years to slowly corrode a lump of earthly limit astral energy to refine goo. He was a mortal goo master. To process immortal materials, it would take years. As for the earthly limit astral energy bead, it was a large number of earthly limit astral energy. They were compressed together and condensed into a pure bead. One bead was equivalent to 100 portions of earthly limit astral energy. Earthly limit astral energy beads were very hard. They were hard to process. Even goo immortals needed months or even a year or two to wear down one bead. But Master Yumu Chun used such a short time to process one earthly limit astral energy bead? Ben Duo suddenly thought of something. His voice trembled. Could it be that Master Yu's refinement path killer move is the legendary wind grind? It should be. Only the 4 legendary refinement path killer moves can process immortal materials to such an extent. That's right, it is wind grind. Yumu Chun replied. Ben Duo's eyes were burning with passion. This was one of the best methods to process immortal materials, even if he was not a goo immortal and could not use an immortal killer move. Right now, he was filled with envy. He was fantasizing about the day when he could use wind grind to process immortal materials perfectly. How amazing would that be? After the earthly limit astral energy bead was processed, Yumu Chun started to throw immortal yuan stones into the countless tornadoes. One by one, the immortal meta stones were thrown into the tornado pillar. Immortal yuan stones were not as hard as the earthly limit astral energy bead. They were grinded into powder by the wind blades, bursting with a dazzling green light. At this moment, heaven and earth resonated. The nearby mountains started to shake. The sky was filled with dark clouds. Thunder could be heard. What's going on? Ben Duo panicked. Looking around, he found that there were traces of light in the surrounding space of the mound he was on. These light traces were Dao marks. Some were red fire path Dao marks, some were blue water path Dao marks. These 2 types of Dao marks were mostly incomplete. Most of them were earth path and wood path Dao marks. They were more complete. But most of them were Dao marks shining with silver light. These were rule path Dao marks. These Dao marks were densely packed, but they were not evenly distributed. Some overlapped with each other. They were densely packed. Some were sparse. They were sparse. Ben Duo found that the place Yumu Chun chose to refine goo was the place. It was the place with the highest concentration of rule path Dao marks. This mound looks ordinary, but there is something extraordinary about it. Did Master Yu choose this place to refine goo? Strange, ordinary mountains definitely do not have so many Dao marks. The more Ben Duo found, the more questions he had. He felt increasingly stifled, because the mountains were shaking more intensely. The dark clouds in the sky were getting thicker. A storm was brewing. A great calamity was approaching. Even those tornadoes seemed to have stopped. They shrunk in size. Yumu Chun raised his head in the sky, laughing loudly. His laughter was filled with confidence and boldness. At this moment, his immortal goo refinement had reached the most crucial step. Come. he suddenly pointed at the sky and the ground. In the sky, lightning flashed. The lightning was like water, it gathered into a huge dragon-like lightning python. Lightning was yang, python was yin. A giant python made of lightning. It contained yin and yang, it dispelled the berserk nature of the lightning, it looked gentle instead. This was slumbering lightning python. One of the 4 refinement path immortal killer moves. On the ground, the countless tornadoes merged together, quickly forming a single gigantic tornado. The wind pillar was tall, it almost connected heaven and earth. The slumbering lightning python started to move slowly. It descended slowly, coiling around the giant wind pillar. The lightning was not dazzling at all. The process of the python coiling around the pillar had an indescribable beauty that could shake one's soul. At this time, heaven and earth chi suddenly rose. An intense sense of danger filled Ben Duoyi's mind. Master Yu, what is going on? Why does this look like the records of Gu immortals undergoing tribulation? Ben Duoyi screamed. Ah, you guessed right. It is a small problem. Yu Mu-chun said plainly. Small problem? Ben Duoyi's eyes were wide open, his mouth was dry. Star form blessed land. Fong Yuan was covered in injuries, his face was twisted in pain, his 8 monstrous arms were stabbed into the poisonous blood, his fangs were exposed, his eyes were bloodshot, he was breathing heavily. After spending 3 days and 3 nights, he finally got rid of the earthly limit astral chi and fused it into the poisonous blood. The pot of poisonous blood was originally full, but now, less than half was left. The most difficult step is over, land spirit, throw those captives in. Fong Yuan shouted angrily. Star form land spirit quickly agreed. At once, large numbers of living beings like cows, horses, pigs, and dogs were thrown into the poisonous blood. Screams, and roars could be heard. The poisonous blood was extremely thick, it was like a swamp. After these living beings were thrown in, they struggled but they sank even faster. Their blood, flesh, and bones were all dissolved. Soon, the poisonous blood in the tortoise shell pot started to rise. Not enough, not enough. Fong Yuan urged, his bloodshot eyes were filled with excitement and cruelty. Land spirits did not have good or evil, they only had stubbornness and loyalty. Star form land spirits started to throw in large numbers of variant humans. These variant humans included hairy men, rock men, snowmen, ink men, egg men, feather men, mermen. The poisonous blood rose rapidly, but Fong Yuan was still not satisfied. He calculated the time in his mind as he shouted, more, more. Thus, the human captives that he prepared were thrown into the pot. Ah, spare me. So painful, it hurts so much. I will not let you off even if I become a ghost. Fong Yuan was unmoved, he only paid attention to the Gu refinement progress. An old Gu master was thrown to his side, he struggled to get up. Fong Yuan raised his leg and stomped the old man into the poisonous blood. The old man struggled for a while, but only his hand was left on the surface of the poisonous blood, his fingers were like hooks that grabbed at the sky, it was like the weak was cursing and complaining to heaven and earth, to fate, to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan laughed loudly. In this limited time, the poisonous blood returned to its original state, it was at the edge of the tortoise shell. He started to throw large numbers of immortal yuan stones into the poisonous blood. 100, 200, without hesitation. Countless vengeful spirits lingered in the air above the poisonous blood, the poisonous fog rumbled as the poisonous blood fell again. 7 days later, the poisonous blood finally fell to the bottom. There was only a pool of poisonous blood left in the tortoise shell, it could not even reach Fong Yuan's ankles. Fong Yuan slowly bent down, picking up a Gu from this pool of poisonous blood. Change form immortal Gu, success. Central continent, Truyang mountain range. Ben Duo-yi sat on the ground, muttering, I finally passed the tribulation. More than half of the mountain had collapsed, it was like a battlefield in a mess. Be it the tornado wind pillar or slumbering lightning python, they were all gone. The heavy rain poured down, drenching Honda like a drowned rat. Yumu Chun kept the refined immortal goo in his pocket. Next, he threw an information path goo worm to Ben Duo E. Lad, this is my refinement path inheritance, it is for you. You can learn the natural goo refinement method, but if you are not a goo immortal, you cannot use it to refine goo. Because it will attract heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations. Yumu Chun said this as he stepped on the void and left. Ben Duoyi's body shook, he knelt down as his eyes shined with bright light, shouting, Master, don't worry, I will not let this inheritance down. Thus, Fong Yuan's urgent matter was to accumulate immortal essence. After leaving this stone nest, Fong Yuan went to inspect the other 2 stone nests. During this period of time, these 2 stone nests were under He Lulan's management. She used her immortal goo strength to provide goo refinement materials for the countless hairy men in the stone nests. After large numbers of air sac goo were refined, they were loaded with guts goo and sold to Central Continent's forces, to jewel yellow skies. In these 2 stone nests, there was a hairy man in each room. The risk of refining air sac goo was much higher than refining star thought goo. The reason why the stone nests were still full was because Fong Yuan had transferred a portion of the hairy men from the 3rd stone nest to fill up these 2 stone nests. Fong Yuan's current focus was to increase the volume of guts goo. In the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Fong Yuan and Feng Kim Hong had a duel. They had set the agreement in front of everyone. From now on, they would sell a huge amount of guts goo to Spirit Affinity House. Thus, the demand for guts goo increased. Fong Yuan had to increase the production of air sac goo. In a stone nest, Fong Yuan met with He Lulan. He Lulan was reading Central Continent's information. Have you heard about Central Continent's 10 great sects secretly capturing and killing Song Zixing? The moment they met, He Lulan asked Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan smiled lightly, of course I have. This matter can be concealed from mortals, but it cannot be concealed from goo immortals. Even if Central Continent's 10 great sects try to conceal it, other Central Continent goo immortals do not want this matter to remain unknown. Right now, they are watching the commotion caused by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Sigh. He Lulan sighed deeply, we missed such a good opportunity. If we could have killed Song Zixing, we might have gotten star form blessed land. Fong Yuan was silent for a while before saying, He Lulan, you are dreaming. Central Continent is not like Northern Plains, we are both Northern Plains goo immortals, once we expose our auras, we will be discovered. The consequences of our identities being exposed will be so severe that we cannot bear it. Moreover, Song Zixing is very crafty, he is skilled at escaping, our investigative methods are not that good. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects could not find any traces of him in Truyang Mountain Range, how can we find him? You are right. He Lulan sighed again, replying gloomily. Ever since she was beaten awake by Fong Yuan, she realized her own shortcomings. These last days, she had been thinking about how to operate and earn resources to support her own cultivation, to be independent. But unfortunately, these were not easy to make a living. He Lulan wanted to start from scratch, she would need to spend a lot of time and experience many setbacks before she could establish the project. But once the project was established, it would face market competition, how much she could earn would depend on the situation. He Lulan investigated for a long time, she also asked Fairy Li Shan for guidance, she knew that if she really wanted to develop the project from scratch, she would suffer losses in the early stages, it would be difficult in the middle stages, and if she earned less in the later stages, it would be a burden to her. There was no helping it, she was one of the 10 extreme immortal apertures, time flowed very quickly, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were even fiercer. After He Lulan's investigation, she found out, the only thing that was truly suitable for her was the trade of guts goo, a seller's market, a monopoly business, it was unique. Or like the business projects that Fong Yuan plundered in Dongfang tribe's headquarters. Like eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, dragonfish and others, these resources were already well managed by Dongfang tribe, Fang Yuan only needed to take over and choose where to sell them. After discovering this, He Lulan's desire for star form blessed land deepened. As long as she obtained star form blessed land, He Lulan would be able to gain a stable footing. After inheriting Star Lord Wanxiang's business, she would be able to be self-sufficient and advance her own cultivation. Fang Yuan did not tell He Lulan that he had already become the owner of star form blessed land. He liked to keep a secret. The Snowy Mountain Alliance had a time limit. It was hard to say if He Lulan would be a friend or foe in the future. Of course, if He Lulan found out about this and asked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not lie due to the Snowy Mountain Alliance. Although he could choose not to answer, He Lulan would easily confirm it. He would hide it for as long as he could. This was Fang Yuan's plan. After Yumu Chun refined the immortal goo, he went deep into Truyang Mountain Range. Ever since he parted with Ben Duo Yi, he used an immortal killer move to conceal his traces. On this day, at noon, he stopped in front of an inconspicuous valley. He took out an information path goo worm and threw it in front of him. The goo worm vanished like a rock falling into water. Ripples appeared in the air in front of him. The ripples expanded and tore open a long hole, revealing the bloody light inside. Yumu Chun did not hesitate. He took a step forward and stepped into the spatial crack. At the next moment, he was in an unfamiliar space. The spatial crack behind him closed. Yumu Chun's vision was filled with bloody light. It was a dark swamp filled with poisonous gas. There were large numbers of corpses scattered in the swamp. A dense smell of blood assaulted his nose. Yumu Chun could not help but frown, saying, "Using so much blood sacrifice, it seems your injuries are very serious." Song Zixing, cough cough, there is no helping it. I was lucky to be able to escape with my life. Come in. From the depths of the swamp, Song Zixing's voice could be heard. Looking at this situation, as a hairy man goo immortal, Yumu Chun actually had a deep relationship with the #1 demonic path goo immortal of Central Continent, Song Zixing. They were very close. Yumu Chun walked into the depths of the swamp with familiarity. This was not the first time he had been here. He was very familiar with it. Finally, in the blood pool at the center of the swamp, he saw Song Zixing, who only had his head and half his chest left, was originally in the blood pool to recover. When Yumu Chun arrived, he popped his head out of the blood pool. Seeing Song Zixing, Yumu Chun's expression turned grim. With your injuries, you will not be able to participate in the upcoming plan. Hee, I just have to give up my life and cultivation level. Song Zixing had a plain expression. He spoke in a carefree tone. He changed the topic. You refined that rule path immortal goo? After expending the success Dao marks from the infallible inheritance, using my natural goo refinement method, the goo refinement would definitely succeed. But it is a pity. If I had enough time, I should be able to research many valuable things from this success Dao mark. The infallible inheritance's success Dao mark is different from ordinary success Dao marks. It is very close to refinement path. If I can research it, I can even set up my own infallible inheritance. Yumu Chun shook his head, sighing. Chapter 870. Hearing Yumu Chun's sigh, Song Zixing also sighed. The most crucial thing is time. If I have enough time, I can recover and regain my battle strength. Unfortunately, time is too tight. I estimated that I still had 10 years, to think that I would have to activate it now. These years, we have made many preparations. But plans cannot keep up with changes. Since Fate Immortal Goo was not completely destroyed, it is normal for these changes to happen, isn't it? Yumu Chun said. Even Fang Yuan, who had been reborn 500 years ago, did not know about fate's existence. But Yumu Chun knew, and Song Zixing also had an expression of understanding. Oh, right. Yumu Chun said whatever he thought of. Before coming, I met a pretty good hairy man junior. I have already given him my refinement path inheritance. Legacies and inheritances were the cultural characteristics of the Goo Master world. It was like ancient China. People used all sorts of methods to return to their roots. The heroes among men all wanted to leave their names in the annals of history. When people died and were buried, they would have large amounts of treasures buried with them, even servants and wives would be buried with them. During Japan's Warring States period, generals had to wear grand armor on the battlefield. They did not care about the danger of attracting firepower. Egypt, Rome, from ancient times to modern times, they all had similar cultural complexities. Even though they were different, they all had the same starting point: to prove their own existence. To prove to the world, to prove to others that they had once existed, that they had lived before. Even if they died, such a person had once existed in this world. Thus, legacies were not hard to understand. Some people would write their own legacies when they were alive. Some would have their descendants write their legacies for their seniors after they died. Some would have no descendants. They would have their enemies write their legacies for them. In such a situation, the legacies were more realistic. The descriptions were vivid and detailed. Enemies often understood you better than your loved ones. When enemies wrote their legacies, they would not be stingy with praise. It would often become a good story. Legacies were the same. Legacies only described the trajectory of a person's life, but legacies were the foundation of a person's strength in the world. It was their understanding of nature, their thinking of heaven and earth. It was the conclusion of truth. Like ancient China, even craftsmen did not want to leave behind any regrets before they died. They tried all sorts of methods to find a successor. They did not want to lose their skills that had been passed down for generations. Craftsmanship, inheritance. It was an affirmation of one's own value and the appreciation of one's success. By leaving behind an inheritance, even if he died, he would be able to leave behind a mark that belonged to him in the world. Yumu Chun's inheritance had an ominous feeling of entrusting his orphan to him before his death. Who would leave behind an inheritance? When one lived well and had a bright future, no one would leave behind an inheritance. Why would he leave behind an inheritance for no reason? Teach the disciple, starve the master. The human heart is treacherous. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause another competitor to appear. Usually, only when someone was on the brink of death and realized that death was approaching would they leave behind their inheritance. For example, the flower wine monk. For example, Patriarch Blood Sea and Dongfang Naganori. Yumu Chun left behind his inheritance. It was clear that he wanted to participate in the grand plan. He did not have the slightest confidence in his survival. What kind of grand plan could make this unfathomable refinement path Gu immortal expert do it? There was no hope of survival. What kind of motivation could make him so willing? Even Song Zixing, the first person of the diabolism in Zhongzhou state, who had just escaped with his life, was willing to sacrifice himself for this great plan. Furthermore, Yumu Chun actually said in front of Song Zixing that he was going to choose the inheritor of his inheritance. This was not normal. If Song Zixing had ill intentions and secretly went to intercept him, he could easily snatch Yumu Chun's inheritance and strengthen himself. And to Yumu Chun, now that his background was exposed, he would be countered by Song Zixing. Yumu Chun was able to tell Song Zixing such a precious secret like his inheritance. He clearly trusted the latter. This level of trust could be said to be from the bottom of one's heart. Song Zixing betrayed Myriad Dragon Dock and had a terrible reputation. How could he gain Yumu Chun's trust? Was it his charisma, or was there another reason? I need to make some preparations. Hearing that Yumu Chun left behind an inheritance, Song Zixing had an indifferent expression. He did not seem to have any intention of snatching it. Let me show you something too. Song Zixing smiled mysteriously. At the next moment, there was a ripple in the blood pool. A blood fetus floated up from the bottom of the pool. The blood fetus was the size of a pony. There was a human figure in the fetus. It was curled up like a sleeping baby. Yumu Chun looked at this blood fetus and his pupils shrunk. He said in disbelief, This, you actually developed blood demon body separation to this extent? Song Zixing laughed, showing a proud expression. Even though I did not collect the complete blood deity immortal Gu recipe, I did collect some remnant blood deity recipes. This blood fetus was created by using blood deity's remnant recipe and Northern Plains blood path methods, as well as my immortal killer move blood demon body separation. The fake body created by blood demon body separation needs to expend immortal essence to maintain its existence. There is a time limit. But this fake body created by this blood fetus does not expend immortal essence. It can last for at least 200 to 300 years. Furthermore, it can cultivate and have independent thoughts. It can cultivate step by step until it becomes an immortal. In terms of appearance, it will look exactly like me. You are planning? Yumu Chun showed a look of understanding. That's right. It doesn't matter if I die, the important thing is for the plan to succeed. If the plan fails, I will have to consider what to do after that. Song Zixing needs to survive. Even if I sacrifice myself, the blood fetus will give birth to a second Song Zixing. Yumu Chun looked at the blood fetus, showing an interested expression. Can I research this blood fetus? I seem to have a new inspiration. Of course, go ahead and research it. But remember, the blood fetus cannot leave this blood pool, not even for an instant. I know, don't worry. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Looking at the whole earth goo in front of him, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. This was Hu Immortal Blessed Land's second whole earth goo. The first one was connected to Crane Gate, while this one was connected to Spirit Affinity House. Just earlier, the first transaction with Spirit Affinity House was completed. Large numbers of airsac goo carrying guts goo were sent to Spirit Affinity House. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan obtained 180 immortal yuan stones, solving his urgent problem. Speaking of which, in the competition between Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hong, the true value was not the immortal zombie revival method that Feng Kim Hong provided, but the cooperation with Spirit Affinity House. The reason why Feng Kim Hong took out the revival method was because he was gambling. Because Fang Yuan was already an immortal zombie, he could not use this method. But she did not know that Fang Yuan still had the first mortal aperture. She wanted to scam Fang Yuan, but she did not manage to do so. With these 180 immortal yuan stones, Fang Yuan did not hesitate to convert half of them into green grape immortal essence. This way, he passed the period of weakness and recovered his battle strength. A day later, he transacted with Crane Gate again, obtaining a huge sum of immortal yuan stones. Crane Gate's attitude was much more amicable than before. Evidently, they were concerned that if they pressured Fang Yuan too much, Fang Yuan might side with Spirit Affinity House. At the same time, Crane Gate wanted to buy the success Dao marks on Fang Yuan. They asked for a high price and asked Fang Yuan to refine a certain rank 6 immortal goo. The immortal goo recipe was given to Fang Yuan for free, and the immortal goo materials were all provided by Crane Gate. Even the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had an endless demand for immortal goo. Towards this request, Fang Yuan tried to evade it. He did not say that he had already used them, he only said that he needed some time to consider it. Crane Gate needed help from Fang Yuan, they naturally had to be more amicable. After completing these 2 transactions, Fang Yuan immediately used the immortal yuan stones he had to buy some hairy man slaves from Jewel Yellow Skies to replenish the goo refinement losses. The price of hairy man slaves was not cheap. The immortal yuan stones in Fang Yuan's hands had just started to rise, but now, they were all gone again. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had plenty of green grape immortal essence, it was much safer than before. But even if he bought these hairy man slaves, Fang Yuan could only replenish his losses, he could not expand the scale of the next stone nest. Because of the transaction with Spirit Affinity House, the Gutsku orders had increased by a huge amount. Fang Yuan was using 2 stone nests, it could not satisfy the current market demand. He planned to first accumulate a sum of immortal yuan stones to build a 4th stone nest, and provide hairy man slaves. This was not a small amount of funds. Fang Yuan's 3rd stone nest was funded by He Lulan. But with Star Form Blessed Land's secret help, Star Lord Wan Xiang's goo worm businesses were also helping Fang Yuan accumulate immortal yuan stones. This caused the time that Fang Yuan needed to accumulate funds to be greatly reduced. Fang Yuan accumulated immortal yuan stones while using the light of wisdom to make deductions. After a month in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan successfully fused change form immortal goo into vaguely familiar face. Moreover, with his Strength Path Grandmaster attainment level, he successfully deduced the rank 5 all-out effort Gu's recipe. Different from the ancient Gu recipes, the Gu recipes that Fang Yuan deduced used Gu refinement materials that could be bought easily. All-out effort Gu was the vital Gu of Fang Yuan's second immortal aperture. It had always been rank 4, its rank was far lower than Fang Yuan's own. With this Gu recipe, Fang Yuan had another mission, that was to refine all-out effort Gu. After failing once, all-out effort Gu advanced to rank 5. If I can refine all-out effort Gu to rank 6, the killer move Myriad Self would have a huge boost, it would be second only to Self-Strength Immortal Gu. Unfortunately, this kind of thing is already beyond my ability. With this successful experience, Fang Yuan deduced Small Family Qi Gu's recipe. The result was a crushing defeat. Chapter 871. The sky was slightly green, winds that did not stop throughout the year were blowing gently. In this small world, a huge city floated high up in the sky. This was the gathering place of the Feather Men, others called it Sky City, while the Feather Men called it Sacred Feather City. At this moment, colorful flags were fluttering in Sacred Feather City, cheers and shouts were resounding in the sky. Most of the Feather Men in the city had gathered at the training field in the city, watching the most important match. The Featherman King had passed away. According to the Featherman customs, the new Featherman King would be elected in battle. Of course, the candidate for the King Feather contest had to be recognized by most of the Feathermen. The Feathermen did not need ruthless criminals, they needed benevolent heroes. Thus, the Feathermen who participated in the King Feather contest had prestige, they had done righteous deeds and made many contributions to Sacred Feather City. Sometimes, the eyes of the masses were sharp. In the history of Sacred Feather City, there were very few vicious and ruthless Feathermen who were elected as kings. Even if there were ruthless ones, there were still 3 supreme Feathermen in Sacred Feather City. They were Gu immortals who could control the situation. The huge battle stage had tens of thousands of spectators. Cheers resounded in the sky, and at the center of the battle stage, 2 youngsters were fighting intensely. "You Fei, come to your senses. I am the king of Sacred Feather City, WW plus WW. Son, I will inherit the throne and protect the glory of my Dan surname." A tall and muscular Featherman youngster with shiny golden hair sent his opponent flying time and time again. This was the final match. The victor would become the new king of the Feathermen. From the current situation, it could be seen that the handsome Featherman prince had the upper hand. He was flying in the sky. He had rank 5 cultivation level and was constantly using Gu worms. He was using long-range attacks. And his opponent was a Featherman youngster with short black hair. He was thin and weak, he was sprinting on the ground, rolling and dodging the Featherman prince's attacks. "Dan Yu! Dan Yu!" The spectators were shouting the Featherman prince's name, the voices were getting louder and louder. The situation was very clear. The prince, Dan Yu, had the absolute advantage, while his opponent, Yu Fei, could only take a beating without being able to retaliate. Yu Fei was covered in dust. Battered and exhausted, he rolled on the ground like a mouse, trying to escape. Dan Yu, on the other hand, was high and mighty. His attacks were light and heavy, which was more in line with the expectations the audience had for the new Featherman King. "You want me to admit defeat? That's impossible. I, Yu Fei, am the man destined to become the Featherman King." Suddenly, Yu Fei shouted loudly and erupted with power. His legs stomped hard on the ground, and he shot forward like an arrow. He shot towards Dan Yu. "What? You actually still have strength left." Dan Yu hurriedly retreated. Yu Fei jumped into the air and was about to get close to Dan Yu. However, after Dan Yu cautiously distanced himself, he could only descend helplessly. "Yu Fei, I broke your wings and you are still waiting for an opportunity to retaliate?" Dan Yu looked at Yu Fei, who was falling down, and felt a lingering fear. He sneered mockingly. Unexpectedly, Yu Fei suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining brightly. "It's not over yet. Look at my killer move, balloon inflation. The next moment, Yu Fei opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath. In almost an instant, large amounts of air were sucked into his stomach, his entire body swelled up, turning into a human balloon. Yu Fei's balloon started to rise into the air. The audience was silent for a few breaths of time before bursting into laughter. Yu Fei suddenly turned into a balloon, it was truly comical. Even Dan Yu was stunned for a moment before relaxing. It really is your style, Yu Fei. But you can't become the new king of the Feathermen just by playing around. Lose, killer move, strong blade wind slash. Dan Yu's eyes shined with sharp light, he raised his arms and slashed in the air. Two translucent blade-shaped wind blades slashed towards Yu Fei with incredible speed. Yu Fei was still rising slowly. Many of the audience gasped. They had watched the battle for a long time and were very clear about the power of the strong blade wind slash. If these two wind blades landed, Yu Fei's stomach would definitely be cut open and he would be heavily injured. But right at this moment, Yu Fei, who was in danger, had a strange light in his eyes. He saw a fleeting opportunity. He suddenly opened his mouth as an intense chi current shot out of his body, giving him great propulsion. Yu Fei's speed increased as he shot towards Dan Yu. This is... Dan Yu was pale with fright. Yu Fei's body rapidly shrunk as he nimbly passed through the space between the two strong blade wind slashes. Dan Yu wanted to retreat but his speed was slower than Yu Fei. Where do you think you can run to? If you are a man, fight me with your fists, we will fight for 300 rounds. Yu Fei shouted, his body continued to spin in the air as his legs touched Dan Yu's body. Killer move, coiling old tree roots. Yu Fei shouted in his mind as his legs suddenly turned soft, coiling around Dan Yu's waist like old tree vines. Dan Yu could not break free, he subconsciously activated his defensive goo worms. Killer move, crane crossing neck. Yu Fei's head suddenly turned into a crane's head, his long neck coiled around Dan Yu's neck like a metal chain as he tightened his grip, his sharp beak pierced towards Dan Yu at lightning speed. Clang! The beak pierced Dan Yu's forehead but sparks burst out, it was like he had pierced a tough steel wall. Even though Dan Yu was not injured, he suffered a heavy blow, the pain was unbearable and he felt dizzy. Killer move, 6-9 Great Windmill. Yu Fei saw the chance and his head turned back to its original shape, using the recoil force to move backwards, his head was buried in between Dan Yu's legs, causing Dan Yu's body to spin in the air. The two's bodies were tightly coiled together, like a windmill, they rapidly approached the ground. The Feathermen spectating the battle erupted in screams and screams. But Dan Yu was hit by the killer move, his entire body was spinning, his mind was in chaos, he was dizzy and could not react at all. When he was about to reach the ground, Yu Fei retreated. Only Dan Yu was left, he smashed towards the ground. With a loud sound, his head landed on the ground unluckily. The tiles of the battle stage were sent flying as his head pierced into the ground. He fainted on the spot. The entire place fell into silence. They were all stunned speechless by this sudden turn of events. Only Yu Fei's heavy breathing could be heard. A long while later, the Featherman elder in charge swallowed his saliva as he shouted, "The victor is Yu Fei, he is our clan's new king. Yay! I finally became the Featherman king, I succeeded." Yu Fei raised his arms as he shouted excitedly. The audience reacted. First, they broke into applause. Then, someone shouted, "Yu Fei! Yu Fei!" The voices calling Yu Fei's name became louder as more people joined in. Soon, the entire battle stage. No, the whole of Sacred Feather City was filled with the cheers of Yu Fei, Yu Fei. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The young Yu Fei placed his hands on his waist as he raised his head and laughed heartily. Suddenly, he grimaced as he touched the wings on his back, breathing in deeply, so painful, so painful. On the other side, the unconscious Dan Yu was pulled out of the ground by the healing goo masters, he was saved in time. Deep inside Sacred Feather City, 3 Featherman Goo immortals were half asleep, communicating with their consciousness. This generation's Featherman King. He looks quite unique, he is different from the previous ones. He is an interesting lad. I heard he is very ambitious. He wants to expand our Featherman empire. But after he becomes the Featherman King for some time, he should become more stable. The 3 Goo immortals conversed casually. If this was the past, the new Featherman King had already been elected, he would bring a new atmosphere to the peaceful sacred Feather City. If there were no accidents, Yu Fei would rule the Feathermen of Sacred Feather City for hundreds of years. But at the next moment, something that the Feathermen did not expect happened. Boom! The entire Sacred Feather City was shaking amidst the earth-shattering explosion. The Feathermen in the city screamed as they flew up. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Yu Fei was caught off guard, he lost his footing and fell to the ground, rolling 3 times. Look, this. The Feathermen who saw this were the first to notice something amiss. They pointed at the sky but stuttered in fear, unable to speak. Next, most of the Feathermen raised their heads and were shocked to find that above their heads, there was a huge crack in the green sky. From the crack, several figures descended like demonic gods. The 3 Featherman Goo immortals in Sacred Feather City had already reacted, they flew into the sky. They appeared and faced the invading enemies while shouting instructions to the Feathermen in the city. Be careful, a strong enemy is attacking. Quick, sound the alarm, defend our homeland. Goo Masters, get to your positions, take the formation cores and activate Sacred Feather City's defenses. The city was in a state of panic, it was in chaos. Sacred Feather City had been peaceful for a long time, they lived a peaceful life, it was like a paradise. Their defenses were lax, and with the new king, the soldiers and civilians could not react properly. Everyone, why have you come uninvited? Please leave. We Feathermen do not fight recklessly, we love peace, but that does not mean we have no battle strength. The 3 Featherman Goo immortals had solemn expressions as they warned the invading enemies. The invaders were silent, most of them looked at their leader. This Goo immortal leader was a thin old man, he was barefooted as he stood in the air. His head was wrapped in a white bandage, his forearms and calves were also wrapped in white bandages. The old Goo immortal had a deep gaze as he looked at the 3 Featherman Goo immortals, before looking at Sacred Feather City behind them. Begin the attack. The old Goo immortal said plainly. Yes, Lord White Sea Shatua. The other Goo immortals replied. An intense battle erupted. There were only 3 Featherman Goo immortals, 1 rank 7 and 2 rank 6, even though they were strong, they could not compare to the invaders. The battle lasted for 3 days and 2 nights, 1 Featherman Goo immortal died and 2 were injured, they could only rely on Sacred Feather City to defend. Sacred Feather City was a huge immortal Goo house. Because of the power of the immortal Goo house, they could barely resist the attacks of White Sea Shatua's group. Chapter 872. Rumble. The explosions had been going on for 3 days and 2 nights. The attacks from White Sea Shatua's group had never stopped since the beginning. Countless mortal killer moves mixed with immortal killer moves landed on the immortal Goo house, Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City trembled incessantly. More than half of the soldiers and civilians in the city had already died, and despair was spreading. Failure is inevitable, let's break out. The Featherman Goo immortal Zhou Zhong suggested. Sacred Feather City has already been locked down by the enemy, without this immortal Goo house, how can we break out? Another Featherman Goo immortal, Jingling, asked. Sacred Feather City had 3 Goo immortals, now that 1 had died, only rank 7 Goo immortal Jingling and rank 6 Goo immortal Zhou Zhong were left. Lord Jingling, the situation is urgent. I have to speak frankly. Zhou Zhong had a solemn expression on his face. The reason why Sacred Feather City was previously trapped was because you were unwilling to give up on this piece of land. That was why the enemy had time to set up a trap. Now, if you don't cut off your wrists and make a prompt decision, you will be killed. I'm afraid our lives will end here. I'm not afraid of dying in battle, but the tens of thousands of innocent people in the city will also die. Even if the enemies spare their lives, they will train them into slaves and make them work for the humankind. When Jingling heard these words, he finally came to a realization. He looked at Zhou Zhong with tears in his eyes. You're right, I was foolish. Zhou Zhong consoled him, Sir, I can understand your decision. After all, this is the world of the human race. There is no place for us mutants to live. This world was a fragment world of green heaven of the immemorial nine heavens, isolated from the rest of the world. This was a paradise, and he couldn't give it up easily. But we won't give up now. I have to give up too. Jingling furrowed his brows. Now that Sacred Feather City is also under control, we need to escape with the people in the city. There's only one way. Zhou Zhong immediately expressed his support. That's right, let's use that immortal killer move Heaven's Wish. Thus, an hour later, the remaining feather men were summoned and gathered around the training grounds. I wish for my feather men to survive. I'm willing, the feather men of my race will be free. I wish for our feather men to have a world. Tens of thousands of feather men roared in unison. Under Zhou Zhong and Jingling's combined efforts, the entire Sacred Feather City started to shine with a pure white light. At first, the light was only 5 to 6 feet, but it quickly climbed higher and higher until it reached 7 to 8 feet. Lord White Sea Shitudo, the enemy seems to be making a big move. Are we not going to destroy it? The female Gu Immortal Tang Yen Ran asked. It's fine. I had already anticipated this situation. I only want this immortal Gu house. They can't be taken away. White Sea Shatua explained faintly before ordering the others. Don't stop attacking, just maintain the status quo. Don't disturb them, just let them escape. Northern Plains, Tai Bai Blessed Land. The sky was as blue as crystal, and the earth was as wild as Yellowstone. Accompanied by Tai Bai Yunsheng, Fang Yuan took a tour of this excellent blessed land. This was not the first time Fang Yuan had come to Tai Bai Blessed Land. However, he was accompanied by Tai Bai Yunsheng. This was the first time. Only when the Gu Immortal's immortal aperture is placed in the world would the Gu Immortal's main body enter the immortal aperture to control the situation. Normally, the immortal aperture was inside the Gu Immortal's body. When the immortal aperture landed in the outside world, the immortal aperture contained the Gu Immortal. Gu Immortals and their immortal aperture were one. When the immortal aperture is in the outside world, the Gu Immortal cannot leave the immortal aperture. Go to the outside world. Tai Bai Blessed Land itself was a top-grade blessed land with a vast area. It covered an area of more than 7 million acres. Time path resources were extremely abundant. A day in the outside world. This was the 33 heavens. Of course, after Tai Bai Blessed Land landed, it absorbed the heaven and earth chi of the outside world and established a connection with northern plains. The flow of time had slowed down. There were only 12 days left. Tai Bai Paradise had been managed well by Tai Bai Yunsheng. There was no need to mention the float ball tea grass in the air or the flock of jade peak birds among the tea grass. In the sky, there were already large patches of Tiankue clouds. Flowers grew in the clouds and sparrows soared. Tai Bai Yunsheng had already started to establish the third economic pillar. His first source of income was landscape as before. It repaired blessed lands for Gu Immortals and restored the outside world of the 5 regions. This was Tai Bai Yunsheng's biggest source of income. Not only could he increase his wealth, he could also expand his network. Basically, it could be compared to Fairy Li Shan's Mountain Pledge Gu. Tai Bai Yunsheng's second source of income was float ball tea grass. Every season, Tai Bai Blessed Land would produce a large amount of float ball tea grass. These tea grass would be sold to Eastern Seas Market by Tai Bai Yunsheng. With the help of Zombie Alliance's Shark Demon Immortal Zombie, Tai Bai Yunsheng had already entered the market. But this business was very competitive, it had low profits but high turnover. Often, a season's profits could not even compare to the remuneration that Tai Bai Yunqing received from helping other Gu immortals repair their immortal apertures. I intend to use Luck Path Mortal Gu as my third source of income. The sparrows have already migrated over 100,000 sparrows. The sparrows have parasites on them. Large numbers of Cloud Path Mortal Gu will be produced from these parasitic worms. But now, it will depend on this earthly calamity. If it passes smoothly and increases the number of Cloud Path Dao marks in my blessed land, that would be the best. Tai Bai Yunqing stated his expectations to Fang Yuan. Precisely so, the resources in his blessed land were not moved out. It was to draw out the earthly calamity that was related to it, and after the earthly calamity, Tai Bai blessed land would gain more Cloud Path Dao marks. Fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. Earlier, when Fang Yuan underwent tribulation in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he moved out all of his precious resources and welcomed the Blood Path Earthly Calamity, increasing the number of Blood Path Dao marks in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. If Fang Yuan did not move these resources away, the earthly calamity might change and form other earthly calamities. For example, Fire Path Dao marks that were beneficial to eerie fire dragon pythons, Wisdom Path Dao marks that were beneficial to regretful spiders, Water Path Dao marks that were more beneficial to dragonfish, and so on. If these Dao marks increased, it would be very beneficial to the related resources. But there were disadvantages to this. When an earthly calamity occurs, these precious resources would often suffer heavy losses. In other words, it was to lose current benefits in exchange for long-term gains. Of course, heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities might not go as one wished. This was only a possibility. Fang Yuan might not have moved these resources away. It would still be the blood begonia earthly calamity. If that was the case, his losses would be huge. After all, this was heaven's will. It was impossible to fathom it. Right now, Tai Bai Yunqing did not move these resources away because he wanted to draw out the Cloud Path earthly calamity. Whether he could succeed or not, Fang Yuan had no confidence. He consoled, "In this tribulation, I have already used the immortal killer move Time Aid Luck on you. Who knows, you might get what you want." Speaking of which, Time Aid Luck immortal killer move, during this period of time, Fang Yuan had modified it slightly. Using the light of wisdom, he had modified it slightly. Right now, Fang Yuan was gradually experiencing the huge effect of wisdom Gu. Even though he could only use the light of wisdom, just this point alone had a huge effect on his cultivation. Tai Bai Yunqing suddenly sensed something, his expression changed. The earthly calamity is here. The whole of Tai Bai Yunqing started to shake slightly. Large amounts of earth chi were moving, small amounts of heaven chi were falling down. A burst of profound light suddenly exploded. From the profound light came the call and prayers of countless people. I wish my clan's feather men to survive. I wish my clan's feather men to have freedom. I wish my clan's feather men to have heaven and earth. The profound light faded. In the western part of the blessed land, tens of thousands of feather men appeared. What earthly calamity is this? At once, even Fang Yuan was in a daze. He had never seen such a strange earthly calamity. Tai Bai Yunqing fell into deep thought. Where is this place? The Featherman Gu immortal Zhou Zhong quickly looked around with a vigilant expression. After using the immortal killer move Heavenly Wish, a strong force moved all the feather men in Sacred Feather City. They teleported out, leaving behind an empty Sacred Feather City. White Sea Shatua had great foresight. Without much effort, he successfully took over this immortal Gu house. Looking at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunqing slowly flying over, the Featherman Gu immortal Zhengling's expression changed. Oh no! This is a human Gu immortal's immortal aperture blessed land. We have been treated as an earthly calamity and descended here. Zhou Zhong also had a shocked expression. How can this be? Won't we still have to face Gu immortal enemies? There are only 2 rank 6, and one of them is a bottom-tier immortal zombie. What are you afraid of? Zhengling laughed loudly. If we kill them, we can obtain this place. Heavenly wish, although this place is inferior to the original Green Heaven fragment world, it is enough for our clan to survive. But it is enough for our clan to survive. Attack! Jingling said as he flew up. He was thousands of steps away from Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yuncheng when he pushed with his palms. Whoosh! Winds howled as a thick wind wall formed, pressing down on Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yuncheng. This was an immortal killer move. Jingling was venting his anger. He could not get back at White Sea Shatua, he vented his anger on Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yuncheng. Seeing the wind wall pressing down, Fang Yuan pulled Tai Bai Yuncheng behind him as he snorted in disdain. Petty tricks. Myriad Self-First Style, Giant Hand. Rumble. The Strength Path Giant Hand smashed through the wind wall, shattering it to pieces. Moreover, its momentum did not decrease as it continued to crush towards Jingling and Zhou Zhong's expressions changed. They looked at Fang Yuan's giant hand like they had seen a ghost. What? A mere bottom-tier rank 6 immortal zombie actually has rank 7 battle strength. The two Featherman Gu immortals knew that they had met their match. Jingling had a bitter expression on his face. If he was in his normal state, he would not be afraid of an opponent like Fang Yuan. But now, after the intense battle with White Sea Shatua and the rest, his battle strength had fallen greatly. Not to mention the rank 6 Zhou Zhong, his situation was even worse than his. Wait, we can talk this out. I acted rashly earlier, I have offended you, please forgive me. Jingling shouted, we have our difficulties, we had no choice but to enter your blessed land. He shouted for them to wait, but Fang Yuan moved even faster. Not just that, he even activated 5 Strength Path giant hands that he had comprehended and attacked. Chapter 873. The Featherman Gu Immortal Jingling's expression turned ugly. Sir, do you think you have us under your thumb? Why must you be so overbearing? It is not easy for your immortal aperture to develop. Wouldn't it be a pity if all these resources are destroyed in battle? Are you threatening me? Fang Yuan's bloodshot eyes shined with a fierce light. Of course not, but I am speaking the truth, isn't that right? Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong said. Fang Yuan laughed loudly in his heart. If other Gu Immortals were threatened like this, they would have to be cautious. These two Featherman Gu Immortals might really succeed. However, the person they encountered was Tai Bai Yuncheng. Tai Bai Yuncheng had immortal Gu landscape as before. It was the best way to deal with this threat. The two Featherman Gu Immortals did not know about landscape as before, that was why they said this. According to Fang Yuan's intentions, he wanted to leave the two Featherman Gu Immortals alive. But this was Tai Bai Blessed Land's tribulation, it was not Fang Yuan's decision. And Tai Bai Yuncheng was a good person, he had a kind and gentle nature. Thus, Fang Yuan did not speak, he looked at Tai Bai Yuncheng. The two Featherman Gu Immortals also looked at Tai Bai Yuncheng, waiting for his response. The mortal Feathermen looked at the sky with deep respect, looking at the 4 figures floating in the sky. Earlier, when Fang Yuan talked to the Feathermen, they were loud, so these mortal Feathermen could hear them. Tai Bai Yuncheng's decision would greatly affect the fate of these tens of thousands of Feathermen. Some Feathermen were already praying silently, some were gritting their teeth, some were groaning in pain. Yu Fei, who had just ascended to the Featherman throne. He clenched his fists, staring at the sky with all his might. He was a commoner. He was not like the original Prince Danyu, he did not have much knowledge. This was the first time he was seeing Gu Immortals. While he was shocked, he also felt a deep sense of helplessness. Tai Bai Yuncheng had been in deep thought ever since the Feathermen appeared. The Feathermen disaster, Tai Bai Yuncheng did not expect. These intelligent beings could communicate with each other. If Tai Bai Yuncheng released these Feathermen, then the earthly calamity would be over. If he did not let them go and fought in his immortal aperture, he might be able to recruit these Feathermen. However, the risks and losses of the battle were difficult to estimate in a short time. No matter what he chose, it was a big decision. Just as Fang Yuan expected, Tai Bai Yuncheng was somewhat indecisive. At this moment, he could not make up his mind. Seeing Fang Yuan looking at him, he also looked back, using his eyes to ask for Fang Yuan's opinion. Of course. Fang Yuan replied immediately. It was resolute and decisive. You have the immortal Gu landscape as before, you are not afraid of your immortal aperture being destroyed. The only thing that was lost was the sky full of float ball tea grass, sky chief clouds, and other resources. If these resources are destroyed, immortal Gu landscape as before cannot be restored. But during this tribulation, you did not move these resources out. You were prepared to suffer losses. Your main source of wealth is landscape as before, the gains from these resources are small, even if you lose them all, there is no harm in starting over. There are tens of thousands of these feather men, they can all be trained as slaves. There are tens of thousands of these feather men, they can all be trained as slaves. Feather men have innate cloud path Dao marks. They are good at flying, the elites of the feather men are almost all flying masters. But these two featherman Gu immortals, they cannot be left alive. Even if they do not cultivate cloud path, killing them will give you a lot of cloud path Dao marks to add to your blessed land. Isn't this what you want? This was an extremely rare opportunity. The two featherman Gu immortals were injured, they did not seem to have any way to escape. As long as Tai Bai Yunsheng did not open the entrance, these feather men would be trapped. Once these two featherman Gu immortals were killed, their immortal apertures would end up in Tai Bai blessed land. This was a very rare situation. The Gu immortals who died would leave behind their immortal apertures. To turn the immortal aperture into a blessed land, it would need to absorb heaven and earth qi. Like back then, when Fang Yuan took away Star Lord Wan Xiang's corpse, he went deep into earth abyss and placed the blessed land there. But when the blessed land was placed, it absorbed a large amount of earth qi, a small amount of heaven qi was extracted, causing an intense earthquake in earth abyss. If the featherman Gu immortals died in battle, their immortal apertures would end up in Tai Bai blessed land, they would need to absorb heaven and earth qi to turn it into a blessed land. But Tai Bai blessed land was different from the 5 regions, it was controlled by Tai Bai Yunsheng, heaven and earth qi could not be extracted easily. If the immortal aperture could not turn into a blessed land, what would happen? There were clear records in history that in such a situation, the immortal aperture would be destroyed, all the resources inside would be destroyed along with the immortal aperture. But the Dao marks inside the immortal aperture would remain, fusing into the outside world. The outside world here was Tai Bai blessed land. As mentioned earlier, Dao marks were extremely precious, the cost of obtaining them was extremely high. Even if Tai Bai Yunsheng destroyed the blessed land, if he could inherit all of the Dao marks of these two featherman Gu immortals, this deal would definitely be profitable. Fang Yuan transmitted secretly, before adding, "Old Bai, don't tell me you are soft-hearted and want to give up this fat piece of meat that is already in your mouth." Tai Bai Yunsheng had a stern expression, he made up his mind and transmitted, "Don't worry. Variant human feather men are not pure humans. Those who are not of our race have different intentions. Then let's fight and kill them. As for these featherman captives, I will treat them well." After the discussion, he was about to make a move, but Fang Yuan transmitted secretly to stop him, "Wait. This is a rare opportunity, how can we fight just like that? Let me test it out a little more." How could Tai Bai Yunsheng not know Fang Yuan's cunning? He immediately said, "Then I will have to trouble you, Fang Yuan." The secret conversation between the two only lasted for a short period of time. Fang Yuan looked at the two featherman Gu immortals, saying hypocritically, "It is not impossible to let you go. But you have to keep these feathermen mortals as our slaves." The Gu immortals of both sides did not conceal their conversation. Fang Yuan's words immediately caused a huge uproar among the tens of thousands of feather men on the ground. What? They actually want us to become their slaves? Losing my freedom is like losing my wings. No, even if I die, I will not become a slave of the human race. Don't be afraid, we also have Gu immortal ancestors. They definitely won't abandon us juniors. Impossible. The two Featherman Gu immortals' expressions changed as they denied it. Fong Yuan was not surprised. The mutant tribe. Purebred humans were usually more united. Dongfang Naganori harming his own tribesmen for his own gains was basically impossible among variant humans. Humans were the spirit of all living beings, they had the most intelligence and many thoughts. In contrast, variant humans had lower intelligence and pure thoughts, they did not have as many evil thoughts as humans. Of course, this was also related to the overall situation of the races. Currently, humans ruled over the 5 regions, they were the strongest. Variant humans had a hard time surviving, they were ostracized and suppressed by humans, there were few variant human tribes that could control precious resources. No matter which region, there were variant human slaves for sale, there were huge markets for them. In the overall situation of the races, humans had the absolute advantage, while variant humans were the weakest. They were the weakest group. If they wanted to survive, they needed to stick together and support each other to resist the external pressure. Thus, the other party's 2 Gu immortals were not willing to give up on the mortal Feathermen, they had a firm attitude, Fong Yuan had expected this. Moreover, he deeply understood the determination of these 2 immortals. Fong Yuan quickly transmitted. Tai Bai Yuncheng showed an expression of anger as if he was offended. He repeated Fong Yuan's words, "Humph. You group of Feathermen barged into my blessed land for no reason, this is an invasion. Not only did you invade, you attacked us and even threatened us, and now you want to leave? Humph, how can we let you off without paying a price? Of course, you can also bring these Feathermen to fight your way out. As long as you are strong enough, we will admit defeat. Otherwise, I will deal with you any time." How could these 2 Featherman Gu immortals have such ability? If they did, why would they need to use words to negotiate with Fong Yuan? Even though they could still use the immortal killer move Heaven's Wish. But now, without the protection of Immortal Gu House Sacred Feather City, Heaven's Wish expended a lot of immortal essence and also needed a long time to activate. In this situation, they could not replicate their earlier feat of escaping. Seeing that Fong Yuan was not willing to give in, Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong had to emphasize the importance of immortal apertures to Gu Immortals. If they really fought now, it would not be good for either side. If the 2 of us were to avoid the battle and focus on attacking your blessed land, you would not be able to survive. At a certain point, the blessed land will be destroyed and the winds of assimilation will be triggered, it will not be easy to resolve the situation. Zhou Zhong said with an obvious threat. They did not know about landscape as before. With landscape as before, wherever the blessed land was destroyed, it could be repaired. It would not be destroyed to the point of triggering the winds of assimilation. Under Fong Yuan's guidance, Tai Bai Yuncheng was furious. You dare to threaten me? Let's fight. What are you afraid of? Do you think I am a coward? I can deal with you any time. He looked like he was old but young at heart, he had a fiery temperament and wanted to fight. Fong Yuan, on the other hand, showed an expression of holding back, but he still did not relent and wanted to negotiate. Seeing him like this, the 2 Featherman Gu immortals felt hope of leaving peacefully. After arguing for a long time, Jingling finally gave in. He said that he could compensate Fong Yuan's side with a considerable amount of immortal Yuan stone. The 2 of them, Zhou Zhong was the good guy while Jingling was the bad guy, they had a tacit understanding. Fong Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yuncheng rolled his eyes. How could this immortal Yuan stone compare to the value of tens of thousands of Feathermen? Fight, I can deal with them any time. Fong Yuan and Tai Bai Yuncheng's tacit understanding did not lose to the other 2. On the ground, the Feathermen were in a commotion. They were angry and helpless, this was the cruel world, the sorrow of the weak. Yu Fei shouted at the sky, enough. Even if we die, we will not become lowly slaves. This feeling of being discussed like livestock, of being used as a bargaining chip was truly terrible. Shut up. Do not provoke existences like Gu immortals for no reason. You are the new Featherman King, you need to consider the entire race. You are mocking Gu immortals like this, Are you trying to drag our race into the abyss? Dan Yu scolded. Damn it, damn it. Yu Fei gritted his teeth, his fists were clenched so tightly that his veins were bulging, but he listened to Dan Yu's scolding and fell into silence. To Yu Fei, the rise and fall of fate was too fast, it was too sudden. He, who aspired to become the Featherman King, had already achieved his life's dream. But his grand and lofty goal was now like a speck of dust. Gu immortals were simply too strong for mortals. No matter how hot-blooded they were, no matter how much they fought, they could not surpass that gap in strength. Floating astronomy. Chapter 874. Jingling suggested compensating the immortal Yuan stone, but Tai Bai Yunqing rejected it, but Fang Yuan pretended to think, we want Featherman's slaves, but you only want to compensate the immortal Yuan stone. This is an irreconcilable conflict. How about this, let's take a step back and use strength to speak. Tai Bai Yunqing had a firm attitude, showing the appearance of a battle maniac. During the conversation, he had already shouted the slogan, I will take care of you in minutes. If Shark Demon and the rest who knew Tai Bai Yunqing's character were here, they would definitely think that this Tai Bai Yunqing was an imposter. Jingling and Zhou Zhong glanced at each other. The battle maniac Tai Bai Yunqing was not easy to talk to, but it seemed that the immortal zombie Fang Yuan had the upper hand. The two Featherman Gu immortals did not find this strange, because Fang Yuan had already displayed rank 7 battle strength earlier. The two secretly transmitted and discussed, they felt, Fang Yuan was much easier to talk to than Tai Bai Yunqing, and was also more rational. He is an immortal zombie, his immortal aperture cannot produce immortal essence, he is even more careful. We need to make use of this mentality of his. But it seems that this blessed land belongs to that damned old man. This old man is not young, he has a bad temper. It seems that his battle strength cannot be underestimated, we need to be careful. Forget it, the current situation is better than him, let's listen to this immortal zombie's suggestion. The two Featherman Gu immortals analyzed seriously, they even seemed to have a clear and logical explanation. But they were completely unaware that they had walked into Fang Yuan's meticulous trap. Please speak. After the discussion, Zhou Zhong said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan continued, the world of Gu immortals is all about benefits. Strength speaks. Let's do 10 duels. If we win, please give us 10% of the Feathermen. If we lose the bet, then we can only accept a sum of immortal Yuan stone as compensation. Zhou Zhong was unwilling and shouted, no matter who wins or loses, you're both at an advantage. Fang Yuan smiled faintly but did not respond. Tai Bai Yunqing immediately shouted, what's with the noise? If he wasn't willing, he could just beat him up. This old man's fists are itching right now. I'll take care of you in a minute. If you dare to attack my immortal aperture, I will slaughter these mortal Feathermen first. At most, we'll just break up. Who's afraid of who? He looked like a reckless and warlike fool. Zhou Zhong and Jingling turned a deaf ear to him, looking like they didn't want to argue with him. The two of them began to communicate telepathically again. They began to discuss. Fang Yuan put pressure on him at the right time. If you don't agree to this condition, then we can only go to war. These words caused the hearts of the two Featherman immortals to skip a beat. The two of them were well aware of the current situation. Sacrifices were unavoidable. The most sensible response now was to minimize the losses as much as possible. Eventually, Jingling nodded and agreed to the bet. But there was a prerequisite, they had to use the information path immortal killer move they had, which was equivalent to Mountain Pledge Gu. They had to set an agreement to bind both sides. Regardless of the result, after 10 duels, Fang Yuan's side could no longer make things difficult for the Feathermen. No matter what, they had to open the door and let everyone leave safely, without any form of obstruction. The Feathermen actually had such an information path killer move. The depth of their foundation was truly out of Fang Yuan's expectations. First, Gu immortal Zhou Zhong went up for the first duel. On Fang Yuan's side, Tai Bai Yunqing was sent to fight. The latter was full of fighting spirit. He had an excited and bloodthirsty expression as he shouted, "Come, I'll take care of you in a minute." Zhou Zhong was truly intimidated by this attitude. He was a variant human after all. His intelligence was inferior to humans. Most importantly, Zhou Zhong had misgivings. He did not want to sacrifice his tribesmen. He did not want any of the feather men to lose their freedom and become the slaves of humans. Thus, he chose the thing he was most proficient in, the duel. "What, you only want to compete in flying speed?" Tai Bai Yunqing was surprised. "According to the agreement, we will decide what the duel is. Are you going to renege on it?" "Humph, I'll do as you say." Tai Bai Yunqing was very annoyed. This duel had no suspense at all. Tai Bai Yunqing only had a mortal killer move for flying. But the other party not only had wings, he also had an immortal killer move that focused on movement. After witnessing such a result, the feather men on the ground cheered enthusiastically. After all, this concerned their fate, freedom or enslavement. They were naturally very anxious about the outcome of each duel. "Here's an immortal yuan stone." Zhou Zhong laughed loudly. He threw over a dozen immortal yuan stone to Tai Bai Yunqing in high spirits. Tai Bai Yunqing received it with a gloomy expression, but internally, he was very impressed with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is really good at scheming. The other party clearly paid the immortal yuan stone, but he is so happy as if he gained a huge advantage. "I am inferior." In the first duel, Fang Yuan's side lost. In the second duel, Fang Yuan went up. In view of Fang Yuan's rank 7 battle strength, the two Featherman Gu Immortals did not dare to be careless. They sent the stronger Gu Immortal Zhengling to fight. Fang Yuan suggested, "Let's compete in speed as well." Zhengling's expression froze, but he nodded in agreement. In this duel, Fang Yuan quickly lost. Zhengling also had an immortal killer move. His speed was twice as fast as Zhou Zhong's. And Fang Yuan had 3 pairs of true solid bat wings. They were all desolate beast wings. But in this duel, he did not activate Iron Crown Eagle's strength immortal Gu. He had no hope of winning. Third duel, fourth duel, fifth duel. In duels after duels, Fang Yuan's side lost continuously, while the two Featherman Gu Immortals won continuously. The duel was one-sided. Fang Yuan's and Tai Bai Yunqing's expressions became more unsightly. The two Featherman Gu Immortals, on the other hand, were becoming more confident. They had gradually realized that the two opposite them were all bark and no bite. They were mostly bluffing. Like the immortal zombie Fang Yuan, he was only at rank 7 in terms of offense. He only relied on mortal killer moves and his immortal zombie body for defense. He had recovery and healing methods. But it was limited to the immortal zombie body's recovery ability. He did not have immortal killer moves for movement, investigation, and so on. And Tai Bai Yunqing was arrogant. He was very arrogant. But his actual battle strength was too horrible to look at. They both used mortal killer moves. The two Featherman Gu Immortals. They felt like they had been deceived. So these two are so useless. If I had known earlier, we would have fought directly. Sigh, humans have always been the best at scheming. We have already used information path immortal killer moves to restrict our movements. We can only leave this place and cannot attack anymore. Think about it, we were also frightened by that group of human Gu immortal invaders earlier. With our Sacred Feather City's foundation, we can surpass most human Gu immortals. The two people in front of him should be considered as outstanding. They are still not our match. Just like this, the two Featherman Gu Immortals won 9 duels in a row. There was only one duel left. Regardless of the result of this duel, after it ended, Fang Yuan's side would not be able to stop these Feathermen due to the agreement. They could only let them leave safely. On the ground, cheers of victory could already be heard. The new generation Featherman King Yu Fei had a much better expression. His eyes were shining brightly. Looking at the two Featherman Gu Immortals, another grand goal appeared in his mind. I have decided. Only by becoming a Gu Immortal can I be considered a true man. I must become a goo immortal, even if I do not become a Featherman King. I must become a goo immortal. Fong Yuan took a step forward, his voice turning cold. This is the final duel, all four of us will participate. Let's have a battle of offense and defense. I will attack, you defend, then I will attack. The other can only use healing methods. If either side cannot persevere, it will be considered a loss. Jingling and Zhou Zhong looked at each other. They both frowned, realizing that something was amiss. Fong Yuan had designed the duel rules like this. He was clearly trying to make use of all their advantages. But Jingling and Zhou Zhong were restricted by the agreement. They could not directly object to this duel, they could only accept it. This way, this will be the most difficult duel among the 10 duels. This is the final duel. After we win, we can protect all the Feathermen and leave safely. The two Featherman Goo Immortals transmitted to each other before agreeing to the duel. Sir, please make your move. Zhengling also took a step forward, saying. Fong Yuan did not speak, he was 1,000 steps away from Jingling. He stretched out his hand towards the other party. Rumble. A strength path giant hand tore through the air, grabbing towards Jingling ruthlessly. Jingling suppressed his intention to dodge, he gritted his teeth and activated a defensive killer move. A layer of phantom light armor shone around him. The armor was lifelike, it blocked the strength path giant hand. Fong Yuan's expression did not change, he had seen this phantom light armor in the fourth duel, it was a light path immortal defensive method. He blocked it. Zhou Zhong shouted happily, next, it is time for us to attack. Fong Yuan snickered, Sir, you are coming to a conclusion so quickly, isn't it a bit too early? My attack is not explosive power, it is endurance. My attack is not over yet. No matter. Sir, go ahead and attack. Zhengling said solemnly. In the previous duel, Fong Yuan had also attacked. Jingling felt that this myriad self-giant hand could completely block it. But at the next moment, when Fong Yuan revealed a sinister smile, Jingling's expression changed. It turned out that Fong Yuan had been concealing his strength earlier, only activating one core immortal goo. But this time, he activated all of his core immortal goo. The strength path giant hand crushed the light path defensive method until it gave off a creaking sound. Oh no! If this goes on, Lord Jingling will be crushed into minced meat. Zhou Zhong was shocked. Jingling, have you considered it? My giant hand only has offensive power, it cannot restrict your movement. But if you break out now, you will be violating our agreement. This way, you will be the first to violate the agreement. The duel earlier will not count. Fong Yuan snorted coldly. Damn it! I will fight it out with you. Jingling shouted furiously, activating his defensive killer move again. It was also an immortal killer move. Two immortal killer moves stacked together, blocking the strength path giant hand. This way, both sides were in a deadlock. Alright, he is just a rank 6 immortal zombie, how can he match Lord Jingling in a battle of attrition? Zhou Zhong relaxed instead. But a moment later, Fong Yuan still had plenty of strength left, while Jingling's expression became more anxious, he was showing signs of not being able to hold on. Oh no! The other party must have turned the immortal Yuan stone into immortal essence and is using it. On the other hand, because of the intense battle, we have expended a lot of our foundation. Thus, we are the first to be unable to hold on. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhong felt indescribable anger and gloominess in his heart. At the same time, he was panicking, what should I do now? If I want to help, I can only use healing methods. Otherwise, I will be violating the rules of the duel, all of the duels will not count. He was clearly here, right in front of him, but Zhou Zhong felt helpless. The mental trap that Fong Yuan meticulously created had already trapped him deeply. Sometimes, your past achievements were obstacles that prevented you from achieving greater achievements. Win one round and you would win everything. Save all of the Feathermen and bring them away safely. Just one more round, just one more round. If they violated the rules of the duel, all of it would not count. These thoughts made Jingling choose to resist, while Zhou Zhong was sweating nervously, but he did not do anything. It's over. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. 7 other Strength Path giant hands flew out. The Strength Path giant hands smashed towards the feather men on the ground with a crushing force. What are you doing? Zhou Zhong shouted angrily. He was like a furious dragon. Don't fall for it, he wants to lure you to attack and break the rules first. The other party must be at the end of his rope, persevere. Zhengling shouted. Zhou Zhong was stunned, his gaze towards Fang Yuan completely changed. Don't immortal zombies have rigid thinking? Why is this one so insidious? While he was in a daze, Fang Yuan got close to Zhengling and opened his mouth to spit. Immortal killer move, poison breath. This was a modified version of harboring malicious heart using woman's heart immortal goo as the core.
Ever since Fang Yuan obtained it, he had kept it hidden for a long time. This was the first time he used it. Zhengling was caught off guard. He was poisoned by this attack. He naturally had a method to detoxify the poison, but at this moment, his attention was focused on the battle. His reaction was slow. When it was time to detoxify the poison, he was already deeply poisoned. The difference between life and death was often this thin line. Despicable. Zhengling stared fixedly at Fang Yuan. These were his final words. With a loud sound, he could not hold on any longer. He was crushed into a lump of flesh by the Strength Path giant hands. Lord Zhengling! Zhou Zhong shouted furiously. Everything happened too quickly. Even if Zhou Zhong reacted now, it was too late. He did not have an immortal goo like man as before. Fang Yuan sent out another Strength Path giant hand towards Zhou Zhong. You can't defend, attack, or dodge. Don't forget, according to the rules of this duel, you can only use healing methods. Fang Yuan shouted. Zhou Zhong heard this and his eyeballs almost popped out. He was so angry he almost spat out blood. How could he fight? If he retaliated, dodged, or defended, it would all be against the rules. All duels would be invalid. On his side, Zhengling, who was in charge of attacking and defending, was already dead. He could only use healing methods. But the Strength Path giant hand would definitely kill him on the spot. Even if he had healing methods, they could not be used. Even if Fang Yuan could not kill him, he could heal himself, but he could not retaliate. That would be against the rules. Fang Yuan's side was definitely going to win. This was too much of a bully. At this moment, seeing Zhou Zhong's dazed expression, even Tai Bai Yunshin felt some sympathy and pity.
Chapter 875. At the crucial moment of life and death, the only remaining Featherman Gu immortal, Zhou Zhong, suddenly had a stroke of inspiration. He thought of the most direct method to change the situation. I admit defeat. He shouted. Fang Yuan's attack stopped abruptly. Zhou Zhong breathed roughly. In just a short while, he was already sweating profusely. The tens of thousands of feather men on the ground finally reacted. They gasped in shock. In just a few blinks of an eye, the Featherman's rank 7 Gu immortal died. Zhou Zhong had no choice but to admit defeat. Fang Yuan's meticulous plan was exposed. The feather men had to pay a huge price. It could be said that they had suffered a great loss. This was completely different from the previous 9 duels. It was like heaven and earth. Thus, the feather men could not be blamed for being shocked. Zhou Zhong's expression was pale. He had some lingering fear in his heart. He repeated, I admit defeat. According to the agreement, the 10 duels are over. We need to leave this place. He looked at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunshin with unconcealable hatred and anger in his gaze. The other party killed the Featherman Gu immortal Jingling, but Zhou Zhong was not strong enough now. He could not take revenge. How could he take revenge? If Zhengling was still alive, he could join forces with Zhou Zhong and suppress Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. This was the truth. Zhengling and Zhou Zhong's foundation was extremely deep, it was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. They might not have many immortal gu, but they had already deduced and designed many immortal killer moves. These immortal killer moves covered attack, defense, advance and retreat, healing, investigation and other aspects. They had no shortcomings in any aspect. In contrast, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng mostly used mortal killer moves. If they really fought intensely, they would be suppressed in all aspects, it would be hard to even gain the upper hand. Of course, this was Tai Bai blessed land. Fang Yuan's side had the geographical advantage. But don't forget, the blessed land could not contain immortal gu and immortal killer moves. Thus, Zhou Zhong could only suppress his anger, he also suppressed his desire to take revenge, he decided not to bicker with Fang Yuan's group, the most important thing now was to escape this place and find a new place to live. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng could not stop his request. The reason was simple. It was the information path immortal killer move earlier. Once Fang Yuan's side did something that went against the agreement, they would suffer an intense backlash. They would die on the spot. Fang Yuan was not like Fairy Li Shan, he did not have the time path killer move Kai. Thus, he could not violate this agreement. In fact, Zhou Zhong was very vigilant, hoping that Fang Yuan would violate the agreement. This way, once the enemy was dead, this blessed land would fall into the hands of the Feathermen. As for Tai Bai Land's spirit recognizing him as its master, that was a matter for another time. Of course, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng could not make a move, they could not summon outsiders like He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan either. Even though the Feathermen did not have as much spirituality as humans. But such a simple loophole could not exist. Once Fang Yuan summoned outside help, he would be violating the agreement, he would die on the spot. Indeed. The 10 duels have already ended. According to the previous agreement, we need to open the doors and let the remaining Feathermen leave safely. Fang Yuan nodded. He said to Zhou Zhong, "Don't worry. We will not go back on our words." "That's good." Zhou Zhong let out a breath of air, he was satisfied with Fang Yuan's promise. He still felt a sense of regret. But Fang Yuan's words suddenly changed. "But what?" Zhou Zhong looked at him nervously. Fang Yuan smiled faintly, "We won the 10th duel, so according to the agreement, we have to choose a slave from the Feathermen on the ground before letting the remaining Feathermen leave." Zhou Zhong sighed, he looked at the Feathermen on the ground, his heart was in a mess, his fingers digging into his flesh. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng lowered their altitude and began to choose a slave from the Feathermen. The Feathermen were in a panic, they were afraid that they would be chosen. "All of you, stay where you are and don't move, let me choose properly." Fang Yuan deliberately shouted loudly. The Feathermen became even more panicked, they were like a flock of weak chicks meeting the gaze of an eagle. "Yes, this girl is not bad." Fang Yuan pretended to consider, he hooked his finger, a young girl among the Feathermen was immediately restrained by a formless power, she could not move and flew to Fang Yuan's side. "No, I don't want to." The young Featherman girl's beautiful eyes were filled with tears of helplessness. "Let go of my fiancé." A Featherman young man shouted, the surrounding Feathermen could not stop him in time and were sent flying. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a ruthless light, he snorted lightly, courting death. He did not seem to move, but that Featherman young man was only a rank 2 gu master, he had just flown into the air when he suddenly stopped, his expression twisted and his whole body twitched. Soon after, he fell to the ground. Even though the surrounding Feathermen caught him, his blood was boiling, blood was spurting out of his 7 orifices, he was about to die. "What are you doing?" Zhou Zhong was furious, he landed on the ground and pressed on the Featherman young man's chest, personally healing him. The Featherman young man was hit by Fang Yuan's blood path method, his blood was boiling and spurting out. But with Zhou Zhong's suppression, Fang Yuan's attack was dispelled, the Featherman young man's life was saved. Zhou Zhong raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan, his expression was dark. Sir, attacking a mortal is against the demeanor of a Gu immortal. I remember that in the agreement, you are not allowed to kill our Feathermen as you wish. Fang Yuan shrugged, Gu immortals need to have a demeanor, but their dignity cannot be violated. I did not violate the agreement, he was the one who tried to attack me first. Our previous agreement had already been made clear. If any mortal Feathermen were to attack us, they would be executed. Isn't that right? Zhou Zhong could not answer. In terms of playing with rules, Fang Yuan was much better than him. Fang Yuan laughed, don't worry, I will not violate the rules. Zhou Zhong gritted his teeth, his eyes were about to spit fire. Then, I will choose you as my next slave, Zhou Zhong. Suddenly, Fang Yuan pointed at Zhou Zhong, showing a devious smile on his face. What? At this moment, Zhou Zhong thought he was hallucinating. A Gu immortal was actually going to be a slave? How could this be? Zhou Zhong looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief, he wondered if the other party had gone crazy. Fang Yuan smiled, did you forget? Zhou Zhong. Our agreement was that as long as we win the duel, we can choose a portion of these Feathermen on the ground to be our slaves. Fang Yuan emphasized the words on the ground. Zhou Zhong was like a bolt from the blue, he was stunned on the spot, not moving at all. The surrounding Feathermen were no longer panicking and dodging, instead, they stood on the spot like stone statues, staring at their Gu immortal's feet. Zhou Zhong's feet were on the ground. At this moment, Zhou Zhong's expression was very interesting, he was as pale as paper at one moment, ashen at the next. His wings subconsciously flapped slightly, his legs were also slightly raised, it was as if the ground was boiling lava, burning his feet. Oh. Fang Yuan laughed strangely, his red eyes shining with a crafty light, from the moment you stepped on the ground, you were my slave. Zhou Zhong, even if you fly now, it is too late. Zhou Zhong shouted at Fang Yuan, this is a trap. This is a devious scheme. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, showing a shameless expression as if he was proud of this, that's right, this is a trap, a devious scheme. Unfortunately, you fell for it. Beside him, Tai Bai Yunqing sighed deeply, the two of you can only blame yourselves, you subconsciously neglected yourselves. Indeed, a Gu immortal's dignity cannot be violated, there are few examples of Gu immortal slaves in history. When we set the agreement, the two of you were in the sky, looking down on the ground, you did not realize this was a trap. Of course, if you realized it and did not land on the ground, we would not be able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, you felt guilty and wanted to sacrifice a portion of the Feathermen as slaves, in exchange for your freedom and that of the other Feathermen. Cough. Fang Yuan coughed, Old Bai, even if he did not land on the ground, I still have a way to deal with him. Let's slowly choose the slaves for a year and a half. We can directly drag the Feathermen down. The Feathermen need food to survive, but Tai Bai blessed land is yours, because of the agreement, they cannot harm the blessed land. As long as we do not finish choosing the slaves, they will be prisoners in the blessed land. This time, even Tai Bai Yunqing looked at Fang Yuan with slight shock. Zhou Zhong's mouth was wide open, at this moment, he felt that he was too foolish and naive. Chapter 876. The whole place was deathly silent. Immense sorrow, fear and confusion shrouded the hearts of all the Feathermen. Zhou Zhong was the only remaining Gu immortal among the Feathermen. If even he was no longer around and became a human slave, then how could the remaining Feathermen survive? In the current 5 regions, the entire world basically belonged to the human race. The living space left for variant humans was very small, and it would only get smaller and smaller. Zhou Zhong's mouth that was wide open from shock gradually closed. He looked at Fang Yuan like he was looking at a monster, asking, your immortal zombie appearance is fake, right? How can an immortal zombie be so scheming? Fong Yuan was slightly stunned. He did not expect Zhou Zhong to suddenly calm down. Fong Yuan immediately felt something amiss. Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was beside him, said pitifully, "Give up, Zhou Zhong. Although you have become a slave, I promise you that I will not mistreat you, and I will not restrict your freedom normally. I will only ask you to work at crucial moments. These feather men behind you will live in my blessed land from now on. Don't worry, I will not be harsh on them or mistreat them. I will give them a corresponding reward for every job they do." Sigh. Tai Bai Yunsheng finished speaking and sighed deeply. His good-natured nature was showing. But Zhou Zhong slightly shook his head 3 times. Fong Yuan's smile disappeared, his expression turned solemn. Next, he saw Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong suddenly turn around, facing the large group of feathermen behind him. He bowed deeply. "Everyone." Zhou Zhong's tone was very calm, but it revealed a sense of determination. His voice was not loud, but it resounded in everyone's ears. He said, "I am sorry everyone, in this world, there is only Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong, only Featherman Zhou Zhong. There will never be a slave Zhou Zhong. I am truly ashamed, I am the only one left, but I cannot protect everyone. Everyone, goodbye." Saying so, he suddenly spread his wings. Featherman's wings were not as wide as eagle wings, nor as thick as eagle wings. She looked thin and weak. "Zhou Zhong, why are you doing this? Stop!" Tai Bai Yunsheng turned pale with fright and tried to stop him. But how could he stop a Gu Immortal from seeking death? Zhou Zhong flapped his wings and soared into the sky. He rushed into the sky and shouted, "I'm Zhou Zhong. Feather men. I won't be a slave." At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him. He had violated the agreement. Stepping on the ground, he was successfully plotted against by Fong Yuan and became a slave of Fong Yuan's side. However, Zhou Zhong was unwilling and took the initiative to disobey. The information path Immortal Killer move on his body activated, an intense backlash that could not be resisted assaulted Zhou Zhong's body. Zhou Zhong flew slower and slower. The more he flapped his wings, the harder it was for him to fly. At this moment, he was flying in the air like an old man with one foot in the grave. His legs were unsteady, but it was as if he was climbing a steep mountain. His entire body quickly crystallized, and soon, his entire body turned into a transparent glass crystal. His wings also turned into a crystal-like substance, they could no longer flap. However, his eyes were still looking up at the sky. He did not even look at Fong Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng, he showed endless courage and determination. Next, he started to fall slowly. He fell to the ground. During the process of falling, his entire body started to disintegrate. First, it was his head. Then his chest, his wings, his abdomen, and finally his legs. Before he fell to the ground, his entire body turned into shattered glass and crystal shards. Tai Bai Blessed Land had no wind. These crystal shards seemed to be floating in the wind, they became smaller and smaller as they floated, gradually dissipating in the air. Zhou Zhong. Tai Bai Yunsheng muttered, his eyes dazed. As expected, this guy. Fong Yuan's expression was ashen. He did not ask Tai Bai Yunsheng to revive Zhou Zhong. A slave who did not fear death and did not want to be a slave had no value at all. Moreover, Zhou Zhong was a Gu immortal, reviving him would cost a lot of immortal essence. Even if he revived, his immortal Gu would be gone, and his immortal aperture, Tai Bai Yunsheng, would not be able to annex it. It would be better to let him die like this. The immortal aperture could not absorb heaven and earth chi to form a fixed blessed land, it could only be destroyed. After it was destroyed, all of the Tao marks on Zhou Zhong's immortal aperture would be added to Tai Bai Blessed Land. Zhou Zhong's death made all of the feathermen fall into silence. The silence only lasted for a moment, when the new Featherman King, Yu Fei, suddenly shouted, "Hey, Yu Fei, do not want to be a slave. Everyone, can't you see it? These 2 human Gu immortals are demons, they have already planned to capture us all. They will not let us go. You can choose a new Featherman king. I will go with old ancestor Zhou Zhong first. I will go first. As he spoke, he was ready to be executed. King! The Feathermen erupted, shouting furiously, their voices shaking the surroundings. That's right, in this world, there are no Feathermen who are slaves, there are only free Feathermen. Even if I die, I will be free. When a heart of confidence beats, there will never be a Featherman slave. Take our corpses and make them slaves. The Feathermen were either shouting, howling, muttering, or mocking. Zhou Zhong and Yu Fei's actions influenced the Feathermen. At this moment, they all chose to commit suicide. Oh no, why are we not stopping them? A group of mortals, humph. Tai Bai Yunsheng, quickly make a move, use man as before immortal goo, we cannot afford to lose this fortune. I will make sure they cannot die even if they want to. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. But Tai Bai Yunsheng did not make a move. Tai Bai Yunsheng, what are you doing? Fang Yuan turned around and was inwardly shocked. Tai Bai Yunsheng had a conflicted expression. He said to Fang Yuan with difficulty, Fang Yuan, there are two voices in my mind. One voice is telling me to be rational, I should turn these Feathermen into slaves. But the other, louder voice is telling me to give up. These Feathermen are true Feathermen, they cannot be humiliated, even sympathy is an insult to them. Saying so, Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes started to tear up. Damn it! A dark light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. It was so subtle that no one could detect it. If these Feathermen were turned into slaves, it would be of great help to Fang Yuan's Western Desert plan. But at the crucial moment, Tai Bai Yunsheng actually gave in. Fang Yuan could not help but shout in his mind, this bastard is not worth my consideration. Next, he stretched out a monstrous arm and grabbed Tai Bai Yunsheng's shoulder. The words were stuck in his mouth. But it was something else. Forget it, old Bai, you are right. These Feathermen are the real Feathermen in U003CU003C. The Legends of Renzi 003 EU003E, don't hesitate anymore, let them die for freedom. Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression immediately relaxed. He looked at the immortal zombie in front of him gratefully, but also said with some shame, it was hard for you to think of this plan, but in the end, because of me. Fang Yuan interrupted him, don't say any more. Everyone has their own beliefs. Even though I do not agree, I understand. As for you, Tai Bai Yunsheng, I will also support you. Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunsheng choked, tears were about to fall. Fang Yuan said solemnly, do you know why these two Featherman Gu immortals fell for it? Hehe, do you remember the wisdom path inheritance I obtained from Dongfang Naganori? You are saying? Tai Bai Yunsheng was stunned. Fang Yuan sighed, a wisdom path method. It is truly impossible to guard against. Thankfully, there are very few wisdom path Gu immortals in this world. I already have a complete wisdom path inheritance now, I have to guard against such methods. Old Bai, you passed the earthly calamity. But please wait for a while, don't rush to Eastern Sea. I need to plant several wisdom path methods on you to deal with other wisdom path Gu immortals. Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this and was very moved. He bowed to Fang Yuan, thank you for your trouble. We are a family. There is no need to thank me. Fang Yuan waved his hand, he did not mind. He looked at the ground again. In just a short while, all the Feathermen on the ground had killed themselves. Not a single one of them was trying to survive. A trace of emotion flashed past Fang Yuan's face. The Feathermen seeking death made him think of a person deep in his memories. More accurately speaking, he was also a Featherman. When Fang Yuan was still a mortal Gu master, as an assassin, he had tried to assassinate Fang Yuan many times. The one who understands you better than your friends is often your enemy. Fang Yuan remembered that in a difficult battle, he discovered the secret of this powerful assassin who had repeatedly tried to assassinate him. He was not a pure human, he was a Featherman. You are a Featherman? Your wings were cut off. How sad. Fong Yuan used words to attack him. He, I cut off this pair of wings myself. The Featherman assassin laughed evilly. Do you know why? Fong Yuan's expression changed slightly. Why? Ah, because the Featherman village's elder always praised me, saying that I was a rare Featherman genius, the future pillar of the Featherman village, and that I was a flying quasi-grandmaster. It was so annoying. The elder always told me that I was a Featherman, I belonged to the village. I wanted to leave the village and see the world, but not only did he stop me, all the Feathermen in the village stopped me. I knew they were afraid that I would go out and reveal the location of this village, attracting the human slave hunting team. So, one day, I couldn't take it anymore and cut off my own wings. Then, on the same day, I killed all the Feathermen in the village. Saying this Featherman assassin revealed a proud expression, his voice carried a slight smile. What? Fong Yuan was shocked. The Featherman assassin shrugged indifferently. You have also seen the legends of Renzu, the Feathermen all worship freedom. My heart for freedom is probably more than 10 times stronger than normal Feathermen. My identity as a Featherman restricted me, so I cut off my wings. In the village where I grew up, the villagers restricted me, so I killed them. Because in this world, no one can restrict my freedom. Fong Yuan's expression darkened, his heart filled with alertness. At that time, he had not entered the demonic path, thus he cursed, "You lunatic." Ha ha ha. The Featherman assassin laughed loudly, "Thank you for the compliment." After that, he said, "Actually, you and I are the same type of people." Who the hell is the same type of people as you? Fong Yuan's young face revealed a furious expression, he roared and charged forward fiercely. Chapter 877. The Legends of Renzu recorded that Renzu was walking on his own path of life. After parting with the leader of the Hairy Men, he met the Feathermen in Green Heaven. Renzu saw these Feathermen and was very happy. Because the Feathermen had wings on their backs, they could understand Renzu's words and could communicate with him. Renzu requested the Feathermen, "Oh Feathermen, please help me. My daughter is in the ordinary abyss, she cannot come out. Please fly down and bring my daughter out, let us father and daughter reunite." The Feathermen laughed loudly, "Oh human, how can you order us around? We Feathermen are the most free life forms in this world, no one can order us around or restrain us. You want us to listen to your request and do as you wish, that is impossible." No matter how Renzu persuaded or begged them, the Feathermen only cared about flying and enjoyed their freedom. Renzu's mouth was dry from talking, but the Feathermen only treated him as a clown, they laughed at Renzu and laughed at him. Look, this is such a pitiful person. Even if he is the most intelligent life form in the world, so what? WWW*. He has no wings, he can only walk, it is so sad. Thankfully, I am not a human, I am a Featherman. Look, I am flying so nimbly. In Renzu's lonely heart, Self-Gu heard these words and got angrier. Finally, it could not hold it in and jumped out. "All of you, come down." Self-Gu showed its might. In an instant, all the Feathermen were captured alive from the sky. Renzu saw this scene. He could not help but be shocked. "Self-Gu, how did you become so powerful?" Self-Gu said proudly, "That is natural. I took a bite of strength Gu, I have my own strength now, I am very powerful. Moreover, using this strength does not require any price. Oh human, you need to know, only your own strength is the most reliable. Freedom without power is all fake." The Feathermen were captured alive and could no longer fly. He was pinned to the ground, unable to move. The Feathermen were so angry that they started scolding Renzu and Self-Gu. Renzu sighed, "Feathermen, I didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive my rudeness. I just want you to save my daughter. When we are reunited, I will definitely reward you." "This is impossible. We Feathermen have the most freedom. Even if we lose our freedom physically, our minds are still free. Not bad, not bad. Cruel person, you can't force your will on any featherman. The feathermen were all shouting and shouting, they had no intention of compromising at all. Renzu persuaded him for 3 days and 3 nights to no avail. Helpless, he could only release these feathermen once again. Self-Gu said indignantly, "Human, why did you let them go so easily? Don't you want to save your 4th daughter?" Renzu replied confidently, "I can already see that we cannot use force against these feathermen. After interacting with the feathermen for the past few days, I have already discovered that although these feathermen are free, they do not have a nest to shelter from the wind and rain. They do not have enough food to fill their stomachs. If we want them to help, we have to get them to do it voluntarily." Thus, Renzu stayed near the feathermen. He built a house and relied on Self-Gu every day. He gathered a lot of wild fruits and killed a lot of beast meat. The feathermen soon discovered the safety and warmth of the house. Especially in the stormy weather, the feathermen could only hide in the bushes, shiver in the cold, and endure the hunger. But Renzu stayed in the house, enjoying the warmth of the fireplace and the sumptuous food. On a cold snowy night, some feathermen quietly ran under the roof of Renzu's house. While hiding from the wind and snow, they greedily absorbed the warmth that leaked out from the cracks of the door. Renzu put on attitude Gu and opened the door. Using a very warm attitude, he invited these feathermen into the house to share the warmth and food with him. As this happened many times, more and more feathermen came to Renzu's house. Renzu was very hospitable, he entertained the feathermen every day, even giving the seat closest to the fireplace to the feathermen. No matter how much food the feathermen ate, he let them eat as they pleased. The feathermen gradually got used to this life. Finally, one day, Renzu saw that the time was right. He took off attitude Gu and showed a cold expression. He closed the door of the house and kept all the food, no longer providing them to the feathermen for free. The feathermen were caught off guard, they panicked. They were already used to the safety and warmth of the house, they were used to having ample food, they rarely flew into the sky, and even less often went out to hunt. They also had very little food stored up. Many feathermen were so fat that they could not fly anymore. Renzu did this, the feathermen could not do anything to him. They could not defeat Renzu who had Self-Gu. Soon, the feathermen faced the fate of starving to death or freezing to death. A few days later, many feathermen died. Renzu waited for a long time, but the feathermen did not take the initiative to compromise. He was very anxious. Finally, more than half of the feathermen died. Renzu had no choice but to mention this. "Oh feathermen, as long as you flap your wings and fly down to ordinary abyss to save my daughter, I will give you ample food and a warm house." But the remaining feathermen all shook their heads and refused. Eventually, they all died. Many small insects flew out of these feathermen's corpses. They were like tiny specks of light that flickered with all sorts of colors. Renzu stretched out his hand to catch them, but he could not do so. "It is useless." Cognition Gu told him at this moment, "Wild freedom Gu cannot be caught. These feathermen have been chasing freedom since birth, but unfortunately, they can only obtain freedom and freedom after death." Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Palace. Fong Yuan slowly pulled back his monstrous claw. The featherman Gu Immortal Zhengling's soul. It was extremely weak, floating in the air like mud. Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong. Because he violated the agreement, his body and soul were destroyed. As for Zhengling, who died first. Instead, because he was only hit by Fong Yuan's poison path and strength path killer moves, his body was destroyed, but his soul was preserved. His soul was secretly kept into Fong Yuan's immortal aperture on the spot. Since ancient times, soul path, wisdom path, and enslavement path were closely related. Ever since Fong Yuan obtained Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance, his attainment in soul path and enslavement path had increased greatly. Especially when Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to modify the immortal killer move myriad self time and time again. Not only did he gain several core immortal goo, he also gained many soul path mortal goo. When used together, after the strength path giant hand killed the enemy, the heavily injured soul would be captured by Fang Yuan. If others were not paying attention, they would think that the soul was also destroyed by Fang Yuan. But in fact, Fang Yuan had secretly captured the soul. This was something that even Tai Bai Yunsheng did not notice. Because he did not have an investigative immortal killer move. Fang Yuan also did not tell him. The value of a Gu immortal's soul was much higher than a Gu immortal's will or immortal's soul. Fang Yuan had just finished his first soul search. In this soul search, he learned of the origin of these feathermen. They are from Western Desert's Featherman tribe. They have lived in a fragment world of green heaven for generations. No wonder they have such an ancient style. Even if they commit suicide, they will not lower their heads and become slaves. But they live in a paradise with abundant resources. They are a single race with no strong enemies, but these feathermen's minds are corroded. White Sea Shadua, who is he? He can actually gather so many people. He attacked Sacred Feather City. And his methods are so powerful that it is beyond imagination. He can actually restrict an immortal Gu house. The Feathermen can only escape pathetically. Fang Yuan searched his memories but could not find any information about White Sea Shadua. In the end, Fang Yuan could only sigh. Western Desert is also filled with hidden experts. In conclusion, this tribulation in Tai Bai Blessed Land had huge gains. Tai Bai Yunsheng obtained the lifetime Dao marks of 2 Featherman Gu immortals, one rank 6 and one rank 7, he could be said to be the biggest winner. Fang Yuan's gains were also not small. These feathermen had a huge origin, they also had Sacred Feather City. If one were to trace their origins back to the early late antiquity era, the era of spectral soul demon Venerable. As the leader of Sacred Feather City, the rank 7 Gu immortal Jingling had a lot of secrets, immortal killer moves, immortal Gu recipes, and so on. There was a high possibility of a complete Gu immortal inheritance. The fragment world of Green Heaven had been isolated from the outside world for so many years. Sacred Feather City could be said to be the sacred land of feathermen. It was very likely to be the largest featherman settlement in the 5 regions. Because they had little interaction with the outside world, and because the fragment world of Green Heaven had abundant resources, the Gu immortal methods that these featherman Gu immortals had were very ancient. They had distinct characteristics of the late antiquity era. Fang Yuan even had some expectations. If his luck was good, he might be able to find the strength path inheritance in Jingling's soul. The only pity was that these feathermen were mortals. Fang Yuan still planned to turn these feathermen into slaves. They would help him open up a market in Western Desert, and even establish a caravan. Feathermen were the best slaves in Western Desert. Super forces and large forces all had caravans with feathermen as their main members. Fang Yuan could not only do business with Shao Clan, he indeed needed to use Shao Clan as a springboard to enter Western Desert's market in the beginning. But if he only worked with Shao Clan in the long term, Fang Yuan would suffer a huge loss. But these mortal feathermen were dead, so be it. Looking at their nature, they were used to being wild. It was very difficult to tame them. It was not as convenient as directly buying featherman slaves. Fang Yuan was not a person who would dwell on the past. He soon threw this matter to the back of his mind. Right now, he already had changed form Immortal Gu, and also the Immortal Killer move vaguely familiar face that was fused with change form Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had originally planned to change into another appearance and go to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, continuing his thwarted plan. But after contacting Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan analyzed the information he obtained. The situation was not optimistic. Ever since Sha Huang's identity was investigated by Feng Jioga, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's inspection of foreign immortal zombies had increased by many levels. It would not be as easy for Fang Yuan to infiltrate Northern Plains Zombie Alliance like before. Moreover, Feng Jioga, Kenyang Laojun, and the others were hiding. Fang Yuan felt a sense of impending crisis. Fang Yuan hesitated. in this situation, should he still follow his original plan to infiltrate Northern Plains' zombie alliance? Chapter 878. Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. The sky was covered in clouds, the white snow was like dust. The peaks stood tall in the snow, the forest was covered in snow, resembling countless clouds. A rainbow light pierced through the sky from the first peak like a meteor, flying in the sky. Snowy Mountain's peak lords all looked over. Ancestor gave another order. I wonder who received the order to gather immortal materials this time. I hope it is not me. The rainbow light drew a beautiful arc in the sky, directly entering the third peak. Many peak lords let out sighs of relief. In the third peak, Fairy Li Shan wore a silk leather skirt. It was made of silver. There was a picture of a grassland under the moon embroidered on it. This was Northern Plains style clothing. Fairy Li Shan wore a sapphire blue pearl ribbon on her head. Her eyes were closed at this moment, most of her attention was focused on her immortal aperture. Inside her immortal aperture, there were birds chirping and flowers fragrant. It was warm like spring. It was the complete opposite of the icy cave of Snowy Mountain. The forest was lush and green, the scenery was picturesque, there were a large number of rare plants, there were also rare desolate plants, there were even ancient desolate plants. At the center of her immortal aperture, there was a hill hidden in the waist-high grass. At first glance, even a small mound was more eye-catching than this hill. But it was Minuscule Mountain, one of the rare secluded domains in the legends of Renzu. In this minuscule mountain, a large number of mini-men flew in and out. They flew in the lush grass. Compared to the tiny mini-men, this grass was as tall as a tree. The mini-men were working hard in the grass like bees. Fairy Li Shan paid attention to them secretly. After a while, she felt satisfied. Ever since she obtained Minuscule Mountain, these mini-men did not cooperate with her, they were against her. But Fairy Li Shan was not a useless person. She used both carrot and stick. She supported the puppets of the mini-men race, killing the stubborn ones without any qualms. The mini-men were not as stubborn as the feathermen, but they were loyal. Fairy Li Shan killed about 40% of the mini-men. She finally subdued the mini-men race in Minuscule Mountain. Next, Fairy Li Shan moved Minuscule Mountain into her immortal aperture. With the mini-men race's help, the wood path resources in her immortal aperture started to increase rapidly. Hairy men were born with refinement path Dao marks. They had the talent to refine goo. The feather men had cloud path Dao marks. They had wings on their backs and could fly freely in the sky. And from the moment the mini-man was born, it had wood path Dao marks. Wherever they lived, the vegetation would be extremely lush. Furthermore, they had been passed down for generations, and they were the race most adept at cultivating plants in the 5 regions. I am indeed extraordinary. My jadine grass is a rank 7 immortal material. It had always been withered and sparse, but after living here for more than half a year, they had expanded this grassland into a miniature grassland. Every jadine grass was full of vitality. Unfortunately, there were too few of them. In the previous battle, the dwarves had lost more than half of their population. If we had the same population size as before, the pressure on me would have been reduced by more than half. 2-letter goo at once. Fairy Li Shan willed and sensed 2 information path goo worms. One was in the outside world, flying through the sky, while the other was the moving perspective goo that had come out of the blessed land. Fairy Li Shan opened her eyes, and with a wave of her hand, the rainbow light in the sky entered her hand. She probed with her consciousness and looked inside. As expected, it was old ancestor Shuehu's mission to gather immortal materials. Shrouding Heaven Dust, Rock Dragon Eye, Elephant Tusk Flame. I am to gather these 3 immortal materials this time. Fairy Li Shan frowned deeply. Among these 3 immortal materials, Rock Dragon Eye and Elephant Tusk Flame were rank 7 immortal materials, while Shrouding Heaven Dust was rank 8, it was extremely precious. Elephant Tusk Flame was a lump of flame that would quietly burn inside the tusk of an ancient desolate beast elephant after it died. This lump of flame was the size of a bean. Once it burned through the tusk and came into contact with the outside air, it would be extinguished. Ancient desolate beast elephants were existences comparable to rank 7 Gu immortals. After such elephants died, not all tusks would produce elephant tusk flames. With all these conditions, one could see how precious elephant tusk flame was. It was a rare immortal material even in the largest market of the 5 regions, jewel yellow skies. Compared to elephant tusk flame, rock dragon eye and shrouding heaven dust were much harder to obtain. Shrouding heaven dust was a unique phenomenon that only yellow heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens had. But yellow heaven had already disintegrated because of Renzu's 10 children. Fairy Shan had to first find a yellow heaven fragment world. And this fragment world had to be large enough with enough Dao marks to allow her to enter and explore it. After entering the yellow heaven fragment world, Fairy Shan had to prepare special methods to gather shrouding heaven dust. The process of gathering was naturally filled with danger. Fairy Shan was willing to spend a huge amount of money to purchase shrouding heaven dust from jewel yellow skies. As for Rock Dragon Eye, it was the eye of the ancient desolate beast Rock Dragon. This rock dragon was not an ordinary beast. Instead, in the graveyard of a Rockman tribe, there were a lot of Rockman corpses and rocks. After a long period of accumulation, at a certain moment, a thunderbolt would appear. The thunderbolt destroyed the graveyard and a rock dragon would appear from within. Like the Rockmen, the rock dragon's body was made of rocks. In the immemorial antiquity era and remote antiquity era, variant humans occupied most of the world. Only super-force Rockman tribes or large-scale Rockman tribes with extremely long histories would have rock dragons accompanying them. Even though there were Renzu and his 10 children, as well as Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, there were not many humans in the tribe. The Rock Dragon was the guardian beast of the Rockman tribe. The Rockmen believed that the Rock Dragon was the rebirth of their ancestors and predecessors. During the Variant Human War, the Rock Dragon shined brightly and was publicly recognized as the #1 war beast in the world. The Rock Dragon did not feel any pain. Its defense was extremely sturdy and it was brave and fearless. Even if it was injured, if a Rockman was willing to sacrifice himself, he would go to the wound of the Rock Dragon. The Rockman would sacrifice himself and turn his body into a part of the Rock Dragon, and the Rock Dragon's injuries would heal instantly. This battle method was extremely abnormal and gave other races a huge headache. Times had changed. It was very difficult for Fairy Shan to find a rock dragon now. Because Rockman tribes were already very rare, most of the Rockmen were slaves raised by Gu immortals. Even if Fairy Shan found a rock dragon, with her battle strength, she would not be able to defeat the rock dragon that was known as the #1 war beast in the remote antiquity era with its thick skin and flesh. Thus, even though the rock dragon eye was a rank 7 immortal material, the difficulty of obtaining it was much higher than the rank 8 immortal material shroud heaven dust. Old ancestor Shuehu's gathering missions for us peak lords are getting more and more important. Among these 3 immortal materials, only elephant tusk flame is slightly easier. To obtain shroud heaven dust and rock dragon eye, strength is only one aspect, luck is even more important. Sigh, if only I had good luck and could directly purchase them from jewel yellow skies. Fairy Shan sighed deeply. Her initial investment in Minuscule Mountain's Mini-Man tribe had already been settled, and she was starting to reap benefits now. Moreover, Hei Lulan was determined to be independent and rejected her funding. This caused Fairy Shan to start accumulating wealth rapidly in this short period of time. This accumulation speed was more than twice as fast as before. Obtaining Shroud Heaven Dust and Rock Dragon Eye required too much time and effort. Fairy Shan would rather expend her wealth in exchange for time and effort. After keeping old ancestor Shuehu's letter Gu, Fairy Shan checked the second letter Gu. There were only a few sources that could directly appear in her immortal aperture. After Fairy Shan checked, she found that this letter Gu came from Feng Yuan. In this letter Gu, Feng Yuan promised huge benefits to invite Fairy Shan to help him kill an immortal zombie from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Feng Yuan. Fairy Shan muttered. She left her bed and stood up. She lowered her head and thought as she paced around. When she walked to the window, she raised her head and looked at the falling snowflakes, the silent peaks outside. She snickered. This Fong Yuan had disguised himself as Sha Huang and joined Zombie Alliance. This time, he wants me to help him kill another immortal zombie. He definitely has a motive. He promised huge benefits and is overbearing with wealth. After all, he snatched many resources from Dongfang tribe, and also obtained Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. During this period of time, his development will definitely be smooth. It will be like a raging fire. Right now, Northern Plains situation is very turbulent. The Central Continent Gu Immortals investigation group is still hidden. In this situation, Fong Yuan still wants to make a move. It shows how important the benefits of Zombie Alliance are to him. Is he trying to falsely claim the contribution points of other immortal zombies in exchange for Zombie Alliance's research on how to revive and get rid of the status of an immortal zombie? Thinking of this, Fairy Li Shan squinted. Central Continent, Celestial Court. White jade palaces were brightly lit. For Gu Immortals stood at 4 different directions, surrounding the rank 9 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower at the center. The old Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stood at the eastern direction. He raised his walking stick as a bright light shined in his muddy eyes. Repairing fate begins now. The walking stick in his hand stopped in the air, as if it had hit a rock. It emitted a clanging sound. Instantly, light burst out. Countless goo worms flew around, forming a huge goo formation. Traces of light of different colors intersected with each other, forming a huge 3-dimensional formation diagram that covered 100 li of land. The female Gu Immortal by Tsang Shui, who was participating in the restoration for the first time, said in shock, "This refinement path Gu formation is just one step away from becoming a rank 8 Immortal Gu house." Immortal Gu houses were the crystallization of one of the Gu cultivation paths, formation path. This refinement path Gu formation is extraordinary. Fairy Tsang Shui looked down. At the western position, the white-clothed young man Lien Jiuxing smiled. Then, he grabbed at the air, grabbed a handful of stone dragon pupils, and threw them forward. The rock dragon eyes entered the refinement path Gu formation. In just a few breaths of time, they were completely broken down and fused into this mystical refinement path Gu formation. So many rock dragon eyes. And such a processing speed of immortal materials. Bai Tsang Shui was speechless. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Palace. Humph. Fong Yuan crushed the information path Gu worm in his hand. He was rejected. They still want to restrict my development, these narrow-minded women. Fong Yuan's expression was grim. Right at this time, an information path Gu worm flew into his immortal aperture. Did Fairy Li Shan change her mind? Fong Yuan was stunned. He took a look and was extremely shocked. This is Langya Land Spirit's request for reinforcements? This time, the land spirit of Langya contacted Fong Yuan to ask for help. This was out of Fong Yuan's expectations. In Fong Yuan's mind, Langya Blessed Land had an extremely deep foundation. In his previous life, Langya Blessed Land, this ownerless Blessed Land, had resisted 7 waves of Gu Immortals' attacks. And on the 7th wave, even Feng Jioga died in Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land only had 12 cloud buildings on the surface, each with 1 desolate beast. They were the 12 desolate beasts. But as long as one was not an idiot, they would understand that these 12 desolate beasts were only the outermost layer of defense. Don't forget that the original owner of Langya Blessed Land was Longhair Ancestor. He was known as the #1 refinement path immortal in history. He had refined 38 immortal Gu in his life, not just rank 7 or 8. And this was only the number recorded in the official history. If unofficial history and rumors were included, the number of immortal Gu was enough to surpass 100. Thus, Fong Yuan had already deduced that the true defense of Langya Blessed Land was the many immortal Gu left behind by Long Hair Ancestor. And not desolate beasts. Langya blessed land was very different from other blessed lands. Even without an owner, the blessed land's land spirit had an endless supply of immortal essence that could be used. This was because Langya blessed land had a heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus immortal goo that could produce immortal essence. Precisely because of heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus support, the land spirit of Langya could use immortal goo on a large scale and display their unique power. Now, the land spirit of Langya is asking me for help. In his previous life, he could last until the 7th wave, but after careful calculation, this should only be the 4th wave. Don't tell me, because of me, Northern Plains' situation has changed greatly, and the influence is too deep. Could it be that Langya blessed land is facing the fiercest invasion in history? Fong Yuan thought rapidly in his mind. To be able to make the land spirit of Langya ask for help, the strength of the invaders this time could be imagined. They definitely surpassed Fong Yuan's personal ability. But in danger, there were often precious opportunities. Langya blessed land had a deep foundation, it was overflowing with wealth. In his previous life, even the celestial court was tempted by greed and forcefully took down this blessed land. Although the celestial court paid a huge price, they also gained a lot. Even if they sacrificed Feng Jioga, they still profited greatly. There were many benefits to cooperating with the land spirit of Langya. This point could be clearly seen from their past interactions. Fong Yuan had relied on swindling to obtain many benefits from the hands of the land spirit of Langya. After he became an immortal in this life, the reason why he could develop so quickly was because of the help from the land spirit of Langya. Especially during the early and middle stages, it was a difficult time to start. Unfortunately, after the Northern Plains auction, Fong Yuan's greed and excessive demands caused the land spirit to be disgusted with him, causing the relationship between both sides to worsen and fall to the freezing point. Fong Yuan had requested to cooperate with the land spirit several times, but the land spirit always responded with a firm stance, requesting Fong Yuan to search for a poison flower petal immortal material for it. If I can help the land spirit this time, it will definitely ease the relationship between both sides. Moreover, I have fixed immortal travel, only need 3 breaths of time to return to Hu immortal blessed land. No matter how strong the enemy is, 3 breaths of time should be enough for me, right? Fong Yuan speculated, although the land spirit of Langya urgently asked for help, the situation should not be that bad. He had always felt that Langya blessed land's foundation was quite deep. In his previous life, it was able to resist 7 waves of attacks, even a powerful expert like Feng Jioga had perished in it. This was only the 4th wave of attacks. After thinking about it, Fong Yuan decided to help the land spirit of Langya. He was not a hot-blooded kid like Yu Fei, he would not stand up for his friends when they were attacked, regardless of personal gains or losses. He was Fong Yuan, a demonic path gu immortal. He cared about benefits, he coldly calculated gains and losses. Allies were meant to be used, what was the point of friendship? In Fong Yuan's heart, it was only a special bargaining chip to obtain benefits. Coincidentally, at this time, Tai Bai Yunqing also sent a letter asking for help. The land spirit of Langya also sent him a letter asking for help. In fact, Tai Bai Yunqing had once repaired Langya blessed land for the land spirit. In terms of friendship, the relationship between Tai Bai Yunqing and the land spirit of Langya was much better than that of Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan told Tai Bai Yunqing, his decision was acknowledged and praised by Tai Bai Yunqing. Fong Yuan immediately set off, using a stargate, he hurried to Langya blessed land. Although Tai Bai Yunqing had passed the earthly calamity, he still needed some time to recycle his immortal aperture, he could only rush over later. You're here, Fong Yuan. The land spirit of Langya suddenly appeared in front of Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan saw that he was not fatigued and had no injuries, he was even more certain of his guess, he laughed, this is your attitude towards your benefactor? Humph. You think I don't know? You brat, you won't wake up without benefits. If not for the urgency of the situation, I would not have asked for your help. The land spirit of Langya rolled his eyes. Even though he said that, the attitude of the land spirit of Langya was much more relaxed than before. After repelling the enemies, I will give you the rank 6 all-out effort immortal goo recipe as your reward. The land spirit of Langya continued. Fong Yuan chuckled, but shook his head. Let's talk about the reward later. Let's repel the invading goo immortals first. Fong Yuan did not talk about the reward. He was worried about the invading enemies. He did not take the chance to threaten him. This made the land spirit of Langya feel much more comfortable. He felt that Fong Yuan was becoming more pleasing to the eye. Follow me. The land spirit of Langya grabbed Fong Yuan's arm and teleported, arriving at the highest floor of a cloud building. It could be seen that Langya Blessed Land had a large number of space path Dao marks. Otherwise, places like Star Form Blessed Land that did not have many space path Dao marks could only fly. Star Form Land Spirit could not teleport. Fong Yuan stood at a high place. Looking outside, he saw that Langya Blessed Land had undergone a huge change. The original Langya Blessed Land had vast cloud soil. The sky was clear and boundless. 12 cloud buildings stood in the center, adjacent to each other. But at this moment, Fong Yuan's vision was filled with boundless clouds. He could not even see his own fingers. He could not see the sky or the ground. The land spirit of Langya introduced in a deep voice. This is the goo formation activated after Langya Blessed Land encountered enemies. 12-wave cloud confusion formation. The 12 cloud buildings are all mortal goo houses. They are the formation cores of this formation. Look! These people are the invading enemies. The land spirit waved his sleeves. Several mirrors appeared in front of Fong Yuan. In the mirrors, there was a goo immortal. They were either walking slowly or charging rapidly in the clouds. This is... Fong Yuan's pupils shrunk when he saw these goo immortals. Qin Bai Sheng, Jiang Yu, Hei Cheng, Shuesong Zi, He Lang Zi. There were 2 more. A green-robed wind path goo immortal, he was the fastest. A black-robed goo immortal covered his face. He was very mysterious. You know these people? The land spirit of Langya sensed Fong Yuan's peculiar expression. Fong Yuan nodded, his expression solemn. These people have extraordinary strength, especially the leader, Qin Bai Sheng. He is a famous rank 7 expert in northern plains. I know. If not for this, my 12-wave cloud confusion formation would not have been mostly destroyed. Now, there are only 5 left. 2 of them are already guarded by 2 Inkman goo immortals from Inkman City. You will guard this one, I will guard the other. As for the last one, I will leave it to Tai Bai Yunsheng. The land spirit of Langya distributed. Fong Yuan frowned. The other party is very strong. Cloud building is only a mortal goo house. It will be very difficult for me to block these people and protect cloud building. When a goo immortal is inside the formation, their 5 senses would be confused and confused. They would not be able to distinguish left from right, they would go around in circles and so on. Only an investigative immortal killer move could identify the correct direction in the goo formation. Only by completely destroying the 12 cloud pavilions could the formation be completely destroyed. Without an investigative immortal killer move, the goo immortal could only run around in the goo formation and see if they could find a cloud building. That would be purely based on luck. Thankfully, once the formation was created, the 12 cloud buildings could not be moved. Otherwise, goo immortals without investigative immortal killer moves would not be relying on luck. It would be impossible. Fong Yuan sat on the cloud bed and opened many mirrors, observing the surroundings of this cloud building. His authority was limited to this cloud building. He could only observe the surroundings of a certain range. There was only white fog in the mirrors, not a single goo immortal appeared. Fong Yuan did not lack patience, he waited silently. A moment later, a goo immortal's figure appeared in one of the mirrors. She wore a purple dress, her nose was tall, her beautiful eyes were deep, her eyelashes were thick, her skin was slightly dark, she gave off a gentle and charming aura. It was Fairy Jiang Yu. Fong Yuan's heart shook, he immediately thought of her dark limit immortal goo. Hei Lulan had the great strength true martial physique. Before becoming an immortal, she used Dark Limit Immortal Goo to enter He Lolon's body and move around, concealing the aura of the great strength true martial physique. At the start, He Lolon's plan was to steal Dark Limit Immortal Goo before it was exposed. But unfortunately, Fairy Jiang Yu's whereabouts were unknown. This plan failed before it could be carried out. Later, when He Qing chased after He Lulon, this plan could not be carried out anymore. Dark Limit Immortal Goo, if I could obtain it. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, he felt regret. Unfortunately, in this situation, even if I capture Fairy Jiang Yu alive, I might not be able to obtain Dark Limit Immortal Goo. It was very difficult to steal an Immortal Goo, the chances were slim. After all, one could make an Immortal Goo self-detonate with a single thought. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking about it, Fairy Jiang Yu moved around in a roundabout manner within Fang Yuan's territory, moving to the side and leaving this place. After leaving Fang Yuan's area of control, Fairy Li Shan disappeared from the mirror. But not long later, a second Goo Immortal entered Fang Yuan's area. His appearance was clearly reflected in the mirror. It was Qin Baisheng. Fang Yuan's gaze was solemn as he watched Qin Baisheng get closer. Undeniably, among all these Goo Immortal enemies, Fang Yuan did not want to meet the most. It was Qin Baisheng. Fang Yuan did not know that Qin Baisheng had regained his original battle strength after fighting Feng Jiuge. But just based on Qin Baisheng's performance, he was at the level of Central Continent's Shirlei. Such an opponent was too strong. If he really found this cloud building, Fang Yuan would immediately make a decision. He would only deal with the situation for a while before retreating. Even though he was supporting the land spirit of Langya, this type of support depended on the situation. Fang Yuan had never planned to risk his life for the land spirit of Langya. And the land spirit of Langya clearly had trump cards. It was not his turn to risk his life. Qin Baisheng was getting closer and closer to the cloud building. He had an investigative immortal killer move, he was moving forward in a straight line. The cloud building that Fang Yuan controlled was right beside his route, about 300 steps away in a straight line. The range of the immortal killer move's investigative immortal killer move was suppressed by this 12-wave cloud confusion goo formation. But it was definitely more than 300 steps. Once Qin Baisheng got to a certain distance, the cloud building would appear in his investigative range. That way, Qin Baisheng would naturally charge towards the cloud building, and Fang Yuan's first battle would end in failure. But this failure was not scary. Fang Yuan did not have any psychological burden. For someone like Fang Yuan, failure would not affect his morale. It would not damage his fighting spirit, and it would be difficult to change his plans. His state of mind would not be disturbed. But soon, things changed again. Qin Baisheng's expression suddenly changed, he directly changed his direction and flew towards the northeast. Their information path method is not only at immortal level, it is also very effective against goo formations. They can actually transmit information in the goo formation. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan heard. The land spirit of Langya's voice was filled with surprise. Fang Yuan nodded slightly, replying, "Since the other party is attacking here, they should have come prepared. But from your words, did they not expose this method earlier?" The land spirit was silent for a while. Then it replied, "No. The cloud buildings before were all guarded by desolate beasts, they fought alone and killed desolate beasts, breaking into the cloud buildings. But this time, Mo Tan Sang and the desolate beasts are guarding the cloud buildings together. The other party should have discovered a goo immortal for the first time, thus they changed their strategy of fighting alone and rushed over to help." Fang Yuan's expression sank, "Not good. Mo Tan Sang is the city lord of Inkman City, it is already good that he came to help, but he might have to conceal his appearance during the battle. Once the connection between Inkman City and Langya Blessed Land is exposed, Northern Plains Inkman City will face a calamity. Mo Tan Sang is restrained in battle, while the other party is strong and many of them are working together, he might not be able to defend the cloud buildings." The land spirit immediately replied, "This 12-wave cloud confusion formation uses Langya Blessed Land's own Dao marks to divide the enemy and make them fall into a predicament of fighting alone. In theory, it can isolate rank 7 and rank 6 immortal information path killer moves, preventing the enemy from communicating with each other. Even if they set up whole earth goo, it is useless. But this group can communicate with each other, it is likely related to the previous attacks. Sigh. I should not have coveted the benefits of selling goo immortal slaves, I should have killed them all. This group of people should possess a rather powerful soul Dao technique. I have already erased the memories of the goo immortal slaves' souls. The land spirit of Langya's analysis was clear and logical, he felt great regret. Fong Yuan also agreed with the land spirit of Langya's analysis. When goo immortals fought, their thoughts were all astute. Qin Baixing only did a small action of helping, but he exposed so many things. On the other hand, since the other party was related to the previous attacks, Langya Blessed Land's exposed secrets would not be few. Can you show me the battle scene over there? Fong Yuan made a request. A new mirror appeared, displaying the scene of the battle. Mo Tan Sang was riding on a desolate beast, fighting with goo immortal He Cheng. Mo Tan Sang was a rank 6 goo immortal, he was at a disadvantage. He cultivated Chi Path, but at this moment, he used other methods to fight. He Cheng had a hidden illness, but he was still rank 7, he did not use Dark Arrow Immortal Goo to control the battle. The main reason was because Mo Tan Sang was afraid of exposing his identity, he had Inkman City's foundation, he could not let it be destroyed. Right now, he was only supporting the desolate beast, letting it attack while he healed and defended from the side. Desolate beasts were brave and fearless, but they lacked intelligence to observe the battle situation. Needless to say, with Mo Tan Sang's careful help, although the desolate beast was suppressed, it was still vigorous and seemed to be able to hold on for some time. But Fong Yuan knew that when Qin Baixing arrived, the desolate beast would only die on the spot. Just as Fong Yuan was paying attention to Mo Tan Sang, a third figure appeared near Fong Yuan. Xue Songzi, did he not receive the news and go to the battlefield over there? Fong Yuan was surprised, he had many guesses in his heart. A moment later, Xue Songzi found Fong Yuan's cloud building. He paused for a moment before shooting towards the cloud building. Fong Yuan also stood up with a solemn expression. The battle was about to start. Chapter 881. Among the 7 goo immortals who invaded Langya Blessed Land, the one Fong Yuan wanted to meet the most was Xue Songzi. Because among them, Xue Songzi had the lowest cultivation level and battle strength. At the same time, Fong Yuan and Xue Songzi had fought before. In the previous battle, Xue Songzi was chased around by the Strength Path Phantom Army, he was in a pathetic state. One could say, Xue Songzi was defeated by Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan had experience and knew Xue Songzi's foundation. But I cannot be careless in this battle. Fong Yuan had a solemn expression as he looked at Xue Songzi in the mirror, getting closer to the cloud building that he was guarding, he did not have any disdain or arrogance in his heart. Even a lion would use its full strength to hunt a rabbit, Fong Yuan was a vigilant person. And in this battle, Fong Yuan had many concerns. The first concern was that this was not a one-on-one battle, it was a chaotic battle between the invaders and Langya Blessed Land. If Fong Yuan fought with Xue Songzi, would the other side send reinforcements? This was quite possible. The second concern was Xue Songzi's battle strength. In Langya Blessed Land, the invaders were forbidden from using mortal goo. Xue Songzi could enter here because he had immortal goo. Xue Songzi could enter here because he had immortal goo. This secret was obvious. Because Xue Songzi was rapidly approaching Fong Yuan, he was using a genuine immortal killer move. It seems that in this battle, I need to use a sneak attack to establish my advantage. Even if reinforcements come later, the pressure I face will be reduced. The pressure I face will also decrease. Evil thoughts rumbled in Fong Yuan's mind. Using malicious thoughts to scheme against others was the most effective method. Fong Yuan had already experienced it deeply. Shui Song Zi flew rapidly. The scene in front of him did not change, it was still a vast white fog. It filled his vision. The rapid flight brought about a gust of wind that blew across his body, making him excited. This immortal goo is different from mortal goo, it is truly extraordinary. Shui Song Zi experienced the pleasure of using the immortal flying killer move, while also paying attention to his immortal aperture. Inside his immortal aperture, there was an ice path immortal goo, it was huge. It was the size of a normal horse, the entire immortal goo looked like a heart. They were like ice sculptures, vivid and lifelike, overflowing with cold air. This was Ice Heart Immortal Goo. Ice Heart Immortal Goo naturally did not belong to Shui Song Zi. Shadow Sect's Qin Bai Sheng had lent it to Shui Song Zi to increase his battle strength in order to invade Langya Blessed Land. Qin Bai Sheng not only gave the rank 6 Immortal Goo to Shui Song Zi, he also gave several sets of immortal killer moves with Ice Heart Immortal Goo as the core. It covered offense, defense, advance and retreat, healing, and so on. Shui Song Zi was a Snow Path Goo Immortal. Ice Path and Snow Path were twin paths, they intertwined with each other and were almost indistinguishable. Shui Song Zi used this Ice Path Immortal Goo and killer move. It was very suitable. Ice Heart Immortal Goo let out bone-chilling frost energy, but Shui Song Zi's heart was burning. Before Qin Bai Sheng attacked this time, he promised Shui Song Zi that if they succeeded in this invasion, then he would give this Ice Path Immortal Goo to Shui Song Zi as a reward. Thus, Shui Song Zi had a lot of motivation. After invading the Blessed Land, he was very proactive. After all, in order to find a wooden chicken Immortal Goo, he had even helped Ma tribe in the Imperial Court contest. Now that there was such a good opportunity, Ice Heart Immortal Goo was much more suitable for him than wooden chicken Immortal Goo. Of course he was moved. Cloud building. Shui Song Zi's body froze, he cried out involuntarily. In the white fog that seemed to never change, a towering pavilion suddenly appeared. Shui Song Zi reacted and was overjoyed. To think that my luck is so good, I really found a cloud building. Qin Bai Sheng's mission was to find the 12 formation cores of the cloud buildings in this 12-wave cloud confusion formation and destroy them. If I can destroy one cloud building alone, it will be a huge merit. According to the reward system before the battle, I will be able to obtain a huge reward. But each cloud building is guarded by a desolate beast, I need to be careful. Shui Song Zi calmed down again. As if it heard his thoughts, a desolate beast jumped up from below the cloud building. This desolate beast was as large as an elephant, it had a brown-yellow body and thick fur that covered almost half of its body. It was the desolate beast Yellow Jade Lion that Fang Yuan had picked up from Star Form Grotto Heaven and gifted to Land Spirit of Langya. The Yellow Jade Lion did not make a sound, it moved like lightning towards Shui Song Zi. Good. Shui Song Zi's eyes were filled with excitement and battle intent, but he retreated instead of advancing, showing his vigilance. The Yellow Jade Lion's attack did not hit, Shui Song Zi pulled some distance away from it. The latter waved his sleeves, creating a huge snowstorm. The snowstorm howled, snowballs the size of eggs smashed towards the Yellow Jade Lion. This was not a mortal killer move, it was an immortal killer move, freezing snow. Only immortal killer moves could barely be used in this situation. Mortal killer moves could not be used at all. The Yellow Jade Lion could not open its eyes from the wind, the cold air spread rapidly, forming a thick layer of white frost on its body. The Yellow Jade Lion's body shook as it shook off most of the frost, charging toward Shui Song Zi again. Shui Song Zi stared at the Yellow Jade Lion's thick fur, he snorted coldly. His immortal killer move did not have enough offensive power, it used the frost air to penetrate the flesh and bones, affecting the opponent's movement and speed. The Yellow Jade Lion was not large among desolate beasts, but it had both strength and agility. Shui Song Zi used this move to get rid of the Yellow Jade Lion's advantage in agility. But the Yellow Jade Lion was a desolate beast, it had thick fur. If it were any other desolate beast, the frost air might freeze their flesh and blood. The Yellow Jade Lion had its own innate ability, it countered this move, only its fur was frozen. Shui Songzi was not good at close combat, he liked to fight from afar. Seeing the yellow jade lion charging towards him, he retreated again. Immortal killer move, Ice Trace. He flew backwards towards the yellow jade lion. As he retreated, on the ground, white fog froze, forming a path of ice crystals. The yellow jade lion pursued in a straight line. As he ran on the ice crystal road, his speed dropped drastically. Shui Songzi retreated rapidly. Seeing that there was a sufficient distance between them, he laughed and said, "What a beast! Eat my piercing ice blade." He raised his palm and slashed at the yellow jade lion from afar. Kacha! In an instant, a huge ice blade was formed in the air. The ice blade fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed. The ice blade was sharp and ruthlessly chopped at the yellow jade lion's back. The yellow jade lion howled in pain as blood splattered everywhere. Then, it was frozen into blood-red ice. The penetrating ice blade shattered like glass, but the cold air inside was directly injected into the yellow jade lion's body through the wound. The attacks came one after another, overwhelming the opponent. It was extremely vicious and ruthless. The yellow jade lion roared at the sky, and the sound waves surged through the clouds. Balls of flames rose from its 4 claws, increasing its speed once again. He was even more agile when dodging. The yellow jade lion's body was covered in large numbers of mortal goo worms. These were specially nurtured by the land spirit of Langya. Because it was a battle in the headquarters, the yellow jade lion's mortal goo worms were all destroyed. They could all play a role. However, the cold air had already entered its body, and the speed of the yellow jade lion was greatly reduced. Shui Songzi had the upper hand. He continued to use immortal killer moves. Attack the topaz lion. The situation was becoming more and more disadvantageous for the topaz lion. The wounds on its body were also increasing. His speed was also getting slower and slower. Even when he coughed up blood, what he coughed up wasn't boiling hot blood. Instead, it was a cold blood freeze. Ha ha ha, carefree, truly carefree. Shui Songzi was happy and contented, laughing loudly. He had used almost all of the immortal killer moves that Qin Bai Sheng had taught him. He could feel the power of immortal killer moves. The desolate beasts that gave him headaches in the past could only run for their lives and howl in pain under the bombardment of immortal killer moves. Next will be the last move, Frozen Heart Lock. Let's test its power. Shui Songzi suddenly advanced instead of retreating, diving down towards the yellow jade lion below. His speed was extremely fast, like a goshawk hunting in the sky. Before the yellow jade lion could react, the goo worm had already sensed Shui Songzi's aura being activated, and a light armor appeared on the yellow jade lion's body. Humph! Child's play! A ruthless light flashed in Shui Songzi's eyes. He raised his palm again and used immortal killer move penetrating ice blade. Boom! The ice blade landed on the yellow jade lion's back and shattered. The light armor created by the mortal goo worm could not even last for a blink of an eye. It was easily destroyed by the ice blade. A deep wound appeared on the yellow jade lion's back. Its bones could be seen. The desolate beast lion howled in pain. It could not hold on any longer and fell to the ground. Shui Songzi stepped on the yellow jade lion's back. He suddenly bent down and placed his palms on the yellow jade lion's body. Crack, crack, crack. Soft sounds of ice forming could be heard. First, a thin layer of ice appeared on the yellow jade lion's back, with Shui Songzi as the center. It rapidly spread across the yellow jade lion's body. Soon, this thin layer of ice could be seen with the naked eye, becoming thicker. Not only this, there was also an intense frost energy spreading in the yellow jade lion's body, freezing its flesh, bones, and even its organs. Shui Songzi's expression was pale. He was inwardly shocked. This ice heart lock is indeed powerful. It can even freeze desolate beasts. But this immortal killer move expends immortal essence too quickly. After realizing this, Shui Songzi wanted to let go. Chapter 882. You killed an enemy Gu immortal? Good, good, good. Fong Yuan had just gotten out of the yellow jade lion's body when the land spirit of Langya's voice entered his ears. Fong Yuan's first thought was, it seems that this Langya blessed land has a lot of sound path Dao marks. The land spirit of Langya was so convenient to transmit, who immortal land spirit and star form land spirit did not have this ability. It could be seen that Langya blessed land had a lot of sound path Dao marks. The land spirit was very surprised that Fong Yuan could kill Shui Song Zi, saying good 3 times in a row. This was the first time the enemy had lost a member since they started attacking. Fong Yuan, to think that you are so good at deducing immortal Gu recipes, you are also not careless in battle. At this juncture, the land spirit of Langya was not stingy with its praise. He he he. Fong Yuan also laughed. When he laughed, Shui Song Zi's flesh and bones had just fallen to the ground. Fong Yuan was quite satisfied with this battle result. The yellow jade lion under his feet was on the verge of death. Fong Yuan used it as a pawn to deal with Shui Song Zi, obtaining a miraculous effect. In this battle, Fong Yuan only used vaguely familiar face and strength path giant hand. He did not expend much energy. But he killed Shui Song Zi. The battle result was huge. At Fong Yuan's level, he deeply understood that all battles were just a continuation of economic conflicts. In other words, battles and wars were like doing business. There was an accounting of what one had to pay and what one obtained. Why was Fong Yuan so satisfied? Because he had paid very little in this battle. But his gains were huge. In business terms, he had used a small amount to gain a large amount. He had made a huge profit. Shui Song Zi had an immortal Gu and a complete set of immortal killer moves. If Fong Yuan fought directly, he might not be able to defeat the enemy even after dozens of rounds. Here, Shui Song Zi could only use immortal killer moves. Fong Yuan might be able to use mortal Gu, but against the power of immortal killer moves, he would have to use immortal killer moves to block them, right? This way, his green grape immortal essence expenditure would be huge. Even if he expended a huge amount of immortal essence, Shui Song Zi might not die. Who knows, the reinforcements might be Fong Yuan's turn to retreat instead. But when Gu immortals fight, they are not inflexible moves, they are filled with schemes and schemes. Fong Yuan had been guessing earlier. Shui Song Zi was a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. He was weak, he was probably a peripheral character among these invading Gu immortals. Shui Gu immortal Gu, immortal Gu immortal immortal Gu immortal Gu immortal master. Most importantly, Fong Yuan knew that Shui Song Zi was in the previous imperial court contest. Attention to what he did. Master Shui immortal Gu immortal master Shui immortal master master. Thus, he easily deduced the reason why Shui Song Zi obtained the immortal Gu, as well as his mentality. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Shui Song Zi knew nothing about Fong Yuan. He was also a weakling. He did not seem to have received Qin Bai Sheng's warning. If it was Qin Bai Sheng, he would have told Shui Song Zi that there were already Gu immortals in the cloud buildings. Then Shui Song Zi would not be so careless. What was worse was, earlier, the invaders were unstoppable. They destroyed many formation cores of the cloud buildings. They also killed many desolate beasts. After every battle, Qin Bai Sheng had to send a message to the members and inform them once. Qin Bai Sheng's action was understandable. Because the Gu immortals were scattered, searching for formation cores everywhere. The vast white fog made the Gu immortals feel isolated, their morale would fall. Shui Song Zi heard the notification again and again. He felt that he was unstoppable, his morale was high. He died at Fong Yuan's hands. There was a reason why arrogant soldiers were bound to lose. On the other hand, Fong Yuan was scheming and scheming. He had a huge advantage. Of course, his guess might not be accurate, it was just a guess after all. But the truth was, he had a good grasp of Shui Song Zi's mentality. He was also hiding inside the yellow jade lion's body. Shui Song Zi also had an investigative immortal killer move. During the battle, He scanned the yellow jade lion's body at least 3 times. He was afraid that the yellow jade lion might have some wild immortal goo that would suddenly activate and catch him off guard. He would be in deep trouble. Shui Songzi did not find any immortal goo. This made him even more careless. Fang Yuan's vaguely familiar face played an extremely important role in this process. If he did not use this killer move to conceal himself, even if he hid inside the yellow jade lion's body, Shui Songzi would be able to detect him. Because of all these factors, this shocking result was created. Goo immortals were all dragons and phoenixes among men. If Shui Songzi had not been careless, with his current strength, he could have contended against Fang Yuan. Even if he was at a disadvantage, he could have lasted for some time. Unfortunately, his opponent was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. To put it nicely, he was intelligent, but to put it bluntly, he was scheming and scheming. He could use a portion of his strength to the limit and display several times the effect. Land Spirit of Langya, I killed Shui Songzi this time. How are you going to reward me? Shui Songzi's immortal aperture was destroyed. Although everything in the immortal aperture was destroyed, his Dao marks all belong to this blessed land of yours. Fang Yuan asked with a smile. Haha, no problem, there will be a huge reward after the battle. I hope you can guard this cloud building well. Mo Tansang is heavily injured and barely survived. His cloud building has already been lost. You have Shui Songzi's soul. You need to search for it and see this group's background. The land spirit immediately replied. Fang Yuan's gaze focused slightly. This was not the first time he had captured a Goo immortal's soul. Earlier in Tai Bai Blessed Land, Tai Bai Yunsheng could not find any flaws. But in Langya Blessed Land, he was exposed to the land spirit of Langya. As for Mo Tansang's loss, it was normal. Fang Yuan had expected it. Shui Songzi is dead. Qin Baisheng stood in the ruins of the cloud building. His body suddenly shook as he spoke. What? He had your immortal goo and a complete set of immortal killer moves. How could he suddenly die? He Cheng, who was beside him, was shocked. He Lang Zi was skeptical of Hui Fengzi's words. In fact, he was very wary of human goo immortals. He flew down and stood beside Shui Songzi's corpse. His head suddenly turned into a wolf's head. His eyes were eerie as they flickered with green light. He looked around several times. At the same time, his wolf nose sniffed, as if he had smelled some important information. Soon, He Lang Zi's expression turned ugly. He said, Rank 7 strength path, it is indeed rare. Could it be the domination immortal? Next, he said, no matter what, let's destroy this cloud building first. He Lang Zi acted like a wild beast. He did things in a straightforward manner. Hui Fengzi nodded, but his gaze was vigilant as he looked around, afraid that a terrifying rank 7 strength path expert was hiding near him. Brothers, you've come so quickly. I am Xing Xiang Zi, I am overseeing this cloud building. May I know your names? Fang Yuan flew out of the cloud building. Be careful. This is a star path rank 6 Goo immortal. Hui Fengzi quickly transmitted to He Lang Zi. He Lang Zi nodded silently. Chapter 883. Hui Fengzi and He Lang Zi stared at Fang Yuan intently. Right now, Fang Yuan was wearing a blue robe. Traces of starlight were leaking out of his wide sleeves. He was no longer tall and muscular like before, he was tall and slender. His skin was not the bronze zombie skin, it was white and tender like a baby's. It had a faint red glow to it. His facial features had also become elegant and refined. Coupled with his long and smooth white hair, he looked exactly like a free and unfettered expert with a sage-like demeanor. After obtaining change form immortal goo, vaguely familiar faces effect increased greatly. Fang Yuan's appearance changed greatly. Xing Xiang Zi. I have never heard of him. He Lang Zi frowned, a ruthless gaze flickered in his eyes. From the start, he had felt something amiss. You are a Northern Plains Goo immortal? Hui Fengzi changed his expression. He looked relaxed, but he was actually wary of the other rank 7 strength path Gu Immortal hiding in the dark. Fong Yuan waved his sleeves, laughing heartily. I am a Northern Plains Gu Immortal, a mere lone cultivator is not worth mentioning. Both of you are famous in Northern Plains, you are both experts, I cannot compare to you. He knew He Langzi, but he did not know Hui Fengzi. But looking at the situation, He Langzi and Hui Fengzi were walking side by side. With He Langzi's wild nature, one could deduce that this Hui Fengzi had battle strength that did not lose to He Langzi. Since you know of our reputation, why are you not retreating? If we really fight and you die in my hands, that would be too unwise. Hui Fengzi sneered a few times, his gaze was as sharp as a knife as he looked over. Fong Yuan smiled helplessly, I have been entrusted with a task, so I have to fulfill it. I am not skilled in fighting, but I have no choice but to fight you too. Please. He said this in a perfunctory manner. But he was secretly happy. Vaguely familiar faces effect was quite good. The two of them were rank 7. The moment he appeared, he had definitely used many investigative killer moves. Based on the current situation, these two did not have any suspicions towards Fong Yuan's appearance. If he found out that Fong Yuan was an immortal zombie, just based on He Langzi's personality, he would have already attacked. Star Path rank 6 was already lower than his cultivation. If he was an immortal zombie, he would look down on him even more. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that the other party had already discovered it but was holding back. Hui Fengzi and He Langzi saw that Xing Xiangzi was only rank 6. Their cultivations were lower than his, but they took the initiative to challenge him. Involuntarily, the two thought of the hidden strength path Gu Immortal. The two looked at each other. Hui Fengzi said to He Langzi, why don't you attack, I'll help you. He Langzi was wary of the rank 7 strength path Gu Immortal who killed Xue Songzi. Since Hui Fengzi is watching from the side, if that mysterious rank 7 strength path Gu Immortal suddenly attacks, there is no need to worry too much. However, I had an inexplicable feeling that something was wrong. I don't know why. He Langzi frowned and nodded to Hui Fengzi. At the next moment, he growled and pounced at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan saw that the famous demon of Northern Plains, He Langzi, was getting closer. He smiled. Please. Fong Yuan pushed his palms forward, using an immortal killer move. At that instant, starlight shined. A whirlpool-like star cloud appeared. A few breaths of time later, it expanded to the size of 2 or 3 elephants. This star cloud rotated rapidly, creating a huge attractive force. Star Path Immortal Killer Move, Star Cloud Grindstone. This was Star Lord Wan Xiang's defensive killer move. Long-range attacks could be attracted in and then crushed by the Star Cloud Grindstone. For close combat experts like He Langzi, once he entered the Star Cloud Grindstone, his body would be restricted and he would be crushed by it. All in all, this was a very strong offensive-defensive killer move. Howl! He Langzi's body burst out with an explosive light. The light was so bright that even Fong Yuan had to close his eyes. At the next moment, the light faded and a wolf appeared. This wolf wasn't very big. In fact, it was even slightly smaller than an ordinary wolf. But the dangerous aura it exuded made Fong Yuan's eyelids twitch. It had no fur on its body, it was like a wooden statue covered in brown paint, giving off a sinister aura. On the wolf's head, there were naturally mushroom-like bones. It looked like it was wearing a pitch-black triangular hat. Under the brim of the hat, in the empty eye sockets, there were not sparkling eyeballs, but 2 glossy green flames quietly burning. Rank 7 desolate beasts fed on soul beasts. Fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf. After He Langzi transformed into the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf, his speed increased by 3 times. He was like a shadow that flashed past Fong Yuan's eyes. Such speed! Even my investigative killer move cannot capture it. Fong Yuan's heart tightened. In any Gu Immortal battle, speed was an extremely important factor. Whoever was faster would have the initiative. Advancing or retreating could be done with a single thought. The slower side wanted to attack but could not hit the other side. If they wanted to retreat, they would be chased by the other side. He Lang Zi was indeed a famous transformation path demonic immortal in Northern Plains. When he was in human form, his battle strength was only rank 6 peak stage. But once he transformed into beast form, his battle strength rose sharply. It proved that he had great battle strength. At this moment Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. He lost the initiative, but he did not panic. Even though he had an incomplete strength path immortal killer move, 3 pairs of true solid bat wings, he did not show any signs of using it now. True solid bat wings was a top-tier mortal killer move. Once Iron Crown Eagle's strength immortal goo activated, it could burst out with the speed of an immortal killer move. Thus, it was called an incomplete immortal killer move. But this movement killer move was too unstable. And even if Iron Crown Eagle's strength immortal goo activated, Fang Yuan's speed could not match the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf. This ancient desolate beast wolf could fight against rank 7 goo immortals. It was known for its speed and agility. Moreover, if Fang Yuan used true solid bat wings now, he would be exposing his strength path goo immortal identity. A wise man would not take it. Fang Yuan had taken the initiative to become a star path goo immortal this time. He was also using these 2 strong enemies to test his star path methods. He was testing the results of his research in Who Immortal Blessed Land. The fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf let out a sharp howl. It was so fast that even Fang Yuan couldn't catch it. It was faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was about to reach Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He did something that He Lang Zi did not expect. He took the initiative to jump into the nebula grindstone that had just been activated. He Lang Zi had originally planned to bypass the nebula grindstone and kill Fang Yuan. Therefore, be it his mind or body, he deliberately avoided the nebula grindstone. Fang Yuan jumping in was out of He Lang Zi's expectations. Chi! With a soft sound, the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf's claws scratched Fang Yuan's back. The fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf was really too fast. Even if Fang Yuan took the initiative to dodge and jump into the nebula grindstone, he would not be able to escape. He Lang Zi still managed to grab him from the back. But this grab was a hasty move. It did not cause much damage to Fang Yuan. Immortal zombies had pretty good defenses. A large hole was torn on Fang Yuan's blue robe, but the injury on his back was only superficial. His spine was not injured. When blood sprayed out, the flesh moved, the wound quickly closed. It was completely healed in a few breaths of time. But this blood. It was sprinkled in the air. It gradually changed color and revealed its true form, a few drops of immortal zombie blood. This is a weakness of vaguely familiar face. Fang Yuan saw these drops of immortal zombie blood and had a thought. He remembered it. At the next moment, he waved his sleeves and collected the immortal zombie blood into his sleeves. Standing at the center of the nebula grindstone, he looked at the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf outside. He invited with a long laugh, "Sir He Lang Zi, you are very skilled. Do you dare to enter?" Why was this nebula grindstone a defensive killer move? It was not an offensive killer move, that was the reason. As Fang Yuan fought inside, the nebula grindstone would grind down the enemy, but it could not harm or obstruct Fang Yuan. The fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf stared at the star cloud grindstone in front of it. In its empty eye sockets, a pair of eerie green flames burned fiercely. Fang Yuan could feel He Lang Zi's surging battle intent. He Lang Zi was about to pounce. Fang Yuan was fully focused. But at the next moment, the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf suddenly changed directions. It gave up on the enemy in front of it and charged towards the cloud buildings. Why should I fight you to the death? My goal is to destroy as many cloud buildings as possible. To destroy this damned 12-wave cloud confusion goo formation. At this moment, He Lang Zi laughed coldly in his mind. He Lang Zi's action was aimed at Fang Yuan's weakness. Fang Yuan fell into a dilemma. The reason why Fang Yuan appeared here was to defend the cloud buildings and stall for time. But now, He Lang Zi attacked the cloud buildings and gave up on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was in a dilemma. If Fang Yuan stood still, He Lang Zi would destroy the cloud buildings and achieve his goal, he would obtain victory. If Fang Yuan chased after him, he might not be able to protect himself. But his speed was not as fast as He Lang Zi's fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf. Passive, Fang Yuan was in a very passive situation. Gu immortals were Gu immortals after all. When they fought, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts could not compare to them. He Lang Zi attacked twice. The first time, he went around the nebula grindstone and attacked Fang Yuan. This time, he gave up on Fang Yuan and attacked the cloud buildings. It was truly the essence of besieging way to rescue the besieging. Besieging way to rescue the besieging was a story from Fang Yuan's previous life on Earth, but this Gu Master World civilization was not simple, they had similar wisdom. Battles between Gu immortals were filled with such wisdom. It was not just a direct clash of strength on the surface, there were also schemes and plots between them. Seeing that the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf was attacking the cloud buildings, Fang Yuan was inside the nebula grindstone. He was not anxious, he smiled leisurely. Star Path Immortal Killer Move, Star Snake Rope. At the edges of the nebula grindstone, 6 ropes shot out. The ropes were thin, they were made from dense dark blue starlight. The ends of the ropes were in the shape of snake heads. The 6 ropes were like 6 spiritual snakes that shot out like lightning as if they were pouncing on their prey. After which, they wriggled about and wrapped around the body of the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf. Sir He Lang Zi, where are you going? Please come in and fight. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. The nebula grindstone moved rapidly, cooperating with his strength. He pulled the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf into the nebula grindstone. These 2 immortal killer moves can be used together, this is a good tactic. At once, even Hui Feng Zi's eyes shined with a sharp light. Chapter 884. When the star snake rope was used with the star cloud grindstone, its power would increase exponentially. Even though the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf was an ancient desolate beast, it did not specialize in strength. He Lang Zi's transformation was not perfect either. Thus, under the pull of the 6 star snake ropes, he struggled to no avail. Eventually, he was pulled back by Fang Yuan. He Lang Zi was trapped in the star cloud grindstone. Starlight attacked him and grinded his wolf body, causing his skin and muscles to tighten as the pressure increased. At the same time, the 6 star snake ropes coiled around the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf's body. They shrunk and soon created dents in the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf's body. He Lang Zi could not even open his mouth, he only felt waves of force grinding against him, his bones were starting to creak. He Lang Zi was not flustered, thoughts flashed in his mind. My transformation only has the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf speed, its defense and strength are insufficient. And this person in front of me has a deep soul foundation. Earlier, I used the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf transformation to scratch him, but he was completely fine. This means that the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf's soul damaging attack is not effective against him. In an instant, He Lang Zi understood. Even though the wolf's mouth was tied up, this did not stop He Lang Zi from using his Gu worms. He shouted at Fang Yuan, "Since you are courting death, I will grant you your wish." As he said that, lightning exploded. Large amounts of lightning shot in all directions. Rumble. Balls of lightning and thunder were exploding violently. Fang Yuan's 6 star snake ropes were submerged in the lightning and thunder. They first broke apart inch by inch before completely disintegrating. He Lang Zi regained his freedom, his body was bathed in lightning. He raised his head and howled. Howl. A few breaths of time later, the lightning dissipated. The wolf's howl also stopped. What appeared was no longer the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf. It was a lightning flash giant wolf. This was also an ancient desolate beast with rank 7 battle strength. The giant wolf was the size of an elephant, it was covered in blue fur, the tip of the wolf's fur had turned into a special blue crystal, emitting faint lightning. The fragrant sorcerer-in statue wolf-in dove was thin and weak, but the lightning flash giant wolf was majestic. He actually turned all his Dao marks into the lightning Dao so quickly. It should be that thunder and lightning flashing earlier. I wonder what immortal killer move had such an effect. Fang Yuan's pupils constricted. He memorized this precious information. The next time he fought with He Lang Zi, Fang Yuan would try to destroy the immortal killer move and cause He Lang Zi's transformation to fail. Forget it this time. He Lang Zi would not give Fang Yuan this chance. Moreover, Fang Yuan knew that he would definitely lose this battle. It was just that the longer the battle dragged on, the better. They were rank 7 Gu immortals after all, experts who had been famous for a long time. He was also from Northern Plains, his battle strength surpassed the other 4 regions. But Fang Yuan only had a 6th revolution star path cultivation. This time, Fang Yuan mainly wanted to use actual combat to test vaguely familiar face and many star path killer moves. After a while, boom! With a loud rumble, a lightning pillar soared into the sky and smashed through the nebula grindstone that was on the verge of collapse. Fang Yuan's azure blue robe was in tatters. There were countless injuries all over his body. Thankfully, these were injuries caused by the lightning, the wounds were charred black. There was no blood, this helped Fang Yuan conceal his weakness. The lightning flash giant wolf howled proudly. It spoke. Not a battlefield killer move, you want to trap me? Humph. You are too naive, die. Saying so, it opened its mouth and spat out a lightning pillar. The lightning pillar shot towards Fang Yuan with an imposing aura. Fang Yuan's face shone with an eerie blue light, his eyes shined with a bright light, but he still maintained his calm demeanor. Hee, it is not easy to kill me. Saying so, Fang Yuan's body shook and suddenly turned into 6 figures, flying away and causing the lightning pillar to miss its target. Star Path Immortal Killer Move, 6 illusion star bodies. One body turned into 6, which one is the true body? Hui Fengzi had been observing the battle, because he was wary of the strength Path Gu Immortal hiding in the dark, he did not make a move. The 6 figures drew trails of blue starlight in the sky. They surrounded the lightning flash giant wolf and attacked together. At once, starlight flickered, countless mortal killer moves flew towards the lightning flash giant wolf. He Lang Zi activated his defense, resisting Fang Yuan's attacks as he retaliated. But after spending a lot of effort and killing one Fang Yuan clone, another clone would be created. He Lang Zi attacked left and right, he killed a total of 8 Fang Yuan phantom stars. It was quite a fruitful battle. But after Fang Yuan phantom stars were destroyed, they would be reborn again and again. They seemed to have endless power. There were still 6 Fang Yuan clones surrounding the lightning flash giant wolf and attacking it. He Lang Zi felt a huge headache. Here, he could only use immortal killer moves to defend and expend rank 7 immortal essence. But the enemy only used mortal killer moves, they expended primeval essence. If this continued, he would be at a huge disadvantage. However, he had no choice but to defend. His physical body couldn't withstand such an indiscriminate bombardment. He attacked, but Fang Yuan's 6 phantom stars continued to grow. At once, Fang Yuan gained the initiative for the first time. He turned the situation around. At this time, He Lang Zi's investigative methods were being tested. Damn it, this lightning flash giant wolf has powerful attacks, but it is not good at investigative methods. Its speed is also not good. Even if I attack cloud building, I will be blocked by it. Do I have to turn back into the fragrant sorcerer-in statue wolf? He Lang Zi gritted his teeth. Transformation Path Gu cultivators could only transform a limited number of times in a certain period of time. This was because the transformation was successful, the Dao marks would change. When transforming into another life form, the Dao marks would be left behind. Transformation Path Gu immortals needed to use Gu worms to cleanse their bodies and get rid of the remaining Dao marks, otherwise, they would be in great danger. Earlier, He Lang Zi could turn from the fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf to the lightning flash giant wolf because he used a lightning path immortal killer move. After the replacement, the original Phantom Star body would vanish. Other than Fang Yuan's true body, there were only 4 Phantom Star bodies left. But soon, Fang Yuan willed and produced another illusory star body, standing beside him. The number of illusory star bodies in the field once again reached the maximum. At once, He Lang Zi's lightning flash giant wolf's mouth was wide open, he could not close it. Hui Feng Zi's gaze was also dazed for a breath of time. Position star transposition and 6 illusion star bodies, these 2 immortal killer moves were closely matched, they seemed to be somewhat shameless. Hui Feng Zi and He Lang Zi were speechless. Unless they had a method to counter it, or if they could dispel one of these 2 star path killer moves, the current Fang Yuan was quite difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, be it Hui Feng Zi or He Lang Zi, they did not have a method to counter it. And to dispel an unknown immortal killer move, they needed a deep wisdom path foundation. It was not something that could be done in a short period of time. However, just as Fang Yuan and He Lang Zi were in a deadlock, Hui Feng Zi finally made up his mind and attacked. Immortal killer move, wind escape. His body turned into a gust of wind, vanishing on the spot. At the next moment, he appeared at the cloud building, opening his mouth. Immortal killer move, death wind flying blade. The wind blade that Hui Feng Zi spat out landed on the roof of the cloud building. The cloud pavilion only lasted for a breath's time before it was sliced into 2 by the sharp wind blade from top to bottom. Wind escape. The number 1 movement killer move in Northern Plains. In an instant, Fang Yuan recognized Hui Feng Zi. He called out to the land spirit of Langya. Chapter 885. When Fang Yuan looked again, he found that he was in another cloud building. Plus Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. This was because he had the help of land spirit of Langya, otherwise, he would have been in danger. After all, among the enemies was Hui Feng Zi. This person was known as the fastest person in Northern Plains. Even rank 8 Gu immortals could not catch up to him. He once had the shocking achievement of escaping from Yao Huang. But danger did not mean it was impossible. Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel. As long as he could stall for 3 breaths of time, he could escape. No matter how fast Hui Feng Zi was, it was of no use. There were only 5 cloud buildings left to begin with. Now that we have lost 2 cloud buildings, we did not have much time left. The other party has already attacked, the 3 of us will attack together. Land Spirit of Langya instructed with a solemn expression. When Land Spirit of Langya spoke, Fang Yuan also discovered that other than him and the Land Spirit, there was another Inkman Gu immortal in the cloud building. Fang Yuan sized up this Inkman Gu immortal. He had clear Inkman characteristics, black skin, white hair, a face full of wrinkles. He looked quite old. Didn't Inkman City only have 1 Gu immortal, the Inkman City Lord Imotan sang? It seems this Inkman Gu immortal should be the foundation of Inkman City. He usually hides himself very deeply. My information came from Fairy Li Shan, but I did not obtain any information about him. He only appeared when Langya blessed land is in danger. Fang Yuan guessed. Ink men are variant humans. Variant human races usually have few Gu immortals. Inkman City being able to hide 1 Gu immortal is already the limit. But then again, on the side of Inkman City, for the safety of Langya blessed land, they sent out 2 Gu immortals. They are quite staking it. This means that Imo Tan Sang is quite confident in the land spirit of Langya. Fang Yuan could see the general trend from this clue. Just by looking at this Inkman Gu immortal, he thought of many things. This Inkman Gu immortal only nodded at Fang Yuan. He did not speak, as if he did not want to converse with Fang Yuan. It was no wonder. Fang Yuan had changed his appearance, but he was still a human Gu immortal. In the current 5 regions, in the entire world, mutants were either being ostracized or being hunted, trained, or raised as slaves to be sold openly. The mutants were struggling at death's door. Northern Plains Inkman City. This was already considered an extremely rare and precious alien tribe. This was also because Inkman City lords had always been Goo immortals for generations. Without the protection of Goo immortals, how could there be Inkman City? It had long been conquered by the joint forces of various forces, big and small, and the slaves had been carved up. It could be said that without Goo immortals, variant human races lived in small or miniature tribes, scattered in various corners of the world. It wasn't that the mutants didn't want to form medium-sized or large tribes. Usually, it was a calamity that attracted countless forces to hunt for slaves. This old Inkman Goo immortal seemed to be extremely vigilant towards humans. Seeing Fang Yuan looking over, his expression changed. He only nodded slightly at Fang Yuan and remained where he was. He had no intention of coming over to talk. Fang Yuan also nodded. He needed to respond to him. Land Spirit of Langia, who was beside him, frowned deeply. He looked out of the window worriedly and suddenly said, "They came so quickly. They are pouncing on my cloud building. The situation is not good. It seems they have some kind of investigative method to deal with my 12-wave cloud confusion formation." Fang Yuan quickly cast his gaze over, but only saw the vast white fog. He knew that his investigative killer move was not effective. Land Spirit of Langia's words should not be false. The terrifying pressure caused Fang Yuan and the Land Spirit of Langia's expressions to change. They quickly looked over, but there was only a dazzling golden light in their vision. After the golden light faded, Qin Baisheng stood proudly in the air. He Qing behind him looked at his back in shock. It was like he was looking at a monster. And in Qin Baisheng's hand was a head. It was the head of the Inkman Goo immortal. As for this Goo immortal's body, it had just landed on the ground. Qin Baisheng had actually killed a rank 6 Goo immortal in a breath of time. How fast? What level of battle strength was this? Killing a Goo immortal who was completely on guard, even if he was a variant human, was too terrifying. Even the experienced and knowledgeable He Cheng was stupefied at this moment. Although he had personally witnessed the scene of He Cheng suppressing He Lang Zi in one move. But suppressing and killing Goo immortals were two different concepts. The opposing Goo immortal had just flown out and was just about to speak. Qin Baisheng attacked. He did not even have the chance to speak. He did not even leave the other party. What was that move just now? The Goo immortals and land spirit present could not see any clues. Terrifying. This Qin Baisheng's battle strength has already surpassed Shirlei. He is on the same level as Feng Jioga. Quickly retreat. Fang Yuan shouted at the Land Spirit of Langia. The Land Spirit of Langia also reacted at the same time. When Fang Yuan shouted, he grabbed Fang Yuan's arm and disappeared on the spot. What's going on? In another cloud building, Mo Tanzi was guarding. Seeing the sudden appearance of Fang Yuan and the Land Spirit of Langia, he was surprised. Fang Yuan's expression was extremely unsightly. He did not know the secrets behind Qin Baisheng, but the beheading just now. It left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. The Land Spirit of Langia was panic-stricken. He looked around. What do we do now? His body suddenly shook. He raised his head and looked towards the northwest. His gaze seemed to penetrate the cloud building, revealing a terrified expression. They are coming. They are charging towards us. What do we do now? Mo Tan Sang took a step forward. He looked at that stranger, Fang Yuan. As expected, he did not recognize Fang Yuan's true appearance. Mo Tan Sang did not investigate Fang Yuan's identity. He asked the Land Spirit of Langia with concern. The Land Spirit of Langia did not reply to him. He was very anxious. This was the first time Mo Tan Sang had seen such a situation. Instead, Fang Yuan spoke with wariness, explaining to Mo Tan Sang in a heavy tone that Inkman Goo immortal died. He did not even last one move. He was beheaded by Qin Baisheng. This battle's strength is already on par with rank 8, only when the difference in strength is too great can such an overwhelming result occur. What? Elder Mo is dead? He was killed by Qin Bai Sheng in one move. Mo Tan Sang's body shook, an expression of disbelief and shock appeared on his face. Soon, the shock on his face faded, and his gaze became dazed again. The old Inkman Gu immortal's death was a heavy blow to Mo Tan Sang. Inkman City had a total of 2 Gu immortals, now only Mo Tan Sang was left. The severity of their losses was evident. How can Qin Bai Sheng be so strong? Mo Tan Sang's forehead was soon filled with cold sweat. He was a mighty lord after all. After reacting, he immediately understood that he could only rely on the unfathomable land spirit of Langya. He took a step forward and asked the land spirit of Langya, "Lord Land Spirit of Langya, what do we do? We cannot delay any longer. Your rank 8 immortal Gu house, refinement cauldron, cannot unleash its power and forcefully refine the immortal Gu of these Gu immortals. Rank 8 immortal Gu house. Refinement cauldron. This is the trump card of the land spirit of Langya. Hearing this immortal Gu house can forcefully refine other people's immortal Gu. Fong Yuan's heart shook when he heard this secret. Everything became clear. No wonder the land spirit of Langya could resist the invasion of so many Gu immortals. It was no wonder that even Feng Jioga would die here. With this rank 8 immortal Gu house, refinement cauldron, as long as they delayed for a period of time, the immortal Gu of the Gu immortals would be refined by the land spirit. But Gu immortals could only use immortal Gu and immortal killer moves here. If the immortal Gu were refined, then the Gu immortals could only be slaughtered. No wonder the land spirit of Langya could capture so many Gu immortals alive. A rank 8 immortal Gu house could refine the immortal Gu of other Gu immortals through the immortal aperture. This power was unbelievably strong. But thinking about it, it was not strange. Longhair Ancestor was the creator of 88-point Xinyang Tower. It was completely reasonable for him to create a rank 8 immortal Gu house, refinement cauldron. If I could forcefully refine Gu, I would have done it long ago. What to do? What to do? There is not enough time. The land spirit of Langya ran around the house as he shouted in a frenzy. Mo Tan Sang had helped defend against 2 waves of attacks. He had never seen the land spirit of Langya so flustered. His heart sank to rock bottom. Don't tell me that not only did I ruin the whole of Northern Plains, even Langya blessed land has been affected and is going to be destroyed in advance? Fong Yuan had a heavy heart. Chapter 886. Celestial Court. There were many palaces, shining brightly. Heaven Overseeing Tower stood tall, for rank 8 Gu immortals. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Baicang Shui, Lian Jiusheng, and Baichen Tian, stood in 4 different directions. The huge Gu formation drew a grand shadow in the air. Countless precious immortal materials were thrown into the air like the cheapest cabbages in the market. In the shadow formed by the refinement path Gu formation, these immortal materials were processed at an extremely fast speed. At this point, half of the success Dao marks obtained from the infallible inheritance had already been used up. The female Gu immortal Baicang Shui's gaze shined brightly as she looked at the refinement path Gu formation in the air. This was the first time she was participating in the restoration of Fate Gu, and also the first time she was seeing this refinement path Gu formation with shocking effects. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord held his walking stick. He had already noticed Baicang Shui's expression. He spoke, "Fairy Tsang Shui, if you want this refinement path Gu formation, you only need to pay 30,000 contribution points to obtain it." Baicang Shui's expression changed. She knew that Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's words had a deeper meaning. He was reminding her. This was the crucial moment of the restoration of Fate Immortal Gu. She could not look at the refinement path Gu formation and be distracted. I am ashamed. Baicang Shui bowed towards Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, sighing, this refinement path Gu formation is extremely profound and has incredible power. Even though I am not a refinement path Gu immortal, I know that this formation seems to have reached the fundamental profundity of refinement path. But it is like a poem that is only half sung. This gu formation gives me a feeling of wanting more. It seems it can go a step further and become an immortal gu house. He he he. Fairy Tsang Shui's gaze was bright. But this gu formation cannot be raised into an immortal gu house. The white-haired young man, Lian Jiusheng, replied with a smile. Oh? Why is that? Bai Tsang Shui's gaze flickered, showing curiosity on her face. The main reason is that it lacks the most crucial core immortal gu. Fairy Tsang Shui does not know. This refinement path gu formation is only an imitation of long-hair ancestors' rank 8 immortal gu house refinement cauldron by predecessors of celestial court. Lian Jiusheng slowly explained, revealing a secret and this refinement cauldron. Now, it is still preserved in Langya blessed land, the core immortal gu are all there. Is that so? Bai Tsang Shui's face dimmed. Immortal gu were unique, refinement cauldron still existed. Celestial Court's gu formation was not easy to upgrade. Of course. Indeed, he could start from scratch and redesign this gu formation, using other immortal gu as the core to achieve similar power. But this was very difficult. Back then, long-hair ancestor was able to complete 88-point Xinyang Tower and the immortal gu house refinement cauldron. Other than being a refinement path great grandmaster, there was another reason. And because he has a wisdom path great grandmaster friend, Immortal Yi Yen. Lian Jiusheng sighed. Immortal Yi Yen was the founder of the prophecy of 3 venerables. A true wisdom path great grandmaster, his predictions were very accurate. Immortal Yi Yen, long-hair ancestor. Bai Tsang Shui muttered and suddenly thought of something. Back then, why didn't they absorb long-hair ancestor into the celestial court? He was a refinement path grandmaster. But he only had rank 8 cultivation level, he was not an invincible rank 9 gu immortal. Even if he was a Northern Plains gu immortal, our celestial court has our methods. We could change his Northern Plains aura to Central Continent aura. Indeed, there were only 3 people like long-hair ancestor in history. Back then, why didn't Celestial Court take him in? Lian Jiusheng was also puzzled. Bai Chen Tian was silent. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord chuckled, his tone filled with arrogance. That is because long-hair ancestor is not a pure human, he is a hairy man from head to toe. No matter how strong he is, no matter how high his refinement path attainment is, he cannot enter Celestial Court. Celestial Court is the sacred land of us pure humans. How could such a low-level variant human enter? Oh? There was actually such a thing. Long-hair ancestor was a hairy man. The other 3 gu immortals looked at each other. This was the first time they had heard of such a secret. Northern Plains, Langya blessed land. Originally, there were 5 cloud buildings, but 3 had already been destroyed, only 2 were left. On Qin Bai Sheng's side, Shui Songzi died. On Land Spirit of Langya's side, an Inkman gu immortal also died. Qin Bai Sheng burst out with terrifying battle strength, he was unstoppable as he charged towards Land Spirit of Langya, Fang Yuan, and Mo Tansang's cloud building, causing Land Spirit of Langya to be in a panic. What do we do? What do we do? The other party is too strong, we cannot hold on. Even though there are still 2 cloud buildings, we have already lost them, damn it, so hateful. Do I have to let him out? No, if I let him out, I will be locked up. I wonder when I can come out again. I spent so much effort to build Langya blessed land, who knows if that lunatic will raise it into a grotto heaven. That lunatic's ambition is too great, he will definitely bring destruction to Langya blessed land. Land Spirit of Langya was fuming with anger, he was mumbling to himself to the point that it was almost nonsense. This gave Fang Yuan and Mo Tansang a sense of panic and anxiety. Fang Yuan was still fine, he had fixed immortal travel after all. But Mo Tansang was truly uneasy. That Inkman gu immortal had already died. If he was also sacrificed, the hundreds of thousands of Inkmen in Inkman City would have an extremely worrying outcome. Without the protection of Gu immortals, the Ink Men in Inkman City would become a huge piece of juicy meat. Countless jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards would fight for them. The Inkman citizens would have a tragic ending, they would become slaves and live in misery. Lord Land Spirit, you have to stay calm. We are depending on you. Longhair Ancestor is a grand character who discussed Tao with a demon venerable. Think about it carefully, you must have some methods to deal with the enemy. Mo Tan Sang approached Land Spirit of Langya and urged. Don't force me, don't force me. Land Spirit of Langya grabbed his hair and shook his head. Mo Tan Sang was even more anxious, he grabbed the Land Spirit's arm and shook his body. Land Spirit of Langya, quickly wake up. Ah! Land Spirit of Langya seemed to have reached his limit, he suddenly raised his head and roared. Boom! A fierce power suddenly erupted from Land Spirit of Langya's body. Mo Tan Sang was caught off guard, he coughed out a large amount of blood like a broken gunny sack. He was ruthlessly pushed away. After crashing into the wall, he slowly collapsed. You are not Land Spirit of Langya. Mo Tan Sang's eyes were wide open, he shouted at Land Spirit of Langya in disbelief. Land Spirit of Langya originally had white hair and a sage-like demeanor. But now, his appearance had changed greatly. His body had become majestic and mighty, he was about the same height as Fang Yuan's immortal zombie form. He had a stocky back and a bear's waist, the muscles on his body bulged, he was extremely intimidating. What was even more eye-catching was that his entire body was covered with thick long hair, the brown hair almost wrapped his entire body. A pair of eyes. Filled with blood vessels, fangs protruding from the corners of his mouth, the corners of his mouth gradually curled up, revealing a devilish smile. In a blink of an eye, Land Spirit of Langya changed from a human old man to a muscular hairy man. Towards this change in Land Spirit of Langya, Fang Yuan was also extremely surprised. Immediately, he silently retreated a few steps, he stared at Land Spirit of Langya with vigilance. Immediately, he silently retreated a few steps, his eyes staring warily at Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya slowly raised his head, he looked down at Mo Tan Sang who was sitting on the ground by the wall, his tone was filled with emotions. Why am I not Land Spirit of Langya? He, how many years has it been? Ever since that myriad tribulation, humph, because my power was weak, I was replaced by that weak fellow. Land Spirit of Langya said until here. Suddenly, he raised his head and shouted, how many years has it been? He breathed in deeply, his face was filled with excitement and malevolence, he clenched his fists, the bulging muscles on his arms were thicker than Mo Tan Sang's thighs. I am finally back. Fang Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed, he was filled with doubts. He took a few steps back again. You two don't need to be suspicious. I am Land Spirit of Langya, I am the real deal. Land Spirit of Langya suddenly raised his head, his gaze was sharp like a sword. It was directed at Fang Yuan and Mo Tan Sang. My main body is a hairy man, after I died, I had two obsessions. However, there was only one Earth Spirit, and these two obsessions were evenly matched. Neither could suppress the other. In the end, they could only combine into one, forming the Land Spirit of Langya. What you two saw was only the obsession that wanted to break space escape immortal Gu. Land Spirit of Langya snorted coldly, explaining. Two obsessions. Mo Tan Sang's expression froze. Fang Yuan was much faster than him, he immediately asked, then, Land Spirit of Langya, what is your condition? Earlier, for the Land Spirit of Langya to acknowledge him as its master, the condition was to unravel the mystery of why space escape immortal Gu could not enter the space cave. Fang Yuan definitely could not achieve that. But now, the Land Spirit of Langya's appearance had changed, according to him, it was a different obsession. Then the condition would definitely be different as well. Humph. You don't have the qualifications to make me acknowledge you as my master. The hairy man Land Spirit of Langya stared at Fang Yuan, his tone was much more arrogant and domineering than when he spoke to the old man. Why do I not have the qualifications? Fang Yuan was not angry. The land spirit of Langia crossed his arms, smiling arrogantly, "My ambition is to let hairy men rule the world. Any variant human, including a pure human like you, will have to crawl under the feet of us hairy men. You will become the slaves of us hairy men, you will have to beg for our favor, you will be as lowly as an ant."